it is up and running or not. So we're kind of just waiting on that. Otherwise, hoping we can go in a few moments' time. Yeah. That's just where we're at. We're just checking if the bracket is good or not right now. So, hopefully get that figured out, and we'll be able to go into some StarCraft 2 here today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys, and a joy to be here as we are going to get ready for action in just a few moments' time. Just getting ready to kick this off. How's it going? I'm good. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm good. Ready to cast some games, ready to cast some StarCraft. I kind of want to go Elazer Uthermal, and I'm just going to presume that this bracket is good because it looks like it started, so I think we're just going to be allowed to go. So we're going to give that a shot. We'll hop on over to Europe for this TVZ. Kind of a wild first round matchup, to be honest. Oh, don't flag me out of the European server of all servers. Ay, ay, ay. What's up, Anka? How you doing? Am I saying that right? Anka? Or is it more like... I feel like I'm not saying it right. Feel free to correct me if I'm murdering it. But yeah, just gonna work on getting us in game, guys. Ask Elazer if he knows if the bracket's live or not. I think it is, so I think we'll be able to get going into this TVZ in just a couple of moments, guys. Ready to kick this off. When's the Chinese tournament? Are you covering it? Which Chinese tournament? There's two going on. There's this one, the RongYI Cup, which is what the qualifier is for today, and then there's also the All-Stars event this weekend, but it starts much earlier in the day than usual, so... the big one. The All-Stars one, which is this weekend, is the one with like 16 players offline and some legend matches and stuff. That's Saturday and Sunday, but it's 7 hours earlier from now is when it starts. So it's going to be like a much earlier start, but yes, I'll be here casting. And if you can't wake up that early, then YouTube will have all the VODs, so you'll be able to watch. I love how because I have my YouTube channel over there, I'm like the YouTube, just like right there, like that means anything to you guys. But yeah, the YouTube will be having all the VODs archived and stuff as well, obviously, so you can go back and watch if you want to. But it's like a 5 AM Central European start time, 11 PM East Coast and A, so it's really not the best of schedules, but we will make do for a big fun event, and just hoping that it goes very smoothly, to be honest, because the last thing we want when the last thing we want if I'm waking up at like, you know, 3:30 in the morning, 3:45 is maybe at a push if I'm lucky, is for things to take a while. So yeah. Anyways, I think this bracket's good, and I think we'll be able to go in just a few moments. So it looks as though we'll kick this off in just a few moments. Hope I got some good coffee. I don't drink coffee, so probably just gonna have like an orange juice and get to it, you know? Just get to it. I mean, to be fair, like it's just a couple days, so it'll be fine. we'll get casting. I can have a nap after. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Cool, so we are just waiting for Uthermal and Elazer to kick us off. That's going to be where we start the day, so we're going to go with that to begin with. And yeah, I mean, it looks as though this bracket is not changing, so I think we're going to be good to go. Them and Elazer go back a long way. Way back when they used to be on the same team, AT Gaming, before Elazer really popped off as this big kind of beast. I don't even drink tea. No, I drink tea, but I'm probably not going to make a cup of tea at 3:30 in the morning. I usually drink tea if Helen makes me a cup of tea, or if like Helen's having a cup of tea and I'm making it, I'll have one sometimes. But like, I'm not like crazy about it. Might be a good way to start off though on on Saturday morning, to be honest. So yeah, maybe that's not such a terrible idea overall. Yeah, waiting for the Geralt matches. Is he going to start soon? In about 3 hours. I mean, he's going to play in this qualifier as well, I believe, but the WardiTV matches for Geralt are going to be in 3 hours' time. We moved that tournament back 2 hours to avoid the overlap with this one. So, yeah. Couldn't find nice tea anywhere in Liverpool, only at the airport. That's wild. I mean, it's Liverpool, but... Do we drink bulk tea, get from the pound store, whatever it was, or some special kind of stuff tourists can't find anywhere? No, we just drink tea from the... I mean, me and Helen just drink tea from the freaking supermarket, man. Like, we don't even get it from the pound store, we just get it from the supermarket. I mean, there are different brands of tea, and different brands do have different, yeah, different brands do kind of taste a bit differently and stuff, so, like, there is that to think on, but, like, we don't drink anything special. It's not some, like, well-kept secret or something. I mean, maybe some people drink some fancier tea, but I can promise you I definitely do not. Like, I'm definitely not drinking any fancier tea, so... yeah. It's not active on TL.net yet? Oh. That's just because I haven't done the thing. Hang on. It is there. I just haven't attached my stream. That's because I just made the thing like 2 minutes ago. Alright, I keep getting scared because I keep thinking players have gone in game, but it's different people that are going in game, so... And just make sure the players know we want an invite. The worst thing we can have happen is the players think why not join them and then they go without us after we wait on them. Oh, hey, Wahano stream. Yeah, TL.net's weird because like a lot of TL.net gets automated nowadays, but I think like for example when I cast anything with a Wardy event in the name, my stream gets automatically attached to it. But I kind of forget to attach myself because I don't know if someone just sets them on Team Liquid as well a lot of the time, but like, yeah, a lot of the time, like, I don't set my own stuff on Team Liquid anymore, but then sometimes I'm not there. This is something I used to do religiously, by the way. Like, back in the day, this was like a religious thing for me to make sure 100% we were going to be on the TL sidebar, right? And nowadays, like, I have the permissions to make events on TL sidebar, it's just I don't naturally get attached there, and yeah, I just that's one of those things where I just I just don't check it all the time anymore because they automated a lot of it, you know. So yeah. You wonder if it's even a wiki style thing? Yeah, so basically like you can attach your own stream to events, so like I can go there and what I just did now is say I'm casting this, right? But I think the guys that do Liquipedia probably also just have TL permissions to put certain streams onto certain events, and so I wonder if they just do it when we go live. I actually don't know. I actually don't know. Like, I know I have the power to do it for my stream. I don't have the power to do it for other people's streams. And I'm pretty sure my stream just auto-attaches on any WardiTV event. Yeah, it's, but like, it used to be all manual. Like, you had to, and if you forgot to put yourself on the sidebar, it would have been, scandalous, you know? So yeah. Alright, let's get underway as we have Uthermal and Elazer on our opening match of the day, guys. Hell of a matchup to start us off. Sounds like Team Liquid spoiled me. I mean, yeah, I mean in the sense of like, someone just started doing it for me, so I just stopped doing it. Someone, you know, I also used to have to add all of my own events to the sidebar. Like, this was a thing. Like, if you didn't add your own events, other people wouldn't do it for you. And now I know there's a couple of passionate guys and there's a couple of people who are in the Twitch chat a lot and just our viewers who submit things to the sidebar all the time as well. It used to be a pain in the butt because I didn't used to have admin permissions on TL. So before I had admin permissions, if you didn't submit your TL event in an appropriate amount of time and it didn't get accepted, then you would basically be like scrambling. You'd be like, it was not uncommon for me to be like messaging people like, hey, can you accept this event? Hey, are you online? Can you accept this? Because if someone doesn't accept it, it doesn't show up. So before I had admin permissions, if I didn't submit my event like, 6 to 12 hours beforehand, like it might not be on TL. And that was the main way people found streams back then. This was before a lot of people had as much Twitch following and so on, so you just turn on Twitch and or you know when the stream is, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it used to be crazy. But, yeah, I have admin permissions now, so for example, a day when this qualifier wasn't on the TL calendar 10 minutes ago, I can just create the event for it and accept it myself, so, yeah. Uthermal is the green Terran up here in the top right-hand corner, top left-hand corner, guys, so here's the green Terran. Elazer is the orange Zerg. Fun colors, some orange versus green. I don't know if that's going to be terrible for someone being colorblind or something, but I like that way, seeing some different colors at least. It's actually kind of fun to see two players in different colors to usual. Let's just get ourselves set up. Command center coming through, barracks on the way. We really do just have a little bit of setup time right now. This was a CC first out of Uthermal, so it's going to be one of the more kind of macro-focused openings that you're going to see here. And Uthermal Elazer has such a fun rivalry over the years as well. Uthermal beat Elazer in the grand finals of WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 4, I think it was. 5-0 in the finals. Not that that's their biggest ever meeting, but like they used to scrap a lot in a lot of European tournaments and regionals and so on. These were two players who Uthermal was definitely around a little bit before Elazer, but they kind of did rise to the top at the same time, and they had very similar careers actually, where they both had that kind of higher level of success. They both went out and won some of the bigger tournaments. They both had those times in their career where they were very creative players. They both had those times in their career where they were very dangerous players to a lot of, like, for example, the Korean players, right? Where the Koreans were, trying to, play in Katowice and so on. Elazer and Uthermal would constantly be the sort of guys to show up and take a bunch of maps off them and to ruin their group stage or their qualifying performance, etc. So it's kind of funny, but these two really have had very similar kind of, like I say, stories to their careers. I mean, Elazer probably has gone to higher highs simply for the fact that he went to the round of 8 of a BlizzCon that time. So yeah, he's probably had that little bit of an, a little bit of an extra. Was it round of 8? Did Elazer make round of 4? Or did he lose to Special in the round of 8? Because him and Special drew each other in the round of 8, and it was really sick that one of them was going to be the semi-finalist of BlizzCon. Which one won that series? Was that Elazer? I think it was Special, actually. Results. Nope, it was Elazer, 2016. Yeah, the year that Björn won. It was Elazer that won that series and went to the semis of a BlizzCon. Oh, that was against Showtime in the round of 8. Oh, did Elazer do it twice? He lost to Dark the round after. Did Elazer do it twice? Back-to-back years? Oh, he got top 8 the year after, so he lost to... Okay. I'm not super crazy then. So the year after, he lost to Special in the round of 8, and then Special lost to Sue. Okay, so I'm not actually super crazy. So yes, it was, in fact, back-to-back top 8s from Elazer. So yeah, I mean, a top 4 and then a top 8. It's pretty darn sick. Back in those times, especially when the tournament's so freaking difficult and everything. So yeah, really sick. Alright, Uthermal. He's got massive mech while I've been yapping on and looking up some history and so on and so forth. As we get this underway, we just have that burrow on the way up. We've got those roaches in production right now, so bringing a lot of those through and getting a lot of this ready. As just see Magfield Accelerator and that Cyclone production continues. So we're going to go full roach mode right now. As, yeah, we get ourselves ready to try and battle against mech, and Elazer knows that roaches are going to be one of the more reliable ways to try and make that happen. Now, Uthermal's obviously just going, very heavy mech as well. This is 5 factories off of 2 bases. So it's so rare you see a 2-base mech build, but this is going to be 2 base, 5 factories. So he's going to have to be super aggro. He's going to be on the map. I love the Contaminate. Let's get anything we can to slow down the mech army, right? Because realistically here, Elazer's going to have that overseer with energy. You may as well contaminate. You may as well slow it down, but anything can help you right now, and we're at that sort of stage where, yes, we will take any sort of help we can possibly get. So we'll work with that as the roaches show up. So it's actually going to be Elazer being aggressive, funnily enough. He's going to open up with the fight into this. So he comes straight through, looking to try and be an annoyance. Breaking through that initial wall off is also going to be pretty helpful starting point there, as we're just going to be seeing the Cyclones, though, have that ability to kite, and as long as they're not backed up into a corner, for now at least I think they're going to be okay. We have burrows, so we can actually break Cyclone lock-ons with the burrow unless Uthermal has a preemptive scan down. It's going to be interesting because the Elazer's only 38 workers. Uthermal needs to lose more SCVs here if Elazer is going to be okay in the long run. I do like this burrow. It's definitely mixing things up a little bit. And it's becoming very awkward, especially because Uthermal's only a 2-base player. It's not like he has scans for days, so this burrow is surprisingly effective because, like I say, it breaks the Cyclone lock-ons if there's no vision available. And that is helping you, although is it helping you enough? That's a very good question as well. Oh, wild little situation. Uthermal will defend this, but I mean, genuinely did take quite a bit of damage over the course of it, so yeah, kind of an interesting way for things to begin overall as we continue through now into this next phase. Missile turret coming up, Cyclones gathering, and an extra roach is just coming through as well. And what's up, Chump Master over on the YouTube with the 2 DAD? Thank you so much. Saying, Wardy's a player, true gem for sure. Thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words. Why is there no worker kill count? Because these guys did not host with the worker killed mod. So 20 SCVs did go down. I should probably be a bit better at telling you guys that because I knew they had no worker killed on them, but neglected to share the info. So yeah, they just didn't host with the right mod guy. Well, they didn't host with any mod, basically. Because these Cyclones continue to push through, and they are going to go after these roaches and just go for a little extra here. And trying to stay locked on as best they can. We see roaches obviously continue to give chase. The Cyclones continue to just run the hell away and just trying to stay out of trouble as best as they possibly can for now. Again, the extra Cyclones, the Hellion continuing through as well, so all of that coming up still. The rest of the roaches come back. And, I mean, still pushing over on this side. It does still feel very, very hopeful to probably see someone kind of take... I mean, it honestly feels like we're probably going to still take a very good position at the end of the day here as a Elazer. I mean, I like it for him. Although he's down on workers now, so maybe he really needs to break through, and maybe that's going to be difficult. Because, like I say, Uthermal has the kite ability. Uthermal is still just a 2-base Terran, though, so... it's just such a weird game. Elazer's being aggressive into the aggressive mech build. And it's kind of working out, so like we're kind of making do. It's just a very weird little situation so far. It's definitely not the norm. Yeah, what a weird experience. I mean, now we're going to push on forward. Now we're going to try and do a little bit extra. Just going to push straight in over here and try to engage through. We're just going to see a couple more Cyclones and try and kite back. The SCV is trying to tank for a little bit of this as well, so just doing everything that they can. Just try and help this situation to the best of his ability. And the Cyclones are defending, but again, we're not exactly in a great position for Uthermal long term. He loses another chunk of workers here as well. He's now down to 38 workers lost in this game, so he's down to 30 left. That's still only 7 behind Elazer, which is going to be what keeps Elazer in this as well, though, and Uthermal kind of still scrapping over these lower tech kind of aggressive armies, and they're both, like I say, just kind of following each other's footsteps right now, doing very similar things to one another. Infestation pit starting, the additional drones on the way out. It's bringing a lot of that through already, and a lot of that up and running as the Raven, the Cyclones, and the Hellions continue to produce on in as well. Infestation pit coming up, the roaches and the drones continue to gather up, and we'll just be seeing that Raven and that Cyclone joining in there for a few moments as well, so everything there just getting settled. As you see, the Infestors, the Roaches, the Raven, the Cyclones, a bit of everything still coming online. The Hellions are going to try and make their way forward. They get a single drone to begin with. This barracks here just going to be taking a few shots as well, so that barracks also taking some damage, getting pushed around. You see additional Cyclones coming about, the Raven still producing through. All the units coming by still, and just seeing the Raven obviously providing the ability to get rid of group spread easily. It's funny because Uthermal is still 2 bases, and I wonder if this was a game where actually it might have just been good for him to just end up on 3 bases eventually. Even if it was late, right, and that wasn't his initial intention, maybe it just would have been good. Loving these fungals, they lock down the Cyclones. You know, Cyclones are units which are completely reliant on their movement and mobility to see success. And in this case, when they get locked down by a fungal, that success will not be seen. GG's, and it's going to be Elazer taking the opening game. Yesterday's WardiTV Monday Cup finalist. Cool to see Elazer just seeing so much success in the Mondays. Like 2 finals within a month is pretty sick. So cool to see him seeing so much success there. And we're going to head into our next game of this, game number 2, in just a couple of moments. How are we doing on ads? We're fine for the moment. I'll just run a minute then just to help us out down the line. And go from there. Beautiful stuff. Alright, Elazer throwing the lobby link out to White Rabbit. So we'll get into this for game number 2 here and get this one rolling. Haven't really talked about the bracket because I wasn't sure if it was live or not when we were first chatting, but just to run through it quickly, the winner of this plays Showtime, and then we also have Gumiho versus most likely young Yakov, Hua Hero Marine, likely a second round matchup, Mana Nicorakt, all in the same section. All those names I just said are going to be fighting over 1 qualification spot, and then on the bottom portion, we have Ryung, Rex, Art, Arstum, Nice, Geralt, Shameless, and Percival. Man, I feel like all the heavy hitters in my eyes are kind of in there. Don't get me wrong, there's notable names in the bottom portion of the bracket. I think all of the heavy hitters are in all of the heaviest hitters are in the top portion of the bracket, to be honest. I think Percival's very good on that bottom side, but I think we could have probably spread guys out a little bit more. The top portion of the bracket is brutal. And again, there's only 1 qualification spot left. There's only 1 for the guys in the top. There's 2 spots left today, so the top half of the bracket has 1 spot. The bottom half has 1 spot. There's no 3rd place match today. So, yeah. Alright, let's get into game number 2 as we have ourselves in the top right-hand side. The Orange Zerg player up 1 game. It is going to be Elazer to start us off, taking on Uthermal in the bottom left corner of the map. Alright, game number 2 of this best of 3 series, and like I say, kind of a wild way for things to start. I mean, I did the whole spiel about how these guys are interesting, aggressive players, right? And we saw exactly that over the course of that first game. It was nothing but aggression, 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 coming straight on through. Actually, spawning pool, a couple of drones coming in, the barracks and the SCV. Building up as well, just getting that on the way here. Just going to be seeing the barracks still building by, just going to be having the command center finishing up a couple of SCVs, and we just get everything underway nicely for the moment. Getting that all set up. Yeah, command center coming down. You see the orbital and the Reaper both on the way through as well, so bringing a lot of that up just for now. Wondering what Uthermal's build will be here for this game too. Definitely expecting something a bit funky and different and off the beaten path, because that's just usually what he goes into. Just wondering what exactly it'll be looking like. I saw the lair super quickly here from Elazer. He does like a lot of the 2-base lair stuff lately. In a world where earlier mutalisks are more viable, it means that a lot of this 2-base lair can then be either mutalist or kind of a roach commitment, whereas in the past if you see 2 bases, you're immediately playing super defensively as the Terran. Now there's going to be that kind of possibility or that choice or just chance of what else it could be, and that's definitely a factor, so... There's the lair coming through, coming in a couple of drones coming about, the Hellions, the starport, all coming in as well, so bringing a lot of this up and into play for the moment. Yeah, Hellions and the starport coming through, the orbital command building up, extra Hellions producing. Queen's going to shoot in that Reaper, taking some damage right away, so after taking the first few shots, the Queen's continue onto that Reaper. A little bit more done, a little grenade going down, popping the Queen over to the sides. And the Reaper now going down as the Roach Roaring is on the way up from the Elazer, so bringing that Roach Roaring straight on through. Getting into this next little phase of things right here as we have the Overlord speed starting, so definitely creates some aggressive possibilities. And you also have Uthermal, who's on his way to the Banshee. That's going to help a lot against Roach aggression. But then maybe that's what the Overlord speed's for. Drop some Queens across the map, so if you do go for the aggression here as a Elazer, you're going to have something to help with those Banshees. Because not having anything against those Banshees is just asking for disaster. Again, that Overlord speed just ticking along. The Roach speed is coming up as well, so we continue to bring that over. And we just have, again, the Banshee, the Cloaking coming through, the Marine on the way out. So going to see the Marine here going to hit the Overseer for a couple seconds and some damage out as well. And the few Hellions going to poke at the front, but will not claim much of anything. There's a third command center from Uthermal, so a very different approach to what we saw last time already. That part of this is already going a little bit differently. As we do wait for the Roaches to come, though, there's still a drone or so being added on here and there, so it's not completely all-out aggression. Again, that Roach speed going through, the Roach is in production. And have a couple of bunkers on the way up as well. And Uthermal prepping. Play a bit of defense, and it is still a lot of just Roaches in the production tab, so it does feel like that aggression is absolutely ramping up and ready to go here sooner rather than later. Marine, Tank, Banshee all still coming by, so again we get a lot more of that up and into play. The Hellions already going to get turned around for a couple of seconds, and again the Drop Lord is going to be there to get the Queens across. The Banshee's just going to go toward the natural, and I mean, even if they just pick off reinforcements at this point would be nice, but there's obviously drones they can grab. It's a couple of spore shots, unfortunately, so one of those Banshees going even lower already before this is even anywhere. And that part of this is going to be a little unfortunate. The Roaches, the Ravagers start to push through. Just going to see the Roach jumping onto the depot for a couple of seconds, and Overlord taking a transfusion of its own, just going to get healed up for a little bit, as we are going to see the Roaches breaking through that first bunker. Siege tank on this low ground needs to be held onto. There's a second tank on the ramp, so we will lose the first tank, but the second tank going to do some work as well. So far we've lost 5, now 9 SCVs, so we've not lost too many yet, but it's something to keep our eyes on. As this tank is going to unsiege and just pull a bit further to the low ground. We are killing drones across the map as well. Uthermal has now killed 12 workers. He's killed more workers than what Elazer has. Those few Hellions putting some work in. The bunker going to get biled again. SCV's right there to repair that. The orbital can lift off and at least avoid some of the damage here. SCVs may want to make sure that that doesn't go down to Biles. It does go down, so there goes that third CC. And I just don't know if Uthermal has enough control to clean this up. He's now supply block too. Okay, I'll call down the supply depot just to try and get additional production back underway during this chaos. Definitely feels like he needs that right now. Still have that creep spread just spreading from an Overlord. Queen's right there underneath. They're going to actually spread creep with tumors now. As we're going to see good corrosive vials to knock away at that bunker. It will not be enough to kill it. Hyperflight Rotors coming through. Contaminate on the factory. Going to block the siege tank for a few moments as well. As just gain another nice use of your Overseer once it's gotten some energy gained. Anything that slows down, I mean, just slowing down the production of one of the main defensive units of the opponent is obviously always going to be a good thing, right? So it's a major positive right now. Seeing the couple of units coming about, and we will go running through again. A couple more Ravager Vials coming straight in, just dropping everything where they can for the moment. Banshees in good numbers are going to be good enough though, and that's going to be the real deal at the end, as Elazer does not have an answer to those. Two more Banshees popping out, helping in the attempted bust through, not going far enough, and we're going to GG into game 3, and we are going to end up going the distance here for our opening series. Alright, so opening series going the distance. Like game 3 coming through. In just a couple of moments, we'll get this hosted, we'll get this underway. Kick off into Old Republic for game 3 of this matchup, guys. Winner of this plays Showtime in the next round. It's going to be a fun one as well, to be honest, as we will head right on into that when this one, like I say, gets all wrapped up. Is it just readying here for a second or so? And Uthermal readying up as well to give us this go ahead. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Old Republic on the way in, guys. So again, we kick this off in just a second. Thank you for joining us, and going to game number 3. Let's decide this series And so we have got ourselves, in the top right-hand side, the orange Zerg player. This is Elazer. Just couldn't quite keep it up. I mean, in the end, kind of ran out of anti against those Banshees especially. That really was one of the bigger issues at the very end of that, so GG's on that one. Elazer not able to stay in it. Uthermal finding a defense, and amongst all that chaos, obviously did a good job of counter-attacking for some damage with the Hellions as well. You know, he really made sure that there was as much of a defense as possible there, basically. So he really made sure to get as much of that defense available as he could and make the most of that situation. Uthermal bottom left, Elazer upper right as we get into game number 3 of this series. Alright, Old Republic, our map, as we start off here. Get this underway. Get this going. And Rex and the SCV building through, Hatch, Gas, and Pool all coming up. Alex just starts to build out a Reaper, so that will be a very normal starting point here in what has absolutely not been a normal series. Kind of expected things to be a little bit chaotic and so coming in, and it's definitely stayed that way over the course of the early minutes here in this best of 3. To his rat gameplay, Uthermal. There'll be a day where Uthermal once again calls himself Uthermal in game, but today is not that day. I mean, maybe there won't be, actually. That's complete speculation, but maybe I'm just hoping that there'll be a day where he calls himself Uthermal in game again. Make my life a bit easier. Finally coming up, factory building. Lair is producing from Elazer on the 2 bases once more, so sticking to what's been working and obviously doing different builds out of this can keep your opponent guessing. And if you have your opponent kind of playing overly defensive against roaches, then bam, you actually go meters, for example. That could be very effective. That could be a very cool way for things to turn your way as well, so definitely some possibilities. Pressure on building, they're on the way. If the extra drones continue to produce through as well, so we just get that on the go for a moment or so. Get that started off. And yeah, just going to be seeing a couple of Hellions pulling over to the sides. And Lair, the Roach Roaring, continue to build through for a couple of moments right now. It's going to be seeing the Hellions and the Banshee coming up as well. So continue to get that all underway just for the moment. Get this settled. Mention that cloaking continuing up as well. Again, the Roach Roaring very much so part of this. The drones, the extractors, the roaches producing in good numbers. The Overseer going to fly on through and going to be flying overhead to, again, just checking on this main base and see what else is happening. It's not fun. Drones pulling in and getting barbecued right off the bat is definitely not what you want to be having happen here. As Elazer has roaches defensively, but they're slow moving, so once the Hellions are past those roaches, getting back up on track with them is going to be difficult. We maybe could have killed one more drone there with a bit of better target firing, but that was 16 workers going down. And that is some early damage to be tanking there on the side of Elazer, unfortunately. He is going to be taking heavy hits early, and Uthermal going to be off to some racing. I mean, he's going to be in a great position here. Overload speed starting from Elazer, but 16 drones is going to really hamper any sort of aggressive plan you had, because you're going to be doing it off of such a weaker economy. And it really is that point where, like, right now was the moment where the economy was going to start kicking in, right? Like, this was it. It was unit production time. And now you have to replace the economy, so your unit production is going to be later. At this point, I guess overload speed looks as though it might just literally be for scouting, which we've not seen a scouting overload speed in a hot second. To be quite frank with you guys, it's been a while. Well, Hellions and so just going to join up together, and we are going to see that Banshee already starting to get some work in, going after some of these drones, so putting some damage out for a few moments. coin there or two there to help us along the way. Couple more factories still just building up, so we get the mech for a third game in a row here from Uthermal. So once again, meching it happen and continuing to aim in that direction with the game plan. So seeing more and more of, I guess, say that part of the plan from him. Just obviously very happy to kind of stay in that direction as well. So see the drones starting to go down again. Why is there no worker kill? Yeah, there's no worker kills on the side of the screen, guys, because the players didn't host with the mod to put that on. And some people will tell them to stop and rehost. I am not one of those people. If they don't host with it, I will. Well, sometimes I do, but like when it's a qualifier and there's a lot of other people joining the lobby, I think it's very frustrating to have everyone in the lobby and then have to rehost, and then people have to leave the lobby. Some people are tapped out. So yeah, that's why I don't like doing it. Elazer has just completed a hive, which is pretty fascinating. Now they pray link speed, road speed all coming through. The orbital command going to come across. Bunkers will be coming through as well. Banishing the cyclones. Continue to settle. The magfield accelerator continues to come by. Obviously trying to scout, and the cyclone trying to deny said scout, although I don't think the scouting will get denied as much as just we'll be able to turn the overseer away. Well, this is going to go Neural Parasite. I mean, he's definitely in a bad position. He's definitely not able to do what he kind of wanted to do this game, but other than Neural Parasites, I mean, I guess we're going to try and just... I guess we need a fight that's going to really swing this game, and he sees that fight as being something where it's like, okay, I'm going to throw down a bunch of Neurals and just take control of a bunch of your army and just really weaken you from kind of being set up here. It's interesting. One of our Banshees gather themselves together, so they're just going to join up for a couple of moments. Just going to be seen again. Neural Parasite, Adrenal Glands, +2 melee, the Burrow upgrade, all continuing through for the moment. She is going to keep moving across as well. Still got that Hyperflight rotors coming into play. Again, Adrenal Glands, +2 melee, and that Neural Parasite building as we speak, as the Banshees continue their way up toward the top. Cyclones, tanks, Metal Pre-Igniter, and that Hyperflight rose, like I say, all continuing through just for now. See another scan or so, just thermal, trying to spot what's going on. Bottom right, a few of these Hellions getting caught. Once it lifts off, it's going to move over to that fourth base. It's just going to move over there. We do see the Cyclones and the Raven gathering up. The Siege Tank joining up together as well. So we get all of that joined in. Ling, Roach, and Festa joining as well in the center of the map. +2 melee, Adrenal Glands all continuing by. Ravages in production, 12 of them coming up right here. As the Cyclones and the Hellions will combine just to get rid of Zergling. Siege Tanks continue to produce, and again the Hyperflight Rotor is just coming in right now, bringing that all into play for a few moments. Uthermal's mech army is about to be maxed out, and that means it should be ready to trade. Of course, we do have to respect the Infestors. I think they're going to be one of the scariest parts of this overall. Something we absolutely have to try and stay on top of for the most part whenever we get the chance. We do not want to go running into a bunch of those bungles and so on, letting them kind of dominate this game, right? So if we can try and steer clear of that, that would definitely be a pretty major positive. And Ravager Army just joining up together as well. Again, a few tanks and the Hellions coming through too. couple of refineries coming about. Again, 6 additional spores coming in. The drones, Overlord, and +3 melee upgrade also building by right now. Uthermal is in the middle of the map. Is kind of sat behind this set of rocks, not pushing anywhere too quickly. Elazer is closing in on being maxed out himself, but obviously once he maxes out, he kind of needs to still be able to find a way to take some better fights here. So that's something we're still kind of on track to kind of do. Like I said, it's going to come down a lot to these infestors. Those spellcasters can absolutely swing this game and make things happen. So we're going to put a lot of reliance on those. We're going to put a lot of hope onto those, and we'll see if that's going to be successful at the end of this. As one Euros come down into a couple of the cyclones here, we try to scan. We don't really have... The tanks are quite far back, so the infestors right now are pretty safe when this happens. So we're seeing a couple more new rolls coming down once again. The cyclone's getting caught, but now we're pushing through. All those Ravagers dropping, and you can just see the damage output is absolutely turning out to be more than good enough. And yeah, this one is very quickly going the way of the Uthermal in this game 3. I mean, we knew it was probably going to happen like this, especially after that opening damage. But this is the confirmation we just needed to see to guarantee that, yes, it is Uthermal who is going to be looking strong, looking solid, and moving on through to take on Showtime in the second round of this qualifier today. We'll be heading into that for ourselves coming up next. Uthermal lost a good amount of units, but obviously you can see he's got some money to spend still. He's still up in supply coming out of this. Elazer will try and run by. He needs to cause some chaos to try and scrape this game back into his favor at all. See a couple of those lings going down. The Cyclone's still gathering up. +3 melee, +1 missiles, Ravagers, and drones all continue to build for the moment. 3 additional starports coming up as well, so we continue to bring that into play here currently. Little bits of everything for the moment. This is going to run through. Banshee going to fire. STV's just going to be there. So the run-bys are definitely one thing that Elazer can do to maybe keep Uthermal kind of a bit more defensive and maybe try and get some damage done. But we've got to kill a lot of workers in this game to truly put Uthermal in trouble. I mean, Uthermal is going to max out again here shortly. Elazer is going to have improved his army as he's going to be onto the Ultralisk Caverns. So his army's a bit better, but is that going to be good enough to make a difference here, I guess, is kind of our question at the end of all of this. I mean, I just don't really think it is going to make enough of a difference overall. And those 3 Ultras still coming through. We just got the Armories and the Engineering and the Banshees coming up. I mean, we get building 4 Banshees at a time. There's not a lot of anti-air, right, outside of the Fungals and Nerolls to try and help. I mean, realistically, there's not a lot of anti-air, so 4 Banshees at a time actually not be a bad call. And that's going to be constant damage output against those Ultras as well. So as long as that's the case, then you can probably look at this and be pretty okay with how things are potentially going to go here. As Uthermal, you just run on through. I'm just going to jump on a bunch of units already. A lot of a laser supply was in production right now because he was waiting on the Ultras and so coming out. And some Ultras do pop out now, and Uthermal will have to respond against this. Lings once again on that counterattack. The counterattacks have consistently been pretty darn good. Keeping our opponent busy. Banshee's getting to work, and like I say, I mean, I like the counterattacks of Elazer. I do think if he's going to win this game, you kind of need some of these counterattacks to go well for you, and they're doing okay, and the Ultras so far have shown up and being a little bit of an annoyance. Still have the Banshees on the map, and I do think those Banshees actually have a big role to play against said Ultralisks, so that'll be a factor as well here shortly. As 1-1 upgrade, ship weapons coming up as well, so just got a little bit of everything coming through. Banshees showing up, a couple of drones taking damage, the Roaches getting pushed away. Good amount of shots coming through, another scan coming about, and this army backing away already. The 12 o'clock hatchery is going to go down, so that hatchery is going to end up falling. And 11 more Ravagers making their way through, bringing that straight up. Bunch of drones going down as well. The Banshees continue to put some work in. These Banshees really are just pretty dominant right here as They do end up getting a lot done, and now just going to be peeling back over toward this mineral line. There's a spore crawler right there up for grabs, so you can pick that off, and these Banshees are just doing work. And Elazer was not in the business of exactly taking damage, right? He was not in the prettiest of positions to begin with. This is, once again, just going to be kind of an open door for the Lings, although it's an open door that's heavily guarded, so he runs in. He maybe gets a couple units. The Banshee's going to go down to fighting Queens over here. The Ultras are going to make a dive for this planetary fortress. Corrosive Vile's going to get a lot of the SCVs there, actually. Good Vile positioning, just spreading them out, and the issue is going to be as soon as these Banshees show up, again, the Banshees just start to kill everything. The Cyclones kite back. Ultras can't even really stay in reach right now. And Elazer just losing so much. He kills a base, but then Uthermal has a command center floating just forwards. He can pull back and just replace that base with this, and we're not done yet either. Ravages keep going down. Elazer loses everything that moved across the map there. And his supply is telling you the tale of how these fights are going, which is just not well enough here for Elazer right now. Fungal growth comes down. Actually hit a lot of the Banshees, but doesn't stop us from killing this hatchery. This fungal second one just whiffs right there, so that's going to be a bit of a painstaking experience, as now we just have the Banshees again moving back through. Just going to relocate a little bit. Going to go for this hatchery up over here. We drop an auto turret down as well. Another fungal growth is going to end up landing. And those Banshees keep putting the work in. Best is taking damage. Drone's taking some more shots. I mean, it's again, the story of these Banshees at this stage is the Banshee Hellion continues up on the side of Uthermal. 2-2 upgrades coming up. Even 2-2-2 upgrades. Ship weapons included on the production tab for Uthermal right now. Everything just getting better and better here on the side of our Terran. Here in this game 3. And push up. Not just the Hell Banshees this time, we've got the rest of the squad here as well. Again, Fungals are very good against this, but the Lings are going to get melted by the Hellbats. The Flame Cloud goes onto the, the Parasitic Bomb goes onto the Ravens in the back, so the Banshees are pretty okay here. Elazer has to say GG, and his qualifier will be over, as Uthermal will be the one who gets to advance through. Uthermal will tackle Showtime in the second round here. Some matches that are happening, guys, so just to update you on the bracket a little bit. So we have Gumiho going to be playing against Yakov. Gumiho went to the qualifying match twice yesterday. Didn't make it, unfortunately. So Gumiho versus Yakov, Uthermal versus Showtime, Kira versus Hero Marine. Mana's still waiting for Nicorakt and Let Alex to finish up once they're done. That will start then. Ryong versus Rex, Lunacy versus Harstem, Nice versus Geralt, and Astra Useless is going to be playing Shameless or Percival. So some great matches going on, and obviously a lot of great matches still to come in this qualifier. We will stick with this section that we're already in because we just know it's ready to go, which is going to make it very convenient for us, which is going to be Uthermal versus Showtime coming up in just a couple of minutes once they are vetoed, and we can kick this off into play, guys. So we'll get that ready to start. And yeah, we'll head into this in just a few moments. So Scar today, I'm pretty sure she's traveling to China today, so she can't play in this qualifier. I think is what I read in chat yesterday. Yeah, these qualifiers are honestly not really at very good times, if I'm going to be honest. Not really at very good times. Nicorakt has been defeated Let Alex 2-1. Alex keeps getting maps, man. It's very cool lately. He's definitely taken another step up. So it's going to be Nicorakt against Mana. And then there's just one match. Shameless Percival taking a bit of time on the bottom side, but when that wraps up, go from there as well. Yeah, we'll go Uthermal versus Showtime. It just makes sense. Some big names, people you guys like to watch. And they should be kind of ready to begin as well, so yeah, just wait for some videos and we should be able to go. Watching pro play looks so easy. I decided to download SE2, got stumped by mass marines. Sad. Sorry, by mass widow mines. Sad. That's the StarCraft experience in a nutshell, isn't it? Like, I can do that. I forgot I can't do that. I get destroyed. I'm also very good at that. Every now and again, I'm like, how difficult can it really be? It's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright guys, just waiting for, like I said, Showtime and Uthermal to video up, and once that video's going to be into more games here on the RongYI Cup Qualifier. We have WardiTV Winter Cup later today as well with herO, Kua, Solar, and Geralt. That's also going to be a bunch of fun, I would imagine. And yeah, looking forward to all of that. Very, very exciting. Do 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 boom 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 boom. Do 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 do. Alright, just give it a moment or so, guys. Get ready to go, and we'll be kicking this off very soon. Uthermal versus Showtime. Do 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 bum bum bum. Sweet. Alright, we'll just give me a couple of moments, guys, but get going soon. Again, thanks for joining us and hanging out and being here. Good to be with you all, and we should, like I say, be able to go into this. Just a couple moments, just waiting for those videos, and we'll get Uthermal and Showtime on the way. Bum 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 bada bum 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 bada bum ba bum. Why do you never see elephants hiding in trees? Because they're too big to climb them? I don't know. Why do you not see elephants hiding in trees? Because they're so good at it. That does make sense. That does make sense. Slowest veto of all time. think it's just slow because I'm not I'm not in an in-between chatty mood today. I'm in like you know, I'm in like I want to cast the games and go, especially because we've got a bunch of games to get through today, so all good. All good. Any other results on the bracket? Not just yet. Not just yet, so still kind of plenty to move through as we get set up. Slow videos are another level of gameplay, testing the patience of the casters. Yeah. Even it's not even necessarily slow videos, right? Like if one guy just wants 5 minutes after their last game, I mean that's basically where we're at now, right? You take 5 minutes, you come back, and you start videoing. Like, I think the worst part is when, because I don't see anyone talking because they're probably, you know, messaging in DMs, so I don't know where we're at. Like, the lobby could host right now, or the lobby could host in another 5 minutes, right? It's that uncertainty of not knowing how long it's going to be. I think that's really the killer. Because that's the part where it's really like, I'm waiting, I don't know what to do, I don't know how much I need to talk, or how much time to fill, and so on and so forth, right? Like, I could go on a whole story and show you guys the bracket, and then I tap back in, they've hosted the game without me. Like I'm glued to this screen because I don't know how long we maybe have, you know? Are we certain we're even real? Man, I don't think you're real. Elazer in a StarCraft 2 stream? My goodness. Does PUBG have an off day or something? What's going on? Crazy business. I tell you what, this is crazy. Elazer shows up and just like that, bam, lobby's ready. Unbelievable. This man's holds so much power. You're always lurking. I know you're always lurking. You've just not piped up in a while. That's all. You've just not piped up in a hot second. All right, ready, GLHF. Players are gonna settle us into game number 1 of this best of 3 between Uthermal and Showtime. We saw an Old Republic, which is kind of a big map, so I'm interested as to how that goes. I feel like this is the sort of map that Showtime should like, but maybe Uthermal has some of those typical Uthermal shenanigans. Up his sleeve. Alrighty. In the bottom left, we have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be Showtime. He takes on, in the upper right-hand side, the green Terran. It's going to be Uthermal. As we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3. Well, immediately proxy barracks coming in across the map, so we are going to get down to business very quickly here. Immediately go into those proxies, get that set up, get that started, and we'll be off and away. Two barracks building up, the refinery coming by, that gateway coming through as well. Going to be adding on that probe along with this, and obviously for Showtime, he's about to realize there's no barracks in the main base of the Terran player, so he can start to recognize, uh-oh, a little bit of trouble, maybe going to pipe up right now, so Showtime scouting, and obviously now going to come down to his defense. What did he do? I mean, he's not going to expand. He's going to throw down a low ground pylon. He's going to check his natural for the proxy. It's not a Marauder proxy, by the way. It's just a Marine proxy. So Showtime might still expand because he's not seen the setup on the Uthermal side of the map where there's to mean Marauders. In which case, he might feel confident enough being able to defend this with something along the lines of a, you know, with just basically kind of some batteries and so on and so forth. There's a nice bunker wall. I'm going to say that's definitely going to keep the Zealot and so out for a few moments. So that should be effective as... But the probe's pulling as well. We try and break through this, but that's not going to go well at all. That wall-off is good, and that's his own pylon that's added to this wall-off. So Showtime gets himself walled in and in some trouble. Uh-oh. Marines going to go after this pylon. The Stalker's about to be here, so walling off is not going to be as important now. But these bunkers are finished up, and so bunkers are done, and Showtime's in a world of trouble over here as the pylon goes down. This Nexus is going to be in trouble as well, and I think Showtime obviously read this as like, oh, I can deal with this build with, just, a more normal setup or so, but, yeah, this is going to go very wrong very quickly, to be honest. Just going to see those few Marines still firing away, a little bit more damage being done. Just going to see that battery, the warp gate coming online as well, get a couple extra bits and pieces coming through right now, so we get a lot of this coming about. And CC and the SCV just coming up as well. Next is on the way. Warp gate being added on. Bring a lot of that into play right here is just have a couple of barracks still floating their way toward the upper right hand side. So I'm going to go moving over in that direction as they just head back home. Uthermal's already happy with this. He's forced to slow down on his opponent's setup, and Showtime's obviously in a world of disarray right now. Just a couple Stalkers just pinging. The bunker at least being repaired back up. Gateway, Twilight Council, all continuing through as well, so you just bring a lot of that into play for now. A lot of that started as that Marine wanders through the bottom side of the map. A couple Stalkers start to poke, the bunker will be taking some damage already. These Shankin Marines still building. We do have the Orbital Command building as well, so again, all these little bits and pieces coming through for the moment. Let's get this set to go. We'll lose the Zealots. Stalkers at least have the battery to keep them healthy. But the SCV is being pushed back for the most part here. This bunker should fall, and these Stalkers should be able to handle this. Showtime's on his way to Blink, adding on Gateway 3 for himself, so he'll have some 3-gate Blink he can apply. His Nexus that he hit down to the bottom right side is going to be found as Uthermal, by the way. His setup, he has expanded. He's now 3 racks in a factory, and knowing about this base in the bottom right is a big deal. Cyclone already there. The problem is if Showtime runs over there, he's going to leave his main base. Okay, he's going to bring everything and go for the joint recall on units and probes alike, so it's going to be funky because obviously Showtime's going to be playing across a massive space at this point in time. He's going to be in a lot of trouble, honestly. I mean, this is going to be very difficult to figure out, I think. Few more Marines just coming through. Stimpack and Combat Shield building as well. Engineering Bay finishing up in the back of the Natural. Missile Turret coming through and online. And yeah, Robotics Facility coming up at the same point here. Let's just get that underway. Battery in production, Stimpack and Combat Shield all building through, and having the Marines and the Cyclone gathering up for a few moments as well. Stalkers are out toward the center. Just gonna get rid of one SCV, and Depot gonna come down behind that. The tank gonna unsiege and relocate a little bit. Just have our Stimpack Combat Shield +1. All of that building through for the moment. A lot of upgrades coming by. Again, just gonna see the Starport and depots continue to come up as well. We got a lot more of that coming through. Charges building, probes and the Nexus coming by as well. Tank is going to get sieged over on the side again. Stimming Combat Shield will come through as well. And we just have Showtime playing off that bottom right base. Going to take us more normal natural now. I mean, he just needs that bottom right base to survive long enough to justify taking it to some extent. If he has other bases he can go back to, if that base gets denied, he can look at this as being a playable position or so still, right? So, things to think on. Stalkers shooting at the Cyclone. There's a lot of Marines. 3 tanks and 22 Marines right now. They are upgraded with Stimming Combat Shield, about to have +1. Concussive Shells for the few Marauders that are joining the fray as well. I mean, this is genuinely looking to be a pretty brutal little situation right now. actually not looking to be too much fun at all on the side of Showtime. It's going to be a big push from the Terran player. We lose a couple Stalkers here already. We're going to try and build a Dark Shrine. We're building Zealots. We've got Charge on the way, but you're starting to see just Showtime having been behind from the early game and the issues that causes. Loses one more Stalker here as we try and kite away against these units of Cyclone. Good for another Stalker kill as well. Dark Shrine halfway down. I just don't see a world where Showtime saves this base. So I think we're going to evacuate the probes. And obviously that's going to be mining time lost, but it's better than just losing out completely. Uthermal's going to see that this base is evacuated. Showtime's already expanding elsewhere, like I say, so he's already moving through to a different phase of this and just realizing what he can and can't do. He's going to very nearly get a medevac out. He can go down. The Zealots will join these Stalkers, and obviously Uthermal's mostly focused in the bottom right, so this attack of Showtime onto the natural has a lot of potential to come through and to get some damage done. So the Stalkers will combine. Go for some good hits right away there. Some good shots coming about. Stalker's going to keep playing, and SCV's going down. Results in the back. It's a lot of workers falling. Good force fields as well. Uthermal's now going to get force fielded out of his own natural. Marine Marauder medevac. All continue to produce through just currently. As we have the 16 SCVs killed. Showtime gonna finally get out of there, and man, Uthermal, that was really bad for him. Like, he ended up in such a bad position across the course of that. That is rough. Now we do see Shadow Stride still coming through. That Forge is still coming up as well, so we continue to get that on the go on top of everything else just currently, so we bring that straight through. Stalker's just going to kite. I mean, Uthermal's army supply is still up. He's got the attack upgrade advantage as well. I do like that we're going to have the the Shadow Stride. Like I say, just some opportunity with the DTs perhaps to get involved and to maybe make a couple of things happen on top of everything else as well. Could be kind of fun. The Cyclone locking on, going after the DT just for a moment or two. So can we find a little bit of opportunity on that one? Again, Shadow Stride plus one attack coming through. Showtime getting to a lot of the upgrades that'll help him eventually. He's made some honestly great plays to kind of keep himself alive and on balance in this game, where he may not have been able to otherwise. Again, the Zealots and the Sentries, the Stalkers all going up toward the top as well, so they're going to make their moves. DT already swinging through, Marine over there as well, so a bit more damage being dealt. We continue in with that Robo Bay Nexus and everything else at the same time here. Stalker Sentry just going to come moving through. It's going to be seeing the Bioforce looking to try and catch that army. You know, Showtime is playing pretty aggressively here, there, and everywhere with this, but if Uthermal could catch it, maybe there's some value there. I mean, it's still also just a mass Zealot army, so it's also limited in terms of how effective it can truly be, because there's only so much, you know, almost purely Zealots can do. I mean, the DTs are nice, enforcing scans is great, but I mean, Showtime is maxing out soon, and he is at least improving the army as well. Colossus on the way. I wouldn't be upset if he just didn't warp in anything else from here, because I think his gateway numbers are already good enough. He needs to be adding the tech units at this stage, and I'm kind of shocked it's only a single robo facility. And don't get me wrong, Showtime's not super rich either. He's 62 workers, he's obviously had that bottom right base I had to evacuate away from and everything and so on and so forth. I get it. I understand why he's not the richest guy in the world right now, right? He maybe can't afford more, but yeah, it's just weird because it feels like I feel like he knows he would like to have more. But yeah, again, just gotta keep the state of the game in consideration and how we kind of got here as well. That Master Zealot's going to be difficult to get rid of. The Widowmine's going to have a key role to play. If the Widowmines can get some good connections off in a row, then maybe we can soften the Zealots up enough for the Bioforce to punch through the rest of this. The army supplies are close, but definitely favoring Showtime. And Showtime obviously maxed with a higher work account, so he is mining more, so he's going to have more rebuild potential as well, remember. That's also going to be a pretty major factor here. That ability to rebuild and set back up into more in the future is also going to be a pretty darn big deal for sure. Widowmines and burrow, we come pressing forward. Just going to see the Widowmine's going to burrow again, so a little bit of shimmy in here and there. A couple of Zealots going to get jumped on. We're going to see Showtime, does he want to go down this ramp? He says, yes, I do, and so he's going to send this. A couple of siege tanks going down pretty quickly. Zealot count is good. We do see a few Marauders able to knock down one of the Colossus at least, but the other Colossus still standing strong. Showtime still kind of within reach of Uthermal's army supply, and I think that's all we need coming out of this. Because, like I say, Uthermal's not going to reinforce like Showtime can. Showtime, with that money in the bank, should be able to get into some gateway reinforcements extremely quickly, if I'm honest. And I think that's going to be, in the grand scheme of things, the overarching problem. Bio coming down at the bottom here. There's Nexus taking a few more shots. Just going to be seeing the Colossus still stepping over. Stalkers and Marines going to be enough. And Showtime is going to be able to move through and take game one. Pretty incredible turnaround. It was such a rough start from him. He played some great positions, though. He played some great turnarounds. He took what he could at certain points, and he gave up what he had to at other points as well. This is just a very good game from Showtime. He played out of a very difficult position very comfortably, to be honest. GG's. GG's. Alright, guys. Game number 2 will come up as soon as these guys host. Get this on the way. Alright, we're in the lobby, so just a moment or two, and we'll kick this off. Thermal. Getting going. Let's do this. On the bottom right side, our Red Pros player who will be taking the 1-0 lead for the best of 3. We've got Showtime up against the Green Terran. In the top left, we've got Uthermal. Alright, game number 2. And seeing what our plan is going to be. It's going to be proxy barracks, but just the one this time, rather than the 2 that we saw previously. So, a little bit of a different approach in the first moments. Get that underway. Get this started off. Racks and the gas coming through. Just going to see the SCV, the gateway, and the Pro Bowl coming up as well. So we got a lot of the little bits and pieces underway for the moment. Barracks will start Tech Lab. Orbital coming through, Cybercore and the Nexus both build into play as well. So we're going to go Marauders this game, but again, it's only the 1 barracks, right? So there's going to be a low amount of Marauders that show up and try and put some damage in here. Just to see how exactly we truly go about this as Concussive Shells is on the way. I'm just wondering whether, how much pressure we can truly find basically as Uthermal during this. Like, how much damage can we do? Obviously, we're going to have the Hellion producing behind this, so sometimes that can be the annoying part. The Marauder Hellion combo, the Hellion can go after the probes or so, while the Marauder obviously focuses up on everything else. Good questions to be asking early as the Marauders make their way around. Some that Stalker there going to get caught very quickly, so that's just going to start taking some shots. But there's a battery, so again, we will not do too much just yet. But the question really is kind of what comes next then. What is the next step of this going to start looking like? Go with 3 Marauders, and they're going to hit the Stalker again, and the Stalker taking some shots. The single Hellion just runs into the main base. The Adept will chase after it. This is a solid defense so far from Showtime. He's really not letting anything take place just yet, so nothing happening at all, quite frankly. And yeah, it's going to be just a very, very solid defense here in these early stages, plain and simple. Plain and simple, it's just going to be a very solid defense. So Showtime does not let Uthermal really get away with much. Now Uthermal does have a second proxy building on the map. It's the starport. Medevac off to that right side is on its way in, so he will try and find some value with this as well. A secondary way of trying to get some damage done. Trying to see if that's something you can find success with this. Medevac will be here. We're going to high ground vision to knock away at a pylon initially. Storks need to be careful out the front. Again, with the concussive shells available, this becomes very dangerous very quickly. The Immortal, though, is going to shred Marauders, so with enough Stalker support, this is something we can probably fight here as Showtime. That's what he's going to try and do. Immortal hitting the Hellions a little bit is not ideal. We will lose the Immortal. However, now these Stalkers are underneath the Medevac, and if that goes down, that might just be GG. It is GG, because you don't recover from that. Showtime will take the 2-0, and he will advance through into the next round of the qualifiers. Oh my goodness, Yakov 2-1 against Gumiho. So we're going to have Showtime Yakov ready to begin. There's also Ryung Harstam going on the NA server. I kind of just want to see Showtime Yakov, though, and just follow this section through, maybe. Yeah, Showtime Yakov, and then Mana's going to play Cure or Hero Marine, and then there's also going to be... yeah, Ryung Harstam, and then nice Geralt, and also Percival came through against Shameless, so... damn, been a crazy little qualifier so far. Yeah, I guess we're gonna go Showtime versus Yakov. You can't believe Yakov over Gumiho. Yakov's been really good lately, to be fair. Like, he's been absolutely killing it, so... I kind of can believe it, actually. You know, that's actually one I can kind of get behind, so... Alrighty, guys, let's get ready for more. Yakov's been actually really good in ZVT. Like, he keeps beating like Cure and so on as well. It's been really fun to watch. Yeah, we'll just follow Showtime, guys. I mean, the best part is that this is ready to go, right? So, in theory, we just have to wait for the videos and we can kick off into it. So it shouldn't take us that long. We shouldn't have like prolonged downtime waiting for other games to finish or stuff like that. Is Yakov no longer young? Probably not. I don't really call him young Yakov much anymore. Sometimes I think on the NA server he's just called Yakov as well, but yeah. Alright, waiting for them to veto, and we'll just go into this ZVP, guys. So Showtime versus Yakov. Showtime got to be a favorite to qualify into this event, but again, only being able to play this qualifier. His path ahead of him is not easy either. Like, you gotta beat Yakov, who's obviously in good shape right now, and then if you beat Yakov, you've got either Mana, Cure, or Hero Marine coming through afterwards. It's also not an easy matchup, whoever you end up facing there, so... yeah. It's definitely not ideal. Definitely not ideal. Do 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 do. All right. Yeah, we'll just take a couple moments, guys, and get ready to go. Do 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 do. $10,000 feet going to be our map. Jump into this lobby and we'll be set to go in a moment, guys. Showtime versus Yakov. All the casters are joining us in this one. Genuinely excited to see how this goes. Alright, Showtime Yakov coming up. Let's jump into this. I just kicked my chair. I do not advise, guys. I do not advise. Let's get into 10,000 feet. In the bottom right corner, we're going to start off with the Red Protoss play. It is going to be Showtime. Played a pretty cool PvT just then on that last one. As he takes on Yakov in the top left, our blue Sir. Alright, game one of this best of three. We kick this off and get this underway. Start for a couple moments. The drone's coming up, getting the gas coming through. It's going to throw the hatchery down at the front for a few moments, get that underway. Got a couple things settling here early. And figure out, like I say, what our ZVP is going to give us over these next few moments. Probe coming over. Again, hatch, gas, and pool all coming up as well. So bringing a lot of that in. Probe just going to nibble up for a few moments. Cybercore next is all coming through, and the hatch, gas, and pool coming up. Just gonna see the probes still nibbling around for a couple of moments. And yeah, nothing too crazy. Early game PvZ, nice and peaceful, and we're gonna see a Stargate likely down for Showtime in the near future to truly kick this off. Drones pull over, Ling's coming through. You can see that Ling speed coming up. Stargate as expected from Showtime. Really means that we're on no surprises just yet in this early stage of the game, so everything kind of going as we expected to. You can see a little adept chrono boost now as well. It's just bringing that straight into action on top of everything else that's currently going on. Just going shading around then. And yeah, Link speed coming through, the Stargate coming up. All those little bits and pieces coming through as well as that Warp Gate and the Adept continue building as well. It's just getting a lot of that on the way for the moment. And Adept's good for a little bit of pressure. 2 drones, and actually the Adept's getting out alive as well and healthy. Gives them potential to even come back again a bit further down the line. Things gathering, Spore Crawler just going to relocate, the Adept and the Oracle, the Warp Gate all building out. We do have the hatchery and the drones building through as well, so again a lot of that coming into play for the moment. Getting this up and ready to go. Drones and the Queens building through. The Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to set up just for a couple of moments here. We get that on the way. As, yeah, Oracle, Warp Gate coming about. Nexus on the way through. And the probes and the assimilators all building. Queen is going to shoot. The Oracle will take some damage. Can we just take a couple seconds here to get all set? And the Nexus, the Gateway, and the Twilight Council continue to build by for a couple moments, and we just have ourselves the follow-up here for Showtime. Still looking very regular, but to be fair, there's not much that wasn't going to look regular here off the back of the Stargates. But in the Forge, I guess, suggests that it's going to be just pretty much kind of straight down the middle of the road, whereas you can obviously sometimes be a bit more aggressive and a bit more kind of feisty with your build and go a bit more kind of Gateway heavy, for example, so steering away from that aspect of it. As the Oracles do drop a little Revelation down, tracking the Queens for a few moments. Still got the Blink and everything else coming through as well, so bringing a lot of the rest of this into play as we speak. Depths will just take the chance to shade around. The Oracles will activate onto a couple of the Zerglings already. And the Ling's actually looking to try and get a catch onto some of these Adepts as well. It's coming straight through with those. And the Adepts continue to go running for the moment. The Oracle escaping up to the top side. +1 and Blinkle coming in. The Lair and the Drones coming through. The Queen introduction as well for now. And +1 Blinkle coming through. The extra Stalker's coming up. The Ling's going to run in from the right-hand side. He's going to show up right there. The Stalker's going to be there to push the Lings back as well. Hydra Den building. Evo Chamber and the Hatchery on the way through. Lings and Overlords continue to produce by as we speak. As a little Revelation comes down, a couple of those Crypt Tumors get picked off. Still just got ourselves Temple Archives. Cannon on the way. Gateway, Blink and +1 all building up with this as the Oracles will continue to throw that stasis down. And the Stalkers just going to get there to pick off the Overlord as well. Hydra Den is about to finish up, so again, that Hydra Den completed. The first few Hydras already on the way through. Queen, +1 missiles, the Groove Spines all coming about. Our Stalkers just going to have to try and escape away from this, and the few Lings going to get caught in that stasis ward already, so just going to see those getting captured right off the bat. He's going to keep pressuring. No, the Stalker's going to keep pressuring. The Queen's going to keep taking some damage as well, to be fair. The Ling's wanting to come after and try to chase through for just a little extra here. Stalker shot's going to fire as well. Get a little bit more being done there. The Stasis Ward coming down as we put ourselves back in position to do as much as possible for the moment. He's just getting caught in that stasis. And taking a couple moments here just for now. Just in that Banelin Nest, also on the way through, add the few drones on as well as everything else. So again, a lot of this coming by just for the moment. The Storm and the +2 attack upgrade going to be a part of this. The Charge is coming online as well. So again, we get all these little bits and pieces added through for the moment here. And looking to see what will be next on our list of kind of go-tos. I mean, Yakov is building into +1 missiles and the Banelin speed, the Musket Augments, the Hydra speed as well. Showtime is getting the +2 attack, making his way in toward the charge, and obviously already has Storm up as well, taking a 4th base. Showtime very comfortable and kind of just starting to play into the longer phase of this game. I don't think Yakov's going to back away from that. Yakov has moved on from being as much of an aggressive player. He macros a whole lot more as well. But this is definitely the phase of the game where you're worried as Yakov simply for the fact that your opponent's name is Showtime. And Showtime is an absolute beast when it comes to just longer, more defensive games, and you know fine well that given enough time here, there is 100% going to be a very good opportunity for Showtime to just play defense, play these larger armies, and over time likely turn this game into something that really does favor him and what he likes to do a lot of the time here as well. We'll see, as obviously Yakov is going to be on the Lingbane Hydra, and the problem is that naturally is just going to be aggressive. And then you're already naturally just being aggressive against someone who we just explained is very good in the kind of the longer, kind of macro-focused game a lot of the time. So that's going to be an issue. Lingbane Hydra all gathers together for a couple seconds, just going to join that in. So you've seen the Lings trying to run forward, and a Storm is going to come down. Just going to put the rest of that away for the moment or two. Just going to push that back. +2 attack and Fleet Beacon building up as well. +2 missiles, the melee upgrade all coming by. The 8 Dropper Lords from Yakov. I mean, I like that, because I do think that's the sort of thing that can maybe pull Showtime apart a little bit, right? It gives you the chance to really multi-prong. The more that you try and pull Showtime around, the less of just one big consolidated defense you can provide. Now, Showtime is also a great multitasking defensive player, so I just feel like you're playing... what I'm saying is that you're making it more likely that Showtime will end up making mistakes, right? You're basically giving yourself a better chance. You're playing the harder difficulty of the game, which increases the difficulty on the side of Showtime's defenses as well. Those first Storms are great. I mean, yeah, this army just ran straight in the cluster up that ramp. Now going to start unloading a few units here. Banes, Hydras, Lings. The main base is under heavy fire. A lot of probes will start to go down. We had a couple of Banes. If they could reach the Zealots that just got walked in would be nice. I think the Lings are going to target what they can. Going after the Nexus would deny the Mothership from coming online if we can kill this. Obviously, other units showing up. At the same time, Showtime is going to have to play defense up his ramp on the upper side here because this is pushing through. But it was a good stasis ward, it seems. A lot of Ling Bane getting caught. The Hydra's getting caught as well. And the defense is made in the main base. And Showtime just showing again explicitly how good he is at playing the defense. And it's actually looked as though it had some opportunity in the main base. It really felt like Showtime was underprepared, but held his nerve and kept his cool and played this out in a very just well thought, very patient manner, I think, is really maybe the takeaway here. Double drop lord still moving through, +2 missiles, +2 melee building as well here currently. The ship is on its way. So obviously that's something that we do have to restart elsewhere. As the Nexus went down, like I say, he cleans up, but he's not free. This is obviously much better. Gets a bunch of drop loads before they unload, and units are going to be here in plenty of time. These Lings that were already unloading are just not going to do much. A handful of Hydra is not going to change much either. Zealots on the other side of the map are going to be a difficulty for Yakov to deal with. He's down 60 army supply, losing this army over here, and losing units on the other side as well. Showtime, if he understands the way in which he's just traded, he will absolutely be able to come forward and just make plays in this game at this point, because there is not a lot to really stop him at this stage. Imagine the Lurk is building through, that Spire is building up. Oh, Demo get caught and killed, which is nice. It's something. We actually have Lurkers coming through right now. They're not going to be upgraded yet, so this first wave of Lurkers is not going to be as good defensively as you might think. Showtime does have an Observer here for detection, so you're not going to catch them off guard in that regard. There's a bunch of Lurkers that are morphing, they're just not ready yet, and we're jumping on top of them, and yeah, Showtime is looking to just cruise through in this game 1 on 10,000 feet. And I wonder if that brings out a more aggressive Yakov in a game 2. A Yakov who maybe tries a bit more of kind of a Ling Bane aggression, who maybe just is happy to get more aggressive earlier on. GG's for this first game. Guys, give me 1 second, I got a phone call. Cool, game 2 coming up on Winter Madness. As we take a second, thank you for the patience for a moment, guys. Let me get into this game 2 of Showtime versus Yakov. Down, get straight in. Move into game number 2. Showtime up by 1 then, and a very convincing 1 point that was. Let's look at this. Like I say, next game start up in a moment. Winter Madness. Let's do this. In the top left-hand side, Showtime leads by a map. Taking on the bottom right blue Zerg player, Yakov, as we get this up, running and into play. Come to the best of 3. Myself, and we do already have a drone across the map, so looking to maybe cause a little bit of trouble early. Okay, we're in the similar, as you can see, both coming through that, and we are going to throw the hatchery down to play the block in the early stages as well. So Showtime will obviously see this setting up and can start to play around it here. Full gateways coming through from Showtime. The probe is on the way out. Everything very much so coming along as expected for the first couple of moments on this. So get that part of this set up. Ready to roll. Probe moving around a couple of moments as well. Just trying to see what's up and happening in the early stages. Side of core gateway, and the Geralt all coming through. Let's get that set up. Hatchery still continue to come down. Gonna have the double gateway just as a way to manage this and handle this. Just gonna get that going for the moment. And you have the couple of Zerglings and that probe both working their way through this again. A couple of adepts in the warp gate building about as well. Zergling speed from Yakov just coming across. The 6 lings will come through. The queen is about to finish. The warp gate and the adepts all coming over. And a couple of lings just going to jump themselves onto this natural, so just go after that pylon already. The zealots and the adepts together will take down this hatchery. The broodlings popping out. They are going to go down as well for the moment. 6 lings, queen and the ling speed. Building as we speak. Start getting the adepts all coming up. The warp gate building through. 2 adepts will just make their shade. Move across for a few moments as well. Ling speed, lings, queen, hatchery. All these little bits and pieces coming about. We are going to see the adepts going after the lings as well. Lings with a good surround there, and actually going to clean those adepts out. It's just going to pick that away. And Ling speed queens continue to come through. The warp gate coming over. Nexus and the probe coming up. And then the warp gate's very much so continuing by as well, as you just see the lings continue to make their way out into the middle of the map. A couple of zealots going to be there fighting against those zerglings as well. Trying to put some damage out, and the zerglings put some damage in. A good bit of value here already. Nexus and the Oracle continue to come through as we just chasing with the lings. That ling speed helping us to get forward and put some damage out, but not going to go very far in the end. Things will steady out for the next few moments here. Nexus. That's coming up here from Showtime to finally get that expansion underway after the starting point has obviously been a bit funky. So the Ling is going to run over the adepts. So again, jumped on for a couple of seconds. We've seen a couple of drones coming through. The adepts going in after a couple of those workers. We're just going to be seeing the a little bit of movement coming around there as well, so keep on moving just for a couple seconds. We just have ourselves the oracles coming about. Obviously Showtime will try and harass with these. Supply already in his favor, which is feeling good, especially as Yakov's in a pretty horrible supply block right now. 45 over the 42, so he needs to figure his way to get out of there. The Twilight Council Forge and the Adepts all building by, so that just continues as we speak. So a lot of that setting up at the moment, but feels like Showtime's heading into a very normal state of this game. Twilight Council and Forge should give you a pretty normal setup for the next few moments. Oracles gather. Drone just coming through. For a moment or two, figuring out where we're going. The Oracle's going to activate onto this Queen and actually going to be able to get rid of that in a moment or so at least. So Queen going down, a little bit of damage being found if nothing else here. I see Yakov's follow-up is going to start being that Rotron and that Lair, so start to see a bit more of an idea of where things are going in that regard as well. get that set up and get this fully on the way. A couple queens going through, the overlord's building up as well, so a lot of that just coming straight by. Steps will gather in. And lings, queens, all coming through. Take a couple moments and settle ourselves in for this party. Just gonna shoot. Hatchery will take a bit more damage. The lings are gonna get a wrap around here, so these lings going to be able to try and fight this. The Adept's not going to shade, they're just going to try and stand and fight. With the Oracles overhead, they actually do pretty good damage as well. So obviously the Oracle is adding a lot to that. There's the +1 in the blink continuing into play. And then Overlords will continue to come by. Continue to get set here for the next couple moments. So we'll add some damage on. Queen's taking some shots. Crypt Humans is going to be starting to get knocked down as well. So a couple of those Crypt Humans getting cleaned out, and the Stalkers from Showtime do get to keep pushing forward. And it's just against kind of Ling Roach at the moment. We are on the way to Hydra, so we're going to add that Hydra count in. It's going to be something for us to watch for here. See how these Hydras fare. And obviously they're going to get upgrades going soon. Road Speed and Hydra Speed both about to finish, so the army of Yakov is about to become a whole bunch more mobile in the next few moments. The Stalkers continue to fight through this. A couple of Roaches start to go down. Stalkers taking shots as well. And problem is just at this stage the Stalkers trade so well, right? They consistently are just going to hit you. They're just going to consistently find damage. That really is an issue which we're going to probably not fare well with. Stalkers to gather up. Storm and the armor upgrade all coming through. Again, Hydras, Roaches, improved spines, and the +1 missiles, all who are already continuing to come by here. And the Storm and that armor upgrade coming about, the charge coming through as well. Ling's just going to go get that next on the left-hand side, so going to pick that off. A few Zelds getting jumped on as well. The Lings, I mean, they got to cancel, but that's going to be about all they find here. Not going to be allowed much else just yet. Sword only goes off on a single Ling, so Showtime not at least going to succeed too much there, but you can see that Yakov is actually kind of eager to push forward. Now we do have those High Templar waiting to drop their storms, start softening up this army. The first storms are great, and we kind of just stand in them as Yakov as well, unfortunately. He really eats a lot of that damage. Showtime does not have a lot of follow-up damage output beyond the storm, but let's see if he can maybe just find enough. He's got 1 or 2 more storms available. He wants to try and keep the High Templars as Templar to rebuild energy for storms in the future. Have a little bit of sag defense you can see he's working with here as well, so it's also looking to be a nice little added bonus to all of this, as we do have the cleanup being made, but at a pretty high cost. 22 workers go down, so Showtime's going to be down 20 workers in the game. It's still just pure Ling Roach Hydra on the way from Yakov, so his army composition is going to be pretty low tier, but if he can swarm enough, there's going to be a chance at least. And Roach Hydra still coming up. The Immortal and the few probes continue to come around. We do have the High Templar just warping in here as well. Just going to step forward. And the Roach is just going to step through. Just going to see some Zelds coming over. Another nice Storm going to hit the Hydralisks. Get back to the left side. Another storm drops down. Hydra's going to get hit hard at that as well. So, again, just got to be so careful about those storms. These Hydras are now very weak, and that's really the issue. There's not a lot of buffer on those Hydras to kind of let them live through another storm or two. And, you know, yes, the supply lead is there for Yakov, but it disappears really quickly if you do not look after those Hydralisks. More storm coming down on both sides, so again, putting ourselves in a good position on that already. Linking over to the left as well. I'm just going to start putting some damage out. We are going to see again the units back around the right. Tell you what, Showtime's doing a great job of keeping his High Templar alive, but right now they're absolutely drained of energy, so he needs to try and find this defense without the additional storm damage. And that's going to become a little bit tougher than he might have liked it to have been, so that part of this is definitely looking to be, like I say, a little bit more difficult here already. Roach Hydra very much so still gathering up here. I'm just going to be seeing a few Zealots getting turned around the other way. Stalker's still going to try and fight and blink. We're getting closer and closer to more storm energy. And I think in general Showtime is looking just more and more confident. And Yakov's realizing this as well. Hence the reason he goes into the melee upgrade. Hence the reason he goes into the infestation pit. He knows he's not going to be able to carry on in this sort of aggressive manner anymore. So he's going to start looking much more towards a bit more of a Macquarie situation where possible here. Mortal, Stalker, High Templar gathering up. Couple shots going through. That Overlord goes down already. Lurker Den about halfway done. The Evolution Chamber continuing by as well, just for now. See that little bit of Roach Hydra still stepping through just for the moment. Couple Hydra shots coming about. Landing in for some damage so far here. Stalker just coming through again, pushing that away. The Lurker Den is about to complete. Our Hive is halfway done. The additional Overlords plus 2 melee and the plus 2 missiles building as well. Showtime's taking the supply lead, and it does not really surprise me. He was hanging on there with those defenses, and he's continuing to trade well. It's 15 to 10,000 resources lost, or 15 to 11,000 more so if we round properly. So you can see the efficiency's been there. Now Yakov at least is going to make his way to Lurkers, and maybe he's got a better shot with the Lurkers this game than he does the last, simply for the fact that he's a little bit more set up on them all at once before Showtime attacks, I guess. Last time it felt like he was still scrambling together as Showtime attacked, and Showtime had already had a lot of momentum in the game, hence the difficulty of getting those all together at once. Not really expecting that to be as much of an issue this time, as the issue is going to be that Showtime right now just steps over to this right side when not in position over there straight away to begin with, so immediately that is going to be a problem. Once again, the Zealot Archon is going to start swinging through, doing some damage here and there where possible. Finding everything that I can initially. Templist and a few High Templar coming up as well, so continue to bring that into play. And yeah, I mean, 9 drones already going down. Showtime took down one base. The thing is, he's got the storms to kind of zone his way into position to try and take on another base here, and that's going to be what he begins to look for right now. See another round of Zealots warping in. The Immortals still very much so near behind, just looking to try and do a bit extra. Another storm comes into play. 16 drones dead is obviously a sizable amount. Showtime just being very slow and steady against these Lurkers, but that's exactly what he needs to do at the moment. So, needs to stay slow and steady. Needs to take this patiently. Can't just go rushing into things right now as we step back. Showtime's still preserving the supply lead pretty much no matter what's happening here, it feels like. It's definitely a nice little added bonus as the Roach Hydra steps through. It's going to be seeing another storm coming down. Jumping onto that for more moments as well. Lurkers, Hydras gathering and now burrowing. I mean, Showtime walks away, but dude is nigh on maxed out still, and your supplies Yakov is trying to max out, but obviously you're not going to have a lot of bank behind this either. Feels like Showtime just gets into more and more of a comfortable position here at the moment. This continues through. And your Lurker all moving about, just going to come over to the sides. Just going to see the Infestors, the Vipers all coming online as well, just bringing that through. Spankroll and a few drones also being added into the mix for the moment here. There's a couple of batteries coming down. Tempest and the cannons all building up as well. The Hydra's just playing clean up on a few more of these Zealots. Again, that Immortal Archon Force will continue to just out of rope. We are going to get rid of a couple more Troop Teamers already as well. Let's continue to push our way through this for now. The Tempest now is going to be even more difficult for Yakov to really fight this, and the Tempest is going to put damage on consistently from afar. There's a nice storm as well on the ramp, and into the core. That's a great fungal growth. That's great. I mean, are we just looking to chain fungal the High Templar? We're going to feed back the Infestors now, so that's not going to continue. It's softened up a lot of the Templar and everything else, but then where's our follow-up? Like, what can we really do with that? Can we run forward? Does that allow us to kind of move into a fighting position? Honestly, no, not really. It was just a good fungal or two, but like I say, if there's no follow-up to it, then maybe it was just wasted energy, although I guess it's better than just losing your energy to the feedbacks a few moments later anyway. GG, Showtime takes this down very convincingly. We actually have our semi-final qualifying match already set up in the form of Showtime versus Cure, so I think we'll probably be allowed to just get into that, guys. A Showtime Cure PVT qualifying series. So we will get into that in a couple moments. I guess we'll hop on over to NA and get ready for Showtime and Cure. I presume is what I don't see any reason why they would not be allowed to begin. Unless they're waiting for guys to come out of Ryung Host or Geralt Percival caster-wise, but guess we will just see. 2-0 Hero Marine, 2-0 Mana to advance through to this qualifying series. So qualifying best of 3. One of Cure Showtime will make it into the tournament. The other will be eliminated and will not get the chance to participate. Brutal, but it's the way it is. Alright, I don't know if we can maybe take a moment or two. I think we should. Fine to take a second. I think I'll be a couple moments then, guys. I'll see you guys on the other side of this for some more StarCraft 2. I'll be right back with you in just a sec. Welcome back, welcome back. Waiting on in Showtime here to kick off their qualifying best of 3. Winner is into the main event, and the loser is out. And then in the bottom half of the bracket, herO and herStum are playing, as well as Geralt and Percival. They're already in-game. herStum's been in-game for 8 minutes. Percival's been in-game for 20 minutes, so they're all playing out their games already, so that's already happening. So we can't really do much there, but we will hopefully just... I'm pretty sure we're just going to be allowed to go into this Showtime Cure series. I don't think anyone's going to hold us up. At least that is my hope. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Awesome, just came out of game with herO. What's up, Panther ADW? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're just waiting a couple moments, like I say, for some videos and so on. We can hopefully get going fairly soon here. Get ready to kick this off. Greetings from Mexico. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. Like I say, so excited to keep getting these games rolling. Like I say, Q Showtime. We'll see if we get to the other qualifying match in time, but we do have WardiTV Winter Cup in 1 hour, which means that we will, yeah, we will have the Winter Cup in 1 hour. We'll have herO, Solo, Q, and Geralt playing there. So we're going to jump into this series here, Showtime Q. herO is going to be the winner against herStum, so it's going to be herO against either Geralt or Percival. We'll get that after Showtime Q, like I said, as long as we have time, without delaying our own event any further. Alrighty, guys. Just have to reset something there a second. Kira asking for a minute. And we'll get this ready to go. A couple moments. Get some people swapped around and get the players into player position. Get this ready to rumble. Is this the time to like and subscribe? It's always the time to like and subscribe. The only time you don't like and subscribe is when you've already liked and subscribed. It's the only reason you don't do it. Otherwise, it's like and subscribe business all day, every day. All day, every day. Some predictions available? Sure. Give me a sec. Go wild. Always happy to do the predictions. I just need telling. It's not in my my brain process of things to do as a game starts, you know. So I need to be told to do it. That's what it comes down to. Here's ready. Showtime is in charge of the lobby. He does not need to say he's ready. We're just going to kick this off and dive into Winter Madness for Showtime Cure qualifying best of 3. Heading into this right here and now, guys. Yeah, I think this is brutal. I could see both these guys qualifying if they were on separate sides of the bracket, but that's not the way that today works. So, best of 3 to decide. Cure versus Showtime as we go into Winter Madness. Can I give you 12 million E-points to bet on this game? I cannot. I don't have 12 million E-points. I actually have infinite E-points, but, yeah. Don't have, E-points I can give away, sadly. Alright, let's go into it. In the top left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. Let's start off here with Showtime. Taking on our blue Terran. In the bottom left side of the map, it is Cure. Game one of our BO3. Let's get this up and running and look to see just what the heck is going to happen as we work through this one. Kind of intrigued as to how it plays, to be honest, as we have a couple of gases and that barracks all coming through. Fun series here. Let's find who I want to help us with. I don't know. Let's try Ezreal. Why not? Someone different. Let's do it. Alright, Cybercore, Nexus, Gateway, Nexus coming down, but expecting the Cybercore to obviously then come through in a few moments. We'll see that Cybercore Nexus coming through, the Orbital and the Reaper coming up, and get a lot of this underway right from the start. And see where we can take things. So Nexus just coming through, get that underway. Couple shots coming about, just going to be seeing the factory and the reactor continue to come through as well, so again we get that set up right off the bat here. Factory and company all coming through. Get this straight into place as we just have the Nexus coming up as well and get this all settled down. How do you like and subscribe in Twitch? You write in the Twitch chat, I like this stream. And then to subscribe, you just have to pay money or Prime sub, unfortunately. You can follow, though, if you want to do the freebie way of supporting on Twitch. See when we're live in the future. Don't miss a game. I like this stream. I like this stream. Damn, 2 likes. 3 likes. Nice. We're killing it. What a day. What a day. Beautiful business. Good job, guys. Good job, Twitch chat. See, you guys, if you guys had a like button, you guys could do it as well. I believe in y'all. Cyclone coming through, Starport building up. We do see the Stalker and the Sentry just building. A couple of gates and the Twilight Council coming through. The probes, the Stalker, all coming online as well. So we just get a lot of that put into place for the moment here, as we get a lot of this readying to go, go, go. Not too much really crazy happening. The hallucination obviously gives you some good scout information initially here on the side of Showtime, so you get some good info there. Factory going to drop down over to a tech lab for a moment or so. Get that into play as well. And just start figuring this out. Starport eats over to a tech lab as well, so it's just going to move over there. Start up the Cloak and the Banshees, that's where Q is going to take this. Q lately has been interesting. I feel like he's been struggling against a lot of the Protoss, which I would not have expected him to struggle against as much, honestly. I've been seeing him struggle against, for example, like... we've seen him struggle against, like, Shameless a whole bunch, right? He lost to Shameless a couple of times. I feel like Q is very good, but I do feel like right now he's a little bit less sturdy on his feet than he has been in a long time. Consistency definitely has been lacking a little bit, I think it's very fair to say, so... We'll see what happens over the course here of this game. Number 1, but yeah, I'm not too surprised to see like Banshees and Cloak and like some of the more kind of harassment, trickery kind of ideas coming up initially here to get us kind of underway and started on this, so... Yeah, let's see what comes of it all. Couple workers went down, just gonna see that robo facility still building up. The couple other units coming about as well. We just have ourselves the units just rallying down to that low ground. Showtime already in at home. Stalker's still producing a robo facility. Is going to be on the way. Obviously going to be a big part of this as well. So got the robo out, get the detection available. Going to help you against the Cloak Banshees, which Cloak has now finished up. So you're going to need that. And the first arrival of said Banshee up on the top side right now. Going to arrive straight in there. And it's going to come through for a couple of kills. 3 workers going down pretty quickly here just to start this off. Cyclone locks on, Stalkers take some damage, just going to get pushed away for a couple moments, and this army doing a good job of doing the pushing away, making sure not too much else comes out of this, nothing really happening just yet. So yeah, doing a good job on that. And we continue through Marine Tank, and the Cyclone, and the Banshee, and the Medevac, all pushing forward. Good for the moment. Those few Marines coming through. Cyclone locked on. Charge is building. Observer and the Stalker still producing through. The Warp Gas battery is on the way. Just going to scan forward for a moment or so. Look to see what's up. Then the Rax, the Engineering Bay, and the Refinery coming up. The Stalkers get turned around once again. Pushed out of here for the moment. Well, that entire Marine Tank force just returning back to that bottom right-hand side. We still got those extra gates coming through. There's a forge coming up. There's a charge upgrade coming by. Like I say, a lot of that going to help us big time here. Is the +1 in the stim pack building as well. Marine Marauder, additional barracks all coming up. Tanks do continue to siege. We just have ourselves the Marine Marauder force just gathering back up once again. So just settling there for a couple of moments. Going to see again charge continue to build through, and the gates in the robo bay going to be a big part of this as well over the next few moments. Get those all completed and get this on track. Over the next couple of moments, a little blink away going to take place for a second or so as well. Starboard getting the reactor ready. Double Banshee showing up, and now going to get a bunch of probes. We actually go up to 9 workers killed here in recent history, so that is a big connection. And no damage done to those Banshees at all, so that's a great dive in, get damage done, and move out again kind of scenario. Showtime working his way up to the Colossus. That's going to be his initial tech choice here, so Colossus is going to be the way that we tech initially, moving straight through toward that. Otherwise, +1 stim pack and the combat shield building in on the side of Cure. Concussive shells coming up as well. The Medevacs and the Marauders all coming through. Photo mine still building. SCV still producing. The Stalkers, I mean, they managed to catch these Banshees in the end. We've got a couple of Stalkers on the top side that will intercept with the Observer as well, so we should be able to get everything we need. Everything goes down. We finally get a little bit of justice against those Banshees that were being hecking annoying, and that should stop them from being a factor for the next little while. Finally, like I said, because it feels as though they were around on the map for a long time and were still dealing trouble and causing trouble and dealing damage right toward the end. We're going to push through. The couple Stalkers taking shots. We are going to have a couple of sieges taking place, and I'm just going to set up there. Stalkers getting pushed away. Marine Marauder Viking in production as well. Armor upgrade also just coming up. Cyclone locking onto the Stalkers. Empire still setting to push in on this left-hand side of this base here. A little bit of trouble. Zealots are going to charge through, and Showtime's going to say, with these Zealots, I feel like I've got enough to just make my case. So he's going to try and dive straight on into this. It's a big commitment through very quickly. In the end, he just doesn't have enough, though, and that is going to be a little deadly at the end of it all. And Showtime is going to end up in, unfortunately, not quite the position he would have wanted this to go in, I think. Yeah, it's not really enough power at this stage to really do much else here. I mean, we are going to try and clean up the reinforcement wave, but you're down 30 army supply at this point, so you're not exactly looking great there either. As you see, the Bio just going to take the chance to sim through. The Colossus in trouble. Lose those Colossus, lose that splash damage. You really do not have much opportunity here. And here again, it's done with this big aggressive shove. There's going to be seen success. The Governor Marauder's still trying to get in after the Colossus. The Marines pulling back a few moments as well. Taking a few rounds of reinforcements maybe from Cure, but should have enough in the end. And that is going to be GG's as Cure takes game 1 of this best of 3. And is going to take the 1-0 advantage in this series. So Cure 1, Showtime 0 to start us off in this qualifying best of 3 action. Game 2 coming up in a couple of moments, guys. I'll get that ready to go for you all. Kick into this in just a few moments' time. So, yeah, we'll be into this very shortly. And there's still... Percival and Geralt are still playing, by the way. So, whatever the hell's happening down there is turning into quite the epic. As we go to Mothership for map 2. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much. P30815, 2-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you so much. If you're sitting there on a Prime sub and does not have a home, use it. We appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much if you do have a Prime available and you choose to use it here. Like I say, we appreciate it. Thank you so much in advance. If you do, consider to prime us up. Wow, exclamation mark Prime. I've literally not seen that command in actual years. Holy. I wonder how many years ago I wrote that. Probably 10 years ago. When did primes become a thing? Like 2016? Might have been I think it was like 2017 actually, maybe. It's crazy. WardiBot's had that one stored for a long time. I probably could tell when I made that command on WardiBot, actually. Hang on, let me go on someone's camera and set the scores, and now I'm interested. Now I'm intrigued if WardiBot has the answer I'm looking for. Accidentally a couple of gases coming through while I go WardiBot hunting. I do have a last used tab. Oh my god, we have commands that were last used in like... November of 2018. Holy.
Game paused.
Shut down with a pause. Probably just some lag to get them sorted out. Oh, that might be our lag. Our official... I think that's the official observer lagging, so... Not ideal. Can see when something was last used. Can I see when something was first made? No. Unfortunate. Right. Take a moment here, guys. Get this set back up. Obviously, waiting for our official... I don't know if we need to wait for them to... I don't know if we have to regame for them. That's a possibility, actually, so... Take it easy for a moment or two. What is Hype Cup? I have no idea. Is that a command? Any idea why Several and Reno didn't participate? If I had to guess, they probably don't want to fly to China for a best of 7 if they make the finals. Hype Cup's the command. I don't know, I don't use the command in C. I don't think that's actually a command on WardiTV. I think that's in the stream element spot. Honestly, I don't know what any of the commands are on the stream element spot, to be honest. Alright, we're gonna get fixed up here. Doesn't do anything. Unbelievable. My favorite part of WardiBot is when I stalk you guys, actually. Get to see what you guys are up to and have a little peek at everything that's going on. Alright, we will just take a second here. Just going to be seeing the Reaper, the Warpgate, the Stalker, all going through, factoring the Command Center coming up as well, so we just get this moving for the moment. See where things will go. The Stalker continue to come about as well. Let's take a moment or two. As the Reaper is going to start fighting and putting some damage out in these early stages. Reaper across the map will be here as well, and this probe will take some damage. I always like looking at the user database on WardiBot and looking you guys up and finding all of your stats out, actually. I now have 7,934 hours watched on my own stream. It's impressive. That is impressive. Man, some of you guys have got some crazy numbers on the stream as well. I just sorted it by hours watched of people who are here right now, and like there's so many people here with like thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. That's actually really crazy. Wild. All right. Anyways, let's get back to this. There's a couple stalkers. Just gonna be pushing through, and this command has been under some heavy pressure, but I don't think we're going to do much more. Not with the Cyclone here playing defense. I think this really does start to come to a close already, so I don't think we're going to see much else coming out of this right now. And just see those couple stalkers continue to come about. We're coming through, tanking a couple of Marines coming about as well, so all of that already coming up here. And let's just see the blink in the row was the next step from Showtime. Put this on the way. How many hours have you got? Ay, ay, ay. Can't play this game all day, hang on. You have 843. You must be high on the list. You are at 386. Do me. Didn't you name change Black Bear? If you name change, then you probably have not many. Apparently you have 0 hours watched. Wait, does WardiBot not count hours anymore? No. I don't know if that means it's bugged, actually. That might mean it's not counting anymore. Or just doesn't like it. I'm gonna have to keep track of my hours for a little bit and see if it's still going up. Suspicious times. Alright, we will focus back up on the games though, guys. Let's get this going. Just gonna be seeing Raven coming through, the couple of barracks coming in, so we get a lot of that setting up right here. Just for a couple of moments. The Cyclone dropping down, putting some damage out, so a little bit's being done just for a moment or so here. And we just got ourselves the charge, the Nexus coming through as well, so bring a lot of this up and into play. And charged in on the way up. There's Medevac just sat in that corner. Here on Mothership for this game too. Big map. And while the start is fun, it can always kind of dissipate very quickly on this map if you can't find a way to attack through and take advantage of any leads you might have. Showtime in good eco right now, and Kyo just on his way up to that third base, so I feel like we're just on our way to pretty macro-y kind of resolution to this game. Which means that we're going to have a little bit of back and forth still for the moment. Banshee. Gonna get 2 probes. Stalker's gonna get underneath. Some damage done. One more gateways all coming about. +1 on the charge still coming through as well. And the bio gathering up, moving across for a couple of moments here. Well, Zealots, the Robobay coming through, the +1 attack upgrade coming about as well, so continue to bring that over for a few moments here. Just going to get that continuing to move for now. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers getting chased away, a couple of Cyclones locking on, tanks taking damage. Bio going to come in on a couple of different sides of this. We are going to see one Stalker going down, the rest of the Bio coming up as well. Hey, what's up, Falcon? Thank you so much for the 69-month resub. Oh, as if you didn't have the 69-month resub yesterday for WardiTV Monday 69. I'll forgive you. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the 69-month resub. Appreciate it. Double Lance coming through, double Marauder production from Cures. He's adding those Marauders up. Wants a few more tankier kind of units in that army. Trying to set up with as much of that as we can right now as shots come down, a few hits coming through, the +1 thermal lance continue to build into play as well. So again, a lot of that coming up, the concussive shells and the armor upgrade is continuing to come by for now, bringing all of that into play. There's Medivacs and that upper left. Just going to try and make a little bit of a dive in toward the main base here. So just going to move through. Bio going to unload. A couple of the Zealots will set up. You can see the Zealots start to move forward. A couple of Stalkers are going to be there. And we do have ourselves the Colossus able to fight. And from afar, Showtime has to blink across to really get a better engagement on this right now. Which we'll be able to start doing that. At the same time, we show up on the right-hand side. Zealots are going to charge forward. Auto turrets coming down. Widow mines blowing up onto a bunch of those Zealots as well. Tank is now going to fall, and the Bio continues to run the heck out of there. The Raven nearby overhead as well. Marine Marauder Medivac all coming through. The M+2 attack and that thermal lens building as well. Our Nexus and our couple of probes continue to be in production for now. It's just bringing a lot of that up as the Bio will fight here. The couple of Zealots getting turned away. And then we chase this over for the moment. Just going to be seeing our army continue to come by at the moment. Stalkers, Colossus, the Zealots, and the rest all coming through. The Bio army going to step back once again. Just going to see the rest of this continue to come straight across. Bio going to set up. The Zealots going down. SCV is going to pull in from the right side. Secure, realizing that I am in some trouble. My position in this game is definitely not looking as good as I maybe once was, and he is definitely in a troublesome spot right now. So ending up in a bit of a rough place. Secure trying to get back on track, but yeah, going to be tough. You can see him. He's going to try and pull the SCVs from that right side again, but I think they're just going to walk straight into this army. At least it does absorb some of the Zealot charge. We force field the Bio away. Showtime fighting to get tied in this best-of-3 qualifying matchup, and it looks as though he's going to get there. As 31 SCVs go down, Zealot Colossus army sitting back for a couple of moments is going to start looking good. And I think we have ourselves Game 3 coming through. Showtime and Q are going to go the distance and going to go to a third map of this series. Showtime and Q 1-1. Alright, Game 3 coming through in a couple of moments, guys. Continue to go, go, go. I'm now very curious if WardiBot's working at all. And still counting hours or not. As we go Old Republic for this next map. Man, WardiBot has 630,000 users logged. That's crazy. That means we've had like 630,000 different Twitch accounts in the chat at some point. Like, that's kind of a ridiculous thing to think on. Now, let's get this underway. We're going to Old Republic here as we start this off on map number 3. Deciding game. One of these players advances, the other does not. The other qualifying match still not set. No result reported between Geralt and Percival currently. So that is still seemingly ongoing. Give you guys an update there as soon as we have it. Showtime in the upper right. Cure in the bottom left. Go into game 3 of this series and see who can qualify and who will unfortunately end up being knocked down in this final chance, because there is no qualifier after this one. Today is the last chance already, so we shall see what happens. Well, Chrono Boost going through, take a couple of moments there, get that set up. Similar coming down. Showtime. Expecting him to play kind of as before, pretty normal. So in that last game, does not need to necessarily make it super crazy or wild or anything, right? He can get away with just very normal kind of approaches and just macro approaches to the game. So, like I say, I would kind of expect a lot of that to be coming through in this next game right now, this game 3. What's up, Trin? Excuse me, Twin Head Dragon. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Hi, Wardy. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 6 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cybercore next is all going through factory and the command center. Everyone getting teched for a few moments. See where things will go to. Just getting things on the go here and just taking a couple moments, kick things off and see where we can go. We're having the Adept going to shade up the ramp for a couple moments as well, so we got that on the way. Again, Stalker and the Warp Gate building through, the couple gateways coming around. And a lot of this brought through for the next couple of seconds here as we continue to settle in. And Cyclone going to be right there, and just going to be seeing the starport and the orbital coming up as well, so just bringing a lot of that through to start us off. Just for the moment. And in fact, a couple of Marines will continue out as well, so again, we get those on the way up, and the Stalkers building good numbers, going that extra gateway kind of early and applying pressure with these gate units is going to be interesting. We'll go Twilight and probably Blink behind it, but we'll obviously have some good pressure to begin with here, and going to be kind of starting up with that concept and with that idea in mind. As the Stalkers move through, the Adept step forward. So we're seeing this fight starting to break out. A couple of SCVs already beginning to go down early. Getting some damage there right off the bat. 9 SCVs going down. I mean, this turns into a very successful start from Showtime. It's not free, though. It cost him 3 Stalkers and 2 Adepts. And he didn't exactly clean out a bunch of army units in return. So, if anything, like, yes, it was good, but it was good, but it was not maybe the craziest of scenarios either, right? So, in that regard, see what happens. Again, a couple stalkers coming up. That blink on the way through for now. It's just going to bring that strain of play. The tank, the Viking, a couple of Marines building through as well. So all of that coming straight by as the Marine tank force is going to step over. Again, blink halfway done. Robo facility halfway done. Okay, the Marines and the tanks just going to come through. That pylon goes down immediately. The warp gate is going to get depowered. And the siege tank is going to go sieging on the ramp for a couple of moments. So Showtime, again, this opening did not come without costs, is what it comes down to basically right now. So you set up to follow through from there. I'm just going to see that Nexus coming up, the blink and the robo facility coming online as well. Again, Viking, tank, and Marines continue to build through for the moment. Tank gonna shoot, Stalker going down, rest of these Stalkers coming over as well. So we can get rid of this medevac. It's a nice start because immediately removes some healing and extra potential. Stalkers now have blinks, so it's a lot more possible for them to kind of stand up and fight here. But the tank's already sieging now. They're not right in position on the Nexus, but they can obviously leapfrog forward from this position and kind of keep moving themselves up and into place. So that's exactly what they're going to try and do. The Viking there taking a couple shots of damage. Stalker's going to try and stay spread where they can. Now the tank just steps up. Nexus is going to be taking some shots. And the double bunker on the way through as well. Let's just have the barracks and so all coming up. Tank and the Marines building as well. And yeah, a few probes going to pull in. Stalker's going to step up. They're going to blink forward onto the siege tanks here. 1 and 2 both going down. It's going to be seeing the Viking and the Marines continue to drop 5 workers and 3 workers in the deathlog right now. But that's going to be a cleanup from Showtime. The Stalker's able to do enough comfortable cleanup on the tanks. And the Marines just not really adding enough damage during the time where the tanks are under fire. So as long as that's the case, there we go. And that is going to be a big win as the Robo Bay and the Forge continue to come up. Engineering Bay coming through, the barracks continue to come by. And this settled down for the moment. The Stalker's going to still press through. Marines going to be firing. I mean, the Stalkers just jump on the tanks, but didn't quite finish that one off in one volley. Finish it off now. Now we're in a little bit of trouble because these Marines are still doing damage. So Showtime gets a lot done, but does feel kind of expensive at the same time as well. Obviously not really ideal in that regard. Just see the Robo Bay and the charge continue to come up as we speak. Still trying to just find some opportunity, at least. Obviously, hero's being slowed down quite a lot in this game, so it's nice for Showtime if you can find damage to try and press that damage where possible. So a little bit of what we're seeing at the moment, just trying to press that damage in here and there. Plus scan comes down, Marine's able to deliver some damage out against impact +1. More Marauder production continuing through as we speak for the moment. Bringing a lot of that up and into play here. Stim +1 combat shields, all building as well. Secure again, just getting those upgrades and keeping on bringing them in. Medevac is coming online. Couple extra SCVs coming through. The Siege Command Center on the way by. Showtime up about 120 to 100 supply here, so Showtime in a pretty comfortable economic position at this point. Looking good there, as we do have the, again, upgrades continue to come by for the next couple moments. Puzzle shells and the +1 going to be a part of this just for the next moment or two. It really is a good amount of upgrades coming into play right there, so just going to see all the bio upgrades going to be completed, and that means that we do have QF feeling a little more confident about the state of the game. Plus doing the thermal lance building up on the side of Showtime as well, so he brings that up and running, improving his own tech at this point in time, putting himself in a better and better position to see this game through. I'm hoping that that's good enough to see this game through to victory and hence qualification. Factory moves forward. I like that a lot. It's going to create a wall off here, so if you try and attack in a Showtime, you're just going to attack into more of a choke. The Zealot's going to have a more difficult time It's going to be something you might target fire as well, just naturally if you do not target fire necessarily, but something your units might attack naturally as well by mistake, which could also be very costly, so that too could be a problem. As we're just going to see Zaldstorm Colossus picking their way through this set of rocks. Damage being done, and those rocks beginning to fall. Again, +2 and +1 both building by. That Prism Speed is coming up. Got 4 Liberators on the way out right now as well. So just going to see Kira bring that straight through for the moment. And those up and running. Assault turret going to shoot. Prism going to take a bunch of damage. Will get into the back, but it's not going to be very healthy. So not sure how much exactly it's going to find for itself. Still low HP, and with units chasing after it, doesn't really want to drop Zealots off. I'm just going to go hide in the corner, but there's going to be anti-air available, so I can't imagine this Prism ends up doing much else. Showtime's obviously eager to fight because he's maxed out. He wants to start trading. The problem is, can you justify the attack into the Terran? It's a very defensive setup. There's a bunch of Liberators. There's the choke points we talked about. There's tank setup. There's so much here from Q that basically says, do not attack me. And if Showtime doesn't, then I don't blame him. Like I say, it's, it feels good because you want to attack because, you're maxed out. But what if he does just take the map and keep control? I say, running headfirst in the Terran to some extent can be okay. Some of the times they can absolutely go and be a bit too much as well. I like this more because only 2 of the Libers were really set up over here initially. But even that was a disaster. We only got rid of 1 of the Liberators. The other one survived. And we were just attacking up into a wall off the entire time. We basically make no progress. That's one way for Showtime to lose a bunch of supply straight away. And like I say, that's why I wouldn't have minded if Showtime had just decided to hang back and play to deny a 4th base more so than play to attack into the 3 base. Right? I think that's what it comes down to. Because you can just play to deny the 4th. You do not need to, attack into the 3. And like I say, yes, there's a lot of libs coming out, but use this time to tech up yourself. Get an answer to those Liberators. Get the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. Get the Tempest available. Get those ready to go for yourself instead of, making life a whole lot more difficult instead. Because right now, life is going to be a whole lot more difficult. Yeah, it really does become a bit of a rough position, honestly, as the 2-2 upgrades continue by. The ship weapons coming up as well, so we continue bringing that through just for the moment. Advanced ballistics coming by. The Zaldstalker Colossus is going to open up some rocks over on the side as well. It's just going to come straight through and poke our way in over there. We do have the Prisms. Both of them going to dive into the main and will successfully come through for some damage, so they're going to come straight into position. A bunch of these SCVs will start to go down. There's units going to drop into place as a response to this, so we'll see how that pans out. We'll just have... honestly, Zealot's winning out at the moment. We're so reliant on the Liberators, I feel like. There's a lot of Libs in play, and I feel like without those, we don't have a lot going on as Cure. That's why I'd love to see Showtime just make some preparation against those. Like I say, let's get into a couple of Tempests. Let's pick away at those from afar. He's going to add a Dark Shrine. He's going to add harassment opportunities. There was a game recently where Showtime and Cure played on this map, and they played like a 35-40 minute game. It was in the WardiTV 2025 Championship, and they played a super long game. I remember it because I was meant to be going out, and then they decided to play a long game that never ended. Showtime was super ahead in that game, and then just never found a way to close out for a long time. I get the feeling that this is maybe sort of heading to a similar position, although I think Q is a little bit less set up than he was there, if that's even possible. I think Showtime actually had more of a lead, though, in a way, back in that one, and it was kind of crazy that he didn't just end it. And part of that was the fact that Q was moving out to other bases and was opening himself to attacks, and Showtime maybe didn't take full advantage of. So what I'm saying is buckle up, because this could be a very similar sort of situation. There's a Stargate, by the way. We also have Temple Archives being added on too, so a lot of future preparations being made right in these last couple of moments from Showtime. We'll see the Vikings coming about, +2 armor upgrade coming over. Another scan coming by. Just going to see the Liberators are going to siege. Spring forward, 1 Viking goes down immediately. Bunch of those mules just dropping straight into place as well, as you can see, so they're going to drop into position, see what their next port of call is going to be as well. 3-3 upgrades still coming through. The Colossus is going to keep on swinging and get a bit more damage done once again, so finding a bit of extra value for now. Just getting a little bit more out of this. The Liberators will siege up 2. You can see the Zealot Colossus still pushing up and about and trying to get in position over here. Just going to be seeing the Bioforce then threatening to come and churn away on that army as well. Still got the Storm, still got the armor upgrade, Showtime. With this forward base, it's somewhere to kind of fall back to, regroup, and then start pushing again, but we have allowed this 4th base to come online at this point. We can't really deny that part of this, so that part starts to look a whole lot different, a whole lot less appealing. Because yeah, the Terran finally got up to base 4, right? So it becomes a bit more of a complicated scenario at this stage to figure out and play from. 3-3 coming through, just going to be having the +2 ship weapons coming about. Again, the Ghosts are building as well. So a lot of that's still just continuing straight into play. Kind of storming that Shadow Stride coming up as well. It's a lot of Vikings, a lot of bio, a lot of stuff just in general moving around here. You're going to fire a few shots in with the Colossus already. Getting some damage out straight away. Liberator 2 being siege is going to keep the Stalkers back as well. And Kira very happy to just sit on these 4 bases and again say, yeah, I'm happy to play this long-term defense right now. I'm not in a rush to make anything happen right here. Just very happy to sit, wait, and let this pan out for the next couple of moments. Just let this stew a little bit as you see the rest of this army pulling back, the Viking Liberator back over toward the Natural for a few moments as well. Again, the 3-3 upgrades, +2 ship weapons, all of that's on the way in as we speak right now. That's going to move over. Bio is going to take a bit of a jump forward. You see the Liberator is sieging up, and I don't know if that base is really going to be protected by anything. I guess the army is on its way over now from Showtime, so maybe still will. There are the Tempest showing up, able to go up against these Libs and push those back more convincingly. So this base lives, we lose the static defense on it. It's a big army moving forward here. Kira says, let's fight. We're taking out the static defense here, so maybe it's a better position to fight in. We are going to see that Storm on the top side pretty much zoning the bio from one direction, but then the bio can loop around and go from another, which is kind of what happened, just coming around the bottom side instead of the top side of this pathway. And that allows Kira a way through. Showtime is super rich. Like I say, he's got the Tempest to kind of fight through this and put damage out consistently. His army can be pretty flimsy. He's on a lower army supply than what Kira is on. Kira at 142, Showtime at 111. The EMPs came down, those Colossus get hit. Again, the Ghost, the Vikings, the Marine continuing through as well. Still got the missile turret also in production just for the moment. The Bray is sieging once again. The Nexus will be going down. Tempest able to put some very good damage out so far. Still got the ship weapons coming through. Still got the extra couple of Vikings coming online. I don't even know where the end point of this really still turns out to be at the end of it all, to be honest. It's still a very fun little scenario that we're in at the moment. Kind of intrigued where we truly end up. 2 more Vikings producing through, +3 ship weapons are going to be a part of that as well. 8 cannons, 5 batteries. More static defense from Showtime as he tries to pick his way through this space, and we'll begin with exactly that, if nothing else. More hits coming by, so just going to see a little bit more being done once again. A few more shots coming about. Momentum are going to come down here. Viking Liberator overhead. Going to stick around for a couple of moments, and we are going to be seeing just bio units split in a couple of different directions at this stage to try and make things happen here. More hits coming through, damage still being done across the board currently. It's going to be seen able to try and chase this army away as best we can right now. It's going to be seeing the Vikings pulling back. I mean, Showtime again able to rebuild quickly. Resources lost 21.6 to 15k. The problem is every base that Kura takes is another base the Terran can play efficiently from. And that becomes more and more of an issue as time passes on this one. It's going to be seeing that +3 ship weapon still coming through, the 5 libs and 2 ghosts. You see just how powerful Kura's army is getting in that production tab. I wonder if there's a point where Showtime does need to kind of sack a few workers as well. Like, he's got a ton of money in the bank, but some more workers could go a long way. I mean, we see a lot of these Vikings right now just stepping forward and chasing. He gets all the Colossus. Here's the Bio-Omni on the ground is going to go a little bit less touch, but we're building the Colossus quickly. Doesn't seem like we can get through for too much damage in the end. Felt like that may have been more of an opportunity for Kura, but I mean, Kura wants to try and deny some of these bases, right? Because ideally, as that's just not good. Multiple High Templar going down. 2 Storms out of 3 full energy High Templar. The DT's trying to come across, and they're going to put some work, and we do keep 1 High Templar alive. We're now standing in our own Storm. It doesn't matter. It fades away. Could have been dangerous. Could have been dangerous. Scan just coming about. Libera is still coming through. Big stim into this bottom corner. Gonna make this play forward right away here and try and jump on this position. And again, big push in. We're going to get rid of this base. The thing is, Showtime has the upper left-hand side during this, and there's no pressure there yet from Kura, although he is moving some units across, so top left side, if we lose that at the same time, then Showtime eventually maybe can't mine enough in this game to keep up with Kura. We're not at that point yet, but it's definitely something we might end up at, or definitely somewhere we might end up at if the game continues to go the way it currently goes. So, waiting to see exactly how that pans out. Oracle goes down, a bit more damage being done again. Just going to see the Ghost, armor upgrade, vehicle plating upgrade, planetary forwards in the command center, all of that coming straight through still. Pushing forward, refinery going down, the SCV's getting jumped on, the Zealots are going to get there as well, so they're also going to be able to play cleanup for a little bit. 14 SCVs going down from Kura is a pretty big hit to that economy. Colossus still stepping up. The Zealots and the Sentry is going to be there. Another round of Liberator is going to siege already. Again, looking to try and keep this at bay at the moment. Vikings, Marines, Marauders, and Ghosts continue to produce through. Just an update, guys, obviously. So Percival did advance over Geralt into the qualifying match against RongYI. We will not cover the second qualifying match. Instead, we will start the WardiTV Winter Cup Group B games after this series. So we'll be going into, I believe it's herO Geralt to start the day. We'll be going into that once we finish up this game 3. It's just a little heads up for you guys. But that's how we're going to approach things. Which obviously just, I think, makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys too. Scan coming about. CV's going down. The 4 Nexus all building. Marine Marauder, Ghost. +2 vehicle plating all coming up as well. Tempest's going to shoot. The Vikings again able to flare from afar. It's going to be seeing a storm coming down toward that Bane army. Nexus on that right side going to get cleaned up also. And again, a few more Vikings still producing through. Showtime still has a ton of money in the bank. Still just, at this point, you just need to try and mine as many bases as you can. Realistically, you're going to trade worse than this Terran army. That's just a guarantee at this point. So you need to make sure you get as much of the map mined as possible, because the more of the map you mine, the better off this becomes. This is very different to the series, to the game I was talking about earlier when I mentioned the earlier series between these two in the 2025 Championship. That really was much more of a case of like, Showtime was winning and just could never find, and never took the final fight. This is a game where Showtime was winning, but Kura defended to make sure that Showtime couldn't take a final fight, right? And we're going to see Showtime looking to make a play down here. DTs, I think, are going to be a big factor, but right now they've just been getting EMPs. You can see the Vikings and the Liberators coming through as well, so that also coming straight across. Vikings going to start shooting. Colossus will begin to take some damage. And Showtime's army just gets absolutely wiped. That's not good, because all of a sudden now you're kind of reliant on reinforcements, but those reinforcements aren't exactly ready just yet, so this is actually very scary. Now there's Bio Army stems across toward another base in Showtime. I mean, I don't even want to look at the resources lost. 46 to 25k. Oh, it's becoming very brutal for Showtime, and now you're losing bases. The thing is, now Kira is getting into just a better and better position, and this army is just seemingly, I don't want to say it's unkillable, but it's very difficult to get rid of. It really is. Showtime rebuilds Colossus and Tempests. No High Templars on the map, so not going to rely on any sort of storm or anything here. Obviously, Showtime's going in and basically taking out bases of Kira. I mean, what we're kind of setting up for right now is we're kind of base trading, in the sense that, I mean, you can see, right, a lot of probes obviously go down, a lot of SCVs have gone down in return, so we're kind of base trading, but at the same time, it's a base trade where Showtime knows he's got a lot of money in the bank, and yes, he had to spend a lot of it rebuilding just now, but if he can reset Kira down to, like, no current mining bases, then maybe the next fight along is better, but you still need to take a better next fight along, and Showtime's also losing a lot of his mining bases. He's re-expanding to the right-hand side. That's very important because that's obviously not currently where the Terran army is at. This is the issue. The Vikings are just shredding Colossus, and the Colossus is the only splash damage. Like, this is the kind of fight where it'd be really nice to have a couple of storms available, because then you could actually stop this army from chasing you down a little bit. I get it, storm doesn't necessarily always feel like it does a lot in this scenario. I actually kind of like the Disruptor, something to just zone Kua back. Make it so he's not just constantly able to attack into you every single moment of this, because right now that's a problem. If you keep letting that happen, that is an issue, and that is going to grow to be a problem as this game moves on. So we got to try and do something to just stop Q having that chasing potential on your army. Otherwise, this does become a little bit doomed, honestly. Stalkers, the Zealots, the Tempest gathering together. Take a couple moments, just move around. Maybe seeing the Depot start to go down. Storm on toward one of the Liberators there as well. Liberator, Marine Marauder, all coming by. Just going to see the Bio continue to come across as well. Into position here for a couple of seconds. See, the Tempest's going to get a few shots off initially. The Liberator is going to stay in anti-air mode. Not many of them sieging up. This is a better fight for Showtime, as he does put some damage onto that main portion of the army. The Colossus are going huge, man. Cure is losing a lot. Does he have enough to push through at the very end? The few Bio units will get towards the Colossus. He will not clean out the Tempest, though. And the Stalkers will stay strong as well. We get rid of these Liberators. The Colossus on the left side survived, and Showtime takes a fight that is going to secure him the entirety of the game. Wow, he actually pushed this right down to the limit. Resource lost at the end, 15k difference. The last trade was very good for Showtime. That last fight was beautiful. And that's kind of what he needed to close out the game. That was actually a ridiculous ending. Because I thought this was going to be still tougher for Showtime. He was out of money as well, so this fight had to go his way. And Kira lost essentially the final fight in amongst all of that. Alrighty, guys. We are going to go into herO versus Geralt in the WardiTV Winter Cup. I'm going to take a couple moments to reset things. We'll get this ready. We'll get players online. It is herO Geralt, right? I'm not going crazy. Yes, herO Geralt, some PvP to start us off. So we'll get that ready to go, guys. Like I say, we'll move away from the RongYI Cup and into the WardiTV Winter Cup. Because, obviously, like I say, it's due to start now. I don't want the guys to have to play super late if they're expecting to start now and everything. So, yeah, we'll get this ready. Get ready to rumble in just a few, and I will be right back with you guys. I'll throw a break screen up because I just got to sort a couple things out. I'm going to nip you up a moment as well. I'll see you guys on the other side for herO Geralt, and then also Sola and Q are playing in this group today as well. So it's going to be a fun one. I guess just finding Geralt, who seems to be AFK a couple moments, but we'll get that sorted and get back on track ASAP. And should be able to get this going soon. So thank you for a little bit of patience. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, we'll get this going ASAP for you all. And for our players. Thought that was a message to let us know what was up, but cool. Videos will begin as we kick this off and get this ready to go. Sweet. So herO Geralt coming up, guys. Are going to move into the WardiTV Winter Cup. Like I said, if you do want to watch the RongYI Percival qualifying match, there's streams on the TL.net sidebar you can find. Not in English, but you guys can still find it if you're looking for it. Obviously, that is, you know, generally nice. But yeah, unfortunately, just we're going to focus on the Winter Cup. Like I say, the timing just makes sense. You know, we had a full best of 3 still to do, so it just makes sense for us to come over here and get this going. So yes, it is going to be Group B now, guys. This is the scheduled start time. I don't want to hold people up. We could have maybe let like Geralt herO play and do that from replays at the end. Honestly, I'd rather just get started. To be honest, if it was like Showtime Cure about to happen in the RongYI Cup like right now, then I'd be like, okay, let's do that. And maybe we'll do that. But if we're missing the TVT, I think we'll just go into our event and get this going. So yeah, get into this PvP, and we'll go from here in just a few moments' time, guys. So readying up, getting set to rumble. Thanks for joining us as we get ready to go. Waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more video and a map pick. Get this hosted up, guys, and kick this into action. So just a couple moments, should be able to get this started. Like I say, PvP to begin the day. We're going to go through, I believe it's all of Geralt's matches first. Yes, so all of Geralt's games first on the day. And then into all the other maps after that as a follow-up. Cool. Cool. Tyto, Citadel, Winter, and Old. So those are the maps. Just see which one herO wants to pick to play on first. It is his map pick for map 1. Prediction possible? Yeah, give me a moment. Let me just get this hosted up and stuff, and I'll do it as we go in game. Alright, hosting up. Moving in a moment, guys. Progress being made. I don't know if Indy's actually here to cast this or not, but I will invite him. Is Indy live, guys? You guys see? Join the lobby. Cool. Ah, yes, he is waiting for us. Perfect. Cool, we're ready in GLHF, and we are ready to GLHF. Let's do this. Old Republic map 1. There's no one else that wants to be here, right? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, guys, into this PvP to start off our Winter Cup action. Let's get this on the go, started up, and ready to PARTY. Prediction. Oh, Showtime was an underdog in that last prediction. Indy just GLHF'd at the start of this game because I think he thought he was going into a ladder game. Good one. As we have in the bottom left side, our blue Protoss player here is herO, and in the top right, our red Protoss is Geralt, and we kick off into this series. get this started and see what's going to happen. Alright, so a little bit of PvP to start the day off. It's a fun group. I think Geralt's obviously going to be our underdog, but we know Geralt can absolutely stand up and deliver some surprises, I think, a lot of the time, realistically. So I'm excited to see how he does. I do think it's going to be a pretty fun match, even if... yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty fun match, even if we've got kind of Geralt, like I say, filling that underdog role in the early stages of it. So yeah, we'll see what happens, we'll see what takes place. Just going to see the gates and the assimilators coming through here for a couple of moments, just getting that set up and ready to go. And yeah, I'm going to see one probe across the map to start scouting off with in the early stages and getting that underway. So a little bit of a probe scout to begin with here, the gates and so coming through, the cyber cores to follow up from these second gateways. We just get all of that coming through for the moment. Two gateways apiece to start us off here, so yeah, we do get that started, we get this underway. Just going to be seeing the probe will come through for a nibble for a couple of seconds, so again, put some damage out just right off the bat. Get this off in the right sort of manner, if nothing else. Probes will nibble each other, and we do start to see some choices, Adepts and Stalkers on the way through. Pylon drops into place. Again, the Stargate and the Adepts coming through, the Stalkers and the Warp Gate coming by from Geralt. Probe still nibbling at that pylon for a few moments here. The Adepts are going to come shading out, so they're going to go running in after that probe, and then they're going to play clean up. Obviously, then we just need to get rid of this pylon block, and then we can actually get our expansion down. We're going to go Stargate from both players, and herO's is going to be more quick to get up and running here than Geralt's is, so a little bit of a deal breaker between the two right there initially. So there's a Adepts starting to fight, the Stalker's going to go the other way, so we start to fire for a couple of moments. Get some damage done initially, so a few shots coming back and forth, and we just have ourselves, yeah, a couple of shots coming in as well right now, so a lot of that just taking place already. The Adept going to chase, looking to shade onto that Stalker to just be a little more annoying. That is pretty much the majority of what's going on right now. We are going to get that kill. We're finally going to clean out this pylon. As I said, we've had the investment into the Stargates from both sides. We are going to have an Oracle out from here, Oracle halfway done from Geralt, and both players end up expanding at the exact same moment otherwise to set off in this PvP. That pulls back up, Stalker going to be there. Next is coming by, Probe and the Stalker continue to build. A couple Stalkers coming up. Just going to see the Oracle going to take a little revelation, and he's going to get healed up a little bit here. So just going to bring that back through as well. Looking cozy. And you have the Stalkers at the front from Geralt actually going to poke forward. He's going to be able to do some damage. That first Stalker already taking a few hits already, so damage being done right off the bat. Oracle's going to activate, the Stalker goes down, so Stalkers and Oracles together will head across toward the upper right-hand side. Again, Twilight Council coming through, the Nexus coming about. The Twilight Council on the way from Geralt is going to be sooner than herO's, as yeah, herO will follow in with a Twilight of his own. He basically built a second Oracle versus his opponent only building one. That's why the Twilight Council comes in more quickly. Geralt, with the double Oracle against him, will build a Phoenix, which will stop the Oracles from kind of lingering around and being able to stick around for as long. So that's definitely kind of a, a step in the right kind of direction here. See this Oracle looking to come through. Stasis Ward gets denied immediately, so will not be able to do anything there. You see these Stalkers and these Oracles still pushing up, looking for some damage in the next couple of moments. Phoenix going to be there. The Stalker's putting damage out. Oracle's absolutely taking a little bit of a beating still, just for now. The Stalker's coming through, and damage being done. The Stalkers are going to drop the recall straight down here, get away from there, and reset things for a moment or two. Little Oracle Revelation coming down. The Stalker's going to get hit once again, so again, finding some damage, finding some opportunity, just for the moment. Yeah, Dark Shrine and the probes all building through. Just going to see the Robo Facility probes and the Blink coming about as well. So again, we get a lot of that on the way in. I'm just going to have the Oracle once again going to get turned away by the few Stalkers. Just going to try and keep that pressure back. Phoenix getting sent through for a full scout as well. As we do see Geralt heading into that Dark Shrine. So he's going to go DTs while just much more normal kind of Blink from herO. So that's going to be the situation right here as we set that up. And we get that underway to begin with. In the Robo Facility all coming by, so a lot of that coming up as well. Just going to be seeing the few Stalkers there. Going to hit the Phoenix one time as well. Again, just going to see that Blink on the way. The Observer coming through. A couple more bits and pieces coming by for the moment. And the Dark Shrine still coming up and online there as well, so continue to get that on the go for the moment here, bringing this straight through and getting that all started. A couple of DTs will come up alongside everything else here. We just have, yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can do much. There's going to be an Observer out, there's going to be multiple Observers out, but obviously still depends, are those Observers in the right position straight away? It's not always the case, it is moving around with the group of Stalkers though, so it looks pretty hopeful, to be honest, to begin with. It looks pretty decent here to start us out. Again, that Forge coming through, the Nexus and the Stalker and so coming online as well. It's going to see the rest of these Stalkers gathering up. A couple DTs going to linger out down to the bottom side for the foreseeable future. And like I say, wait for that chance to kind of get through and do something. But I mean, it feels like that chance is going to take a little while to truly come around. So, not sure I'm really loving it overall. Observer actually going to get found. The Oracle Revelates to kill the Observer off with the Phoenix. I mean, that's cute. We have another Observer available. That one's across the map, though, right? Yeah, so actually it does take away the Observer that's at home. A new one has to start from herO. I mean, I like the play. I just don't know if it's going to be impactful in the end. I mean, maybe. The DTs are going to run through. We're going to warp in. It's going to be decent. I mean, it's going to be better than I expected, to be honest. Like I say, I was not really expecting much from this necessarily, but it's going to be pretty okay. 8, 9, 10 workers going down. hero's actually taking a bunch of damage. That actually turns out to be a really sick play. Hell yeah. That's a really genuinely just very cool play. As 15 workers, 16 workers go down. Geralt is delivering. And I am in love with it. Yes. Big fan of that. Alright, charging +1 coming through. 17 workers killed. It's going to put Geralt up a lot of workers at this point. 62 to the 45. So now he's going to see if he can follow through from this and continue to get things going in his favor. The charge and the +1 both coming in. The DT and the Zelda warping in alongside this as well. The Stalkers just coming around. Again, the +1 attack. A couple of cannons. The probes all coming through. The Stalkers will get after this pylon. It's going to just get one more DT warped in from there, although Geralt will then be supply blocked as well, which is a little annoying. And herO still has a significant army supply advantage, which is maybe something we can rectify with the worker lead, but that worker lead is fast disappearing as herO is just spamming those workers back up, recovering from the DTs, and kind of making it look as though Geralt didn't even do anything in the first place. Again, especially with how much army lead that herO has. He just has 7 more Stalkers and an Immortal, so, you know, plus a Sentry too. The Immortal and the Sentry. And 7 Stalkers more than his opponent really is the deal breaker right now, where Geralt is going to attack around as herO moves out across the map, and I love it. That Geralt's clearly the disadvantaged player in this game, but he's doing all of the things to try and essentially bring this back around into his favor, right? Like, he's doing things correctly to give himself a chance and to be at the, you know, be at the table in this game at least, because otherwise there's a very real world where this game did not go well for him with the way things started, and so. But he's really made a good effort of it. I mean, still now, I mean, herO is down 12 workers still. Army supply is still just about in the lead, but now it's in the lead when he warps in. Not just constantly in the lead no matter what, so upgrade's going to be even. Both players head straight into the +2 attack upgrade at the moment as well. A couple of Archons coming about on the side of Geralt, getting that underway. So I'll step forward for a moment or two. Stalkers and the Archon pull back around the other side. Temple Archives, the Observer and the Zelda still building up. The +2 attack coming in. We do have this army going to start fighting here. Stalkers will shoot. A couple of Immortals there. I mean, I love the Archons from Geralt. It's going to give him a much better fight. because it means that he actually has splash against the Zealot line of his opponent, and Geralt actually going to have himself a better force for now. Next results coming in on that bottom side. We'll see if we can do much about those in the next moment or two here. For the moment, it might not matter as Geralt is chasing herO's army away, and he is bringing this into his favor. So Geralt looking good in this opening game of the PvP. Looking like he might extend himself out to a 1-0 lead in this matchup. 6 more Zealots warping in, plus 2 attack upgrade coming through on both sides of the map. Geralt up about 30 supply here. Is he going to keep on attacking? Can he get away with attacking still? I think he probably can, honestly. I think it probably turns out to be okay. Let's see, a couple Stalkers coming through, a couple Zealots taking damage. Continue to come across there just in general for the moment or so, and see that plus 2 attack and the Immortal still building by. These Zealots are still producing through. Continue to get that into play as well. There's the rest of the army coming down the bottom. Geralt looking to attack in one more time here. Looking for more opportunity just for the moment. And the plus 2 coming up on both. The DTs are just going to run into the base. So as herO kind of chases Geralt away on the map a little bit, we're just going to have those DTs running in at the same time. So they're going to go through. They're going to look for some damage, and they'll probably succeed in finding some at least. To get in after a whole bunch of those probes. So a bunch of damage dealt right away. We continue to kind of stand up to this, and Geralt kind of getting swarmed a little. I'm not loving where he's at in terms of how this fight is going. Feels like it's going a little bit messy as we're going to try and turn around and fight again. The prism's still overhead. Let's see those Stalkers getting jumped on, a bit more damage being done. The DTs and the Zealots try and get in front once more. Try and get a little more value out of this still. Geralt's supply has plummeted right back down, and specifically his army supply has plummeted right back down especially. So that's going to put him right back into a tough spot. And I don't know if Geralt's going to actually be able to come out of this in an okay place here at the end of these next few moments. His worker lead is still very real. The problem is the worker lead is not going to save him from this fight right now as herO runs across the map and looks to take an engagement. Oh, Geralt felt like he had a real chance in this game. Really felt like the opportunity was there for him, but now, as herO fights through, these Archons are going to put in the work. Army supplies are evening up a little bit. herO has a massive warp in his Zealots in the back, though. It's going to keep him about 20 army supply ahead. And at this point, this is what you call an overwhelming situation. And as we take down the tech units, and now his Zealots will just not die in comparison to his opponents. And Stalker Archon still gathering through, just going to be seeing the Immortal still building, but it looks as though Geralt is not going to have enough in the end. Very sad, because I really felt like this was going to be a... I really felt like this was going to be a Geralt game. When those Archons were fine, his opponent had no tech, he took that supply lead, I really felt like he had it. But just couldn't find the fights necessary to close out, and hence, herO is going to be looking to take game 1 of this best of 3. This probe's coming up. Just gonna see the Stalkers coming back through again. And Geralt doing everything he can, but still down in army supply, still down in workers. At this point, he has no advantage to speak of, and his army is significantly worse. It's got the mobility of the Blink Stalkers, but none of the firepower of everything else that you really need here as herO. Catches a good force field to help out, and will not chase down for victory just yet, but just pulls back because building up more on the 4 base versus 3 base setup is probably just going to put him into a more convincing position whenever that fight does happen. Nexus starts up as Geralt will try and play the recovery. I mean, if herO sits and does nothing, you may as well try and get your Nexus back online, right? And just try to re-expand, try and re-establish control. Stalkers will step through. More hits coming about. Again, the Nexus and the probe still coming by as well. And more shots continuing into play. It's coming about. That Nexus coming down. It's going to be seeing the Immortal in the cannon. continue to build up at the moment here. So again, we get that on the way here currently. You see the Stalkers continue to push up. Any more hits coming about. Zal's Archons all on the top side, pushing into that third base. We'll be seeing these Stalkers continue to try and play back. Again, a lot of trades coming out right here, but there's just never a trade which says Geralt is the winner at the end of it. And as boring as I may sound, this game really is just done and dusted, and it is going to be in hero's favor. And this time we actually get a GG to go along with that. Alright. So we are going to have ourselves a game number 2 coming up as hero takes a 1-0 lead. That was on the server preference of Geralt as well, so things only get tougher here going to Tidal Citadel for map 2. I really felt like that was his opportunity. Yeah. Cool game for us as a spectator, but a frustrating one from Geralt, I'm sure, going out of that. Get our players in, and we'll get ready to go into game number 2 here in a couple seconds, guys. Game 2 coming up is ready gets cold. Let's do this. Let's dive into game 2 of Geralt versus hero. Again, after this we have Geralt versus Cure and Geralt versus Solar, and then we have hero Solar, hero Cure, Solar Cure as the rest of our days. That's what's going on. Thank you for joining us, of course. It's a WardiTV event. I appreciate you being here and supporting with the viewership. Or feeling generous, want to support with a Prime sub or anything else. Don't let me hold you back. Let's jump into game 2 though, as we have ourselves in the top left. Our blue Protoss player is going to be Mr. Hero. Taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom right hand side, it is Geralt. Going to be an early probe out on the map from Hero, scouting a little bit, so I'm going to move through initially there and see if there's anything for him to spot in terms of what's going on at first. Gates coming up, probes coming through. Yeah, this probe going all the way across to the other side. Just initially, and as the gateway and the assimilators come through as well, so we got a lot of that up and running for the moment. Probe comes over, we do some nibbling, and do see the couple of gates coming about on either side, as we already know. We're going to see a pretty standard starting point, but of course that doesn't stop you in PvP from turning this into aggression down the line. Proxy attack structure or so, and things can start to look very different very quickly, so yeah, we'll see what happens here. And you see the Cyber Core Gateway all coming up, probes in production. Those couple of probes going to get through and look to nibble onto that probe in return. Getting some good damage done initially. Yeah, some decent bits of damage being dealt then. And you see the Cyber Core coming up online. And 2 more Stalkers in production right away. Just going to be seeing the Warp Gate building. A lot of this going through. We settle ourselves into game 2, waiting for our attack structure to come through to show us exactly what is going to be going on. So Warp Gate coming up on both sides, so the Stalkers coming about. Get this settled in. Just going to be seeing the probe nibbling at the pylon for a few moments. Yeah, Stalkers coming in from both players just for the moment. Robo Facility coming up from Hero. So gonna knock that down. Next is gonna come down. And right next to it as well, Gateway and Robo Facility both building up. Take a couple seconds on that. Stalkers again just going to make their way across. Robo Facility, Gateway. Little bits and pieces already coming through. Sentry coming online as well. 4 Stalkers going to show up and push those other Stalkers away right from the very get-go. Just going to push those back the other direction. And yo, Salty Medevac, thank you so much for 4 months on the Prime sub. Yay, StarCraft! Hell yes. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. There's a couple of Stalkers going to get here. Hallucination just going to get turned around. Twilight Council's already halfway through there, the Nexus and the Gateway. Just kind of building through as we speak, so I'm going to see that tech faster from Geralt. No expand from herO because he's on that Robo facility in the 3 gate. I'd say tech faster, I mean the Twilight Council faster. There's probably not going to be a Twilight anytime soon here from herO because of the Robo aggression. But he's setting up for Blink starts from Geralt, but we're a long way off a resolution to that, and obviously he got a couple of gates versus the 3 gates. I love a couple of hallucinations here as well. Going to give you some chances as we do use some of the Sentry Energy already on a hallucination. Not ideal. You have enough Stalkers to one-shot through a battery, which is not great because it really nullifies what the battery can do. Bunch of Stalkers going down very quickly, and herO just showing up with a whole lot of stuff right now. 4 probes going down already, make that 6-7. Damage really being done quickly here. Now going to turn back around. The Stalkers going to keep fighting. Those sentries are dropping. Damage still being done, and man, that's going to be just a clean victory from herO. Geralt is not ready for this. He wasn't ready for it. He needed force fields or so to kind of buy some time and to push things back, and maybe another battery or so as well. He just couldn't let the Stalkers get into reach of his own Stalkers like he did, because what happens then, as we saw, is you're basically going to end up in this position where straight away you're just going to be... Where's the Prism? You're just going to be in a position where basically he can one-shot your units and then you lose too much too quickly. Whereas if you get a couple defensive force fields down ahead of time, it can go very differently for you. So, unfortunately, that is going to be the wrong end of the stick for our Polish Protoss, who put in a hell of a showing on game 1 and didn't quite come through the victory. And is unfortunately not going to have quite enough in this game to GG's, and herO takes the second map of this series, a 2-0 for herO, as he goes up and moves through Geralt for the opening game. Alright, we are going to have ourselves Geralt versus Kua coming up next, guys. I'll just need a moment to message Kua to come over and join us on NA and get those vetoes on the go. So we'll get that started in a second, guys. And we'll get this ready to go. So yeah, let me just ping Kua here. Get this started up. Cool. I'll just throw some ads up when we can. They'll just ping Kua. Cool. First day for Kua. Not qualifying to the RongYI Cup is definitely rough. I think he expected to probably make it. He played in all the qualifiers and was not able to get there. It's pretty crazy. Pretty darn crazy, if you ask me. Do 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 bum 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 bum. Right, ping Kua. Just wait for him to hop over. Take a couple moments and we can resume, guys. Like I say, hopefully he'll be here in a second. He gave me a thumbs up on the message, so he did read it at the very least. That's the good news. Just trying to check if he's on any other servers. Boom, boom. I guess just waiting for Kira to arrive. I'm gonna check the other servers. Oh no, he's online. Ah, he's in the RongYI channel with Geralt. That makes sense. Cool. Alright, take a second here, guys, to get this going. Yeah, he was in the RongYI channel, so he was probably just thinking we were there, and I wasn't looking there, so all good. Pick this off in a second, guys. Get into this PvT and continue through. So we've got our mirror matchup of the day out of the way. Hell yeah. Go from there. Do 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 bum 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 bum. Oh, stretch it out a bit. A couple of videos coming by, getting underway, getting set for the next few moments. Seems like Hero and Solo move on. Really depends on how well Kira plays today. Obviously he's not. I don't feel like Kira's been 100% lately though, so yeah. Hopefully we see some fun stuff from him, but we'll have to wait and see. One, two, three, 4 videos down. Has any result on the RongYI Cup? I'm looking to see if there's a second qualified player just yet. Ryung's up a game against Percival. Ryung's really good in TVT, man. I actually think I'd like to see Percival in that tournament if he makes it through. I think that'd be really sick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos. So now just gonna get some map picks in. We'll be good to go. Percival's getting really good. He is, yeah. Ryung is like I said, a tough one to play against because Percival's TVT is good too, but Ryung's TVT is very, very good. Kind of a very much so a known factor. Old Republic gonna be map 1 here for Geralt versus Kua, guys. Get this hosted up. Second map, Mothership. Third map, Tourmaline. Alrighty guys, we're in the lobby, so we should just be able to go, and thank you for a little bit of patience while I got the video sorted. Be able to, like I say, just go from here. As Kira readies up, Geralt readies up, ready up, kick off into game number 1 of a second best of 3 today. Working our way through this WardiTV Winter Cup Group B. I got something really fun to show you guys later as well. I find it very exciting. It's about the Wardy points, so yeah, we'll show you guys that in a little bit. But for now, let's jump into some StarCraft 2s. As we have got in the top right-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss player here is Geralt. Up against the red Terran in the bottom left side, it's going to be Team Liquid's Kua. So you get into game 1 of this BO3. Alright, so away we go. And seeing what Geralt can do against Kua, who comes out of that loss in the RongYI qualifier. And now playing here against Geralt to try and make his day a little bit better. Sorry guys, doing some moderating. Let's just see. Now Cybercool coming through, Rax and the SCVs going about. And this ready to go for a couple moments. Reaper moves out, gonna be heading across, gonna be seeing the Nexus, the Assimilator, and so all coming through. I'm just gonna see the Reaper jumping onto that probe for a couple seconds. Getting some damage out of here. The dip and the warp gate all coming up. That Nexus building through, commencing the factory online as well. All these little bits and pieces coming through and getting settled down for the early stages. Nothing too crazy just yet. The Adept is going to shade out. It just shades past the Reaper, unfortunately. So the Reaper gets to run straight through the natural into the main base. And just gets a good bit of scout here. 2.5 minutes deep on Old Republic. Some information to work with there as the Reaper will continue through the probes. And the Adept is going to be there to continue chasing that Reaper out as well. Trial Council, and Stalker, Warp Gates. A lot of that coming through right off the bat here, so we do see exactly where all of this is going. You can see those couple of Marines trying to get in after the Adept for a moment or two, and we put some decent damage out. A few shots coming around. A few hits coming into place already. Okay, we're just going to come straight back into position. Just going to get that set up. And we are going to see the Blink and the Warp Gate continue to build straight through. Extra gateways coming online. Just going to have ourselves the setup from Geralt looking very normal for this Blink opener. Up against that Starport and up against the extra just tech and so being added on. Widow Mine drop going to be coming through from Cure. And then some Marine numbers adding on behind that as well. So that's where we sit with that for now. As the Reaper and the Hellion combining, going after a couple of those probes already, so getting straight through for some damage. We're seeing the Hellion continue to fight, a couple more probes going down, so 5 workers dropping just for the moment. Continue to see that coming in just at this current point. And a couple of barracks coming through, the Blink halfway done, the probes and the Sentry building up as well currently, so again, a lot of that coming in. You've seen that Blink about to finish up. Again, a couple of barracks and that Raven coming through. Siege tank building as well. We continue to get a lot of this into play right now as this medevac is unable to really succeed with the first mine dropping. Mine in the main base might have some more success. No units nearby. Of course, Geralt sees it coming from an absolute mile away, so he can pull the probes. And good play from Kira just to get the most out of this. Firing. Well, retargeting a couple of times, but I actually don't think he should have let that fire in the end. Or it felt like it delayed from firing until that probe had just nipped into the Assimilator to get into hiding, so a little bit of a strange circumstance, to be honest, but yeah. little strange, but all good. On we go. Charge coming through, the Nexus and so coming up as well. We get into the next part of this in a moment or so, as we'll see exactly where we continue. And we just continue through with that Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1, just continuing by. Take a couple more moments on this as we obviously get all those bio upgrades into play. Gonna get much more powerful at that point. You see me, a couple of shots coming through, auto turret at least getting cleaned up. Geralt with some pretty good defense so far, really not taking too much damage in the early stages, but there's a long way to go yet. And medevac going down too, so another nice little grab, stopping that from getting home. Only going to benefit you as the bio comes through there. And Adept goes down. And that too shall be a cleanup for the moment. Alright, Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1. All those bits and pieces continuing up again, so we got a lot of that on the way. Again, Stim Combat +1 coming by. Just going to be seeing the Storm and the Charge, the armor upgrade coming through as well, so we get that going. Bring that up. Let's see where things are going to go. Bio going to step through. The couple Stalkers getting pushed back the other way. CC just going to land down once more here. It's just going to get that in position once again. Pick that off as we do see the Storm. Armor upgrade all building through. Cure is trying to get to the top of the map. Geralt is down a lot of army supply right now. This is kind of wild. Like, he's got a lot of army supply missing. Can he get a defense going with Storm? I mean, Storm's not done yet, but it's about to be. We're kind of missing like a warp in or two here as Geralt. You're just going to load up, going to go elsewhere for the moment. If you get away with this as Geralt, this would be incredible. Hallucination at least, pushing that first Widow Mine back, and I'll put it on cooldown so that we can then push in with the Stalkers, eventually pull back. And double medevac dropping into the main base might be something. I might have just glimpsed it with the probe there. Just going through, 10 probes going down. Yeah, we just didn't have preparation for this drop at all. We were already in a little bit of trouble here as well, as we were kind of seeing damage being done. We see the Mirandifacts, the Marauders, the Marines all coming up. The Zealots are going to get jumped on as well, so we continue to play cleanup for a little bit. Storm coming down, going to hit a couple of those Marines, and the Stalkers continue to play cleanup as well, so just across the board. Units getting tucked under the rug, and this is looking as though Kira is going to have himself a pretty comfortable game 1. It's a nice Storm, hits a lot of those mines. They have to unburrow and relocate if they're not going to die there. Most of the mines get killed, but the thing is we don't even need to rely on the mines just yet, realistically, so don't even have that as really a factor right now. Again, just having the Marine Marauder Armory continue to come through. Gonna have the rest of all of this continue to come online as well. Auto turret in the back, also gonna drop. Armory coming by, few Zealots just coming along. Just gonna see the probes and the attack upgrade coming up as we speak. And we get that continuing through for a moment or so. Straight about, just gonna see that auto turret dropping down onto the Zealots once again. It's just coming straight in over there. Bio still trying to fight against a couple of those Zealots. Got a bit more done already. The Storm coming through. A bit more damage done on this one. Again, Robo Facility, Temple Archives coming across, the +1 attack upgrade coming by as well, so we get a lot of that on the roll here. Moving over, Zealots are going to start charging through again. It's going to be seeing the bio unloading, a bunch of those probes taking damage. We're all going to be seeing 12 workers going down. 14 workers now going down. Second time we've seen just so many workers go down to like a double drop into the main. It's a bit more than a double drop this time, but similar sort of idea, just aggression into the main base from elsewhere, and Geralt just can't seem to keep on top of that for the moment, so definitely some issues being created. The Zealots trying to get through, and they are going to get caught, so once more, just another bad moment for Geralt, and that feels like the sentiment in this game in general is things are just not going brilliantly at the moment. 2-2 upgrades, ship weapons still coming up, the Marine Marauder Medevac building, Ghost Academy, and the Barracks all building by as well. Continues to run across here. The Zealots are still going to be there as well. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army still pushing through. Kira continues to kite out of here for the moment. Temple Archive is about to go down. The rest of the Zealots are coming over. Just going to be seeing them charging through toward those Marauders at the moment. And again, just Kira continue to add up the damage. Geralt is sub 100 supply, kind of just getting bullied in the last few minutes. Unable to get back on track and back in control of this for now. Trying to deal with all of that. Again, 3-3 coming through, a couple of Zealots are going to charge forward. The Storm's coming down onto the Bio Army quickly and effectively right there. Another anti-armor missile coming straight in. Gonna hit a bunch of those units once again, and we continue to pull back. A couple of these Zealots go down already. Grade 3 upgrades coming through. The Ghosts, the Marines, the Vikings all coming online. The Marauders in the back here going to be lifting back up as well. A couple of those Zealots getting jumped on still. Kira's army just getting better and better again. It's feeling difficult to really make a point that kind of braces Geralt in this game at this stage. Like, the problem is like, it's not even that he's actually doing a pretty good job of holding on and not completely dying, but it's only a matter of time. The thing is, the defenses he's making are not exactly turning the game around. They're just allowing him to survive that little bit longer, right? And the thing is, surviving is a very different thing in StarCraft 2 to actually, continuing to be, okay and making plays. It's going to be GG's, and it is going to be Kira to take the opening map here of our best of 3 with Kira versus Geralt TVP action. Alright, give me a sec, guys. Just get ourselves hosted into this one. It's going to be Mothership for map 2, and it will be now Geralt's server preference for game 2, so we'll see if that helps him out at all, or does anything in particular for him. It's hosted, and we'll get this ready to go. Is there an update on the other cup? 1-1 between Percival and Ryong. Nice. Yeah, obviously, like I say, it's not on a cool TVT there, but it's made sense for us to get going and get started already, of course. So our players are ready immediately, so we'll not hold them up. We'll kick this off and get this underway. What's up, Carl Off? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you for using your Prime on the channel. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Alright, let's jump in as we get game number 2 underway. We're going to have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side the blue Protoss player. It is going to be Geralt here for the second game of this matchup. Kira leading the red Terran in the upper right-hand side. That's going to be our red Terran as we kick this off. Forgot about the Bezos books. Time to Panda. Thank you so much for remembering. Let this be a reminder to all that your Prime sub, if it's sat there just chilling and hanging out and not really doing much of anything, it can be of use to us. We can use it to run more StarCraft 2 events and all the rest of the stuff we like on the channel, which is mostly just StarCraft 2 events and casting. But yeah, if you're sat there on a Prime, you're wondering why you're seeing ads, and you're just sad that you feel like you could be doing more to help StarCraft, bam, just use the Prime sub, support the channel today. There is no reason to leave your Prime sub unused. If you don't use it here, then go use it on your other favorite streamer, at least if it's off cooldown. Make sure you use it on somebody. I do appreciate if you use it here. Thank you so much for the Primes, guys. Thank you, thank you. We'll mention as well, while we have a moment or two early on this game, that if you are enjoying the WardiTV Winter Cup and the early stages of the WardiTV 2026 series with the Monday Cups and so on, these WardiTV events are supported by you guys. These happen because you guys come in, support the events, and make this happen. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing and you want to help us support further, as Kira asks for a pause, no problem. If you are, excited about the future and want to help us make more of these events happen, do check out the Patreon page. Obviously, subbing helps as well. Support wherever you want to. Any support on the channel generally does go towards helping events happen. But the best way to support this event specifically, if you want to see more and more events and you want to see that prize money supported as well, you can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge over on the Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize money. So it's an amazing way to support the stream. It's an amazing way to support the events. We use that to help fund the foundation prize money of the Monday Cups, this Winter Cup, our Winter Championship that'll be starting next month as well. We also have another cool event that I'm working on, the Team League. I'm just waiting for some graphics, and then I'll put that a little bit more into motion as well. Kind of wanted that to run January, February. That might be more of a March, April kind of thing right now, but it is going to happen because we already have that sponsored. So, yeah, TLDR, check out the Patreon page. It allows us to do all of this cool StarCraft content that you are watching. daily on the channel. Ian M7 with the 11 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Going out to Horizon MC, as well as Trout Goes Wild, Zoe, Exo Yummy Kiss ZZ, Minibok, DKV Mad K2, Pinecone 13, Zerak 210, Shimmel Bufu, Aztec Strategy, Yencam, and Young Sally SC. Thank you so much, Ian, on the 11 gifted subbies. Appreciate the support as always, mate. Hope you're doing great. Much appreciated, like I say. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the support. I will say it again, I'm super impressed that the sub count has stayed so constant in January so far. Now, don't get me wrong, we're kind of coming up to the point where, like, about a month ago, we had the full week of WardiTV 2025 playoffs, so we're going to drop more, but, like, the fact we're still so heavily above 1,000 is truly crazy. So, if we end this month at 1,000 subs, that would be actually insane. So, we'll see if we can do it. Thanks so much for the gifties. Thank you very much indeed. As the Reapers and the Hellions will fight, Stalker goes down. The Adept is going to get jumped on as well. Will also fall here, so the Adept goes down for the moment. Being picked away at. Yeah, Blink going through. Warp Gate building. Getting a lot of that online just for the moment. Okay, thanks for the support, guys. Thanks for listening to the sellout. We have that Blink still trickling on through. The Warp Gate coming up as well, so continue to bring that into play just for the moment. The Reaper's going to get bounced around for a couple of moments, but nothing overly crazy in the end. Still got that Blink coming through, and we have ourselves a couple of Reapers and the Hellions still gathering together also. Siege Tank, Raven, coming about. Just going to be seeing the Reapers and the Hellions. Continue to come through for the moment there. Just going to put a bit more damage out. The Stalker's taking some shots as well. The Stalker will take some more damage once more. You see a couple of grenades coming down to bounce these Stalkers all around. So the Stalker's absolutely getting bounced about for a little bit, as I'm just seeing the tank, the Marines, the Raven all continuing up. Stalker's going to shoot. We do have the Hellion taking damage as well, so a couple extra barracks coming through, SCVs and the Marines coming up as we speak. A lot of that coming online as the Reaper's going to dive into that mineral line and get a roll in here with just a couple more shots and a bit more damage being done. Three Hellions and a Reaper went down for 3 probes. I mean, the Adept and 2 Stalkers are pretty good kills as well, to be fair, so pretty reasonable early start from Cure. Look at resources lost. It is double efficiency from Cure, so two Stalkers still poking around the front to see if there's anything particular they might be able to get done. Next couple of moments, still keeping the pressure on. A couple of tanks going to unsiege. A few Marines still stepping about. Stimpack is on the way. Continue to get that settled in here. Just for the moment, the Stalkers continue to blink away from there. Just for now. Again, the tanks and the Marines good to keep things back for a couple of moments. Reaper's actually coming through and going to be able to successfully put some more damage in. So the Stalker's taking a few more hits. You have the Marine Tank Reaper Force continue to press forward as well, so just chasing through. Initially, the extra Stalker's coming up. Charge on the way. Let me get that put into place. Marine Tank pressing on through. Just going to be seeing a couple of tanks. We'll siege already. Start to put some damage out, hitting that gateway for a couple of moments here as well as Impact Combat +1 all building through, and the Marines are pressing forward. Robot Facility in some trouble. This pusher Cure having some real oomph behind it right now as we drop the double order turret down. The Immortal is going to get blasted. The Stalker's blink across. Siege Tanks in trouble as well. Geralt is not exactly looking great at the moment because now his mineral line is going to be undefined. He just doesn't have the units to push this away at all. A couple of Zealots coming in, but they don't even have charge yet. That's a few moments away too, so that's just another issue to tag on to everything else. Game gets called, and unfortunately for Geralt, it's not been a great start to the day. Down 0-2 and 0-4. in the group. And that is going to be that for the moment. Alright, it's going to be Geralt versus Solar up next, and Solar obviously could make this essentially just a 3-player group after this, a 2-0 from him, and then basically just Solar, herO, and herO going back and forth will determine how this pans out. So, for the moment, guys, just ping Solar. And we'll run some ads while we wait, and we get Geralt versus Solar coming up in a moment or two. What about 2026 Wardy points? When will we know about that? What do you want to know about it? They are just part of the process for, they're basically just part of the process for the, 2026 series, basically. We'll use them throughout the year, so basically there's like a winter season that will qualify some players into the winter championship as well. So some players will just bypass qualifiers, for example. So yeah, we'll just be using them basically throughout the year to qualify people and stuff. I was just going to tell you about it. Oh, I mean, what I was going to show you guys. Well, yeah, okay, I'll show you guys what I was going to show you guys. Yes, I remember. I see what you mean now. Very quickly then. So we just have a Wikipedia page for it, and I just think it's really exciting. It's just really exciting. Like, first of all, we got the overall standings, right? So you can see the players, and obviously, everyone's, similar and, a bit here and there right now. But then you come over here, you see where people are earning points from, and it's just freaking fun. Look at this, all these Monday Cups that are going to be included in this season. Oh, it's just fun. It is just fun. Max Factor is so low. That's because he's fallen in. I think we've only had 2 Monday Cups in the Winter Qualifier, and obviously, he's not played the Winter Cup yet either, right? So, I mean, we're basically basing this off of a couple of events so far, but yeah. It's going to be fun. It's genuinely going to be fun. Looking forward to using it. Obviously, I mean, we know who's probably going to be at the top, but the main idea is that over the course of the year, we will try and give better benefits to the players who perform well, and then other benefits to players who perform just below that. We might make like a certain qualifier as like a Premier qualifier that's only open to players who have a certain amount of points within the season, so it's like an extra chance to qualify for people who have those amount of points, and then an open qualifier beyond that as well. So you see what I mean? Like there'll be like different ways to kind of benefit from having participated in our other events, basically. So yeah, I just thought it was fun seeing the page already. What about 2v2 points with points for both circuits? Man, I want to run some 2v2, but it's difficult, man. The schedule's full. China keeps running events as well. Maybe in February. Maybe in February. Tourmaline gonna be our map, by the way. Let's get that hosted. Ah. Yeah, still isn't a party. Oh yeah, here's everyone else crawling in, guys. This is where everyone else shows up. Everyone else just finished the other tournaments, so now everyone's arriving into the Winter Cup. All good. That's absolutely fine. Happy to have them as Go-Go's and Readies are going to get called, and just going to double check I've got the guy that was already here, Indy. Yeah, we do. Cool. Cool. Go-Go's and Readies. Solar versus Solar versus Geralt. Who qualified then? Was it RongYI or Percival? It was Percival. I'm happy that Percival qualified. I love RongYI. I really do, but I'm happy to see Percival make it through as well. Alright, let's get into Tourmaline and get this ready to rumble. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start off with our blue Protoss. He's obviously not quite having the day he wanted to so far. It is going to be Geralt in the bottom left corner of the map, taking on the red Zerg. In the top right, Solar. I don't think Solar's going to make Geralt's day too much brighter, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, but we can see. We can see. We'll see what happens as we get this underway. Let me just throw an indie cam on, and we'll get ready for this next series. And then after this, obviously, Solar, Kira, and herO will be all playing against each other as well. So quite a ways to go. After this, we'll be halfway through, but unfortunately for Geralt, obviously, he's put up a good fight in individual games, but in the overall course of the series, maybe not so much of a fight. Hopefully we can see him powering through here and putting up a bit more fight, but if not, we're halfway through after this, and then those final matches will obviously be pretty imperative at deciding who advances through and who shall not. Overlord coming over, just getting settled for a couple of moments. Hatch, gas, and pool building through. The drones are on the way. Let's get a lot of that setting up right now. A little bit of building up. Hatch pool on the way up. Next is in the Cybercore building as well. Just bringing these little bits and pieces by to start us off, seeing where things will go. Probe coming around, just moving over, settling for a couple of moments here. Ready to roll as we just have ourselves, Cybercore Nexus building by. Take a couple secs. See where things are gonna go. Lings, Queens, and the lane speed building up. Just gonna have the Stargate already building from the side of Geralt as well. The Adept halfway through. We're following this drone. We are on the indie cam, so this is it, guys. This is the best observer in the business. he was following that drone too. I felt like I was observing for a moment. It's always a little scary, I guess. Alright, link speed coming up. It's going to be this getting going. The Adept coming through here. Again, getting the rest of this all up and rolling right now. Just come on in. Just going to be seeing the Adept going to come about for a couple of moments and fire a couple of shots off. Queen going to be there to try and help out as well for the next couple of moments. Link's chasing, Adept's backing it up. I'm just going to be seeing the Oracle and the Wolf Gate coming through as well, so just continue to get that on the go for now, bringing this into play. Oracle activating, a few Lings getting chased out of there. Just going to see the Queen, the drones continue to come through, the Gateway, Nexus, and Probies continue to come about. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate building as we speak. Bringing a lot of this up and running in the next few moments. The setup continuing through, Twilight and Forge both building online. Just going to get deflected around for the moment. So pretty good defense, pretty solid pushback there, not letting anything come of this for a moment or two. Settling again just for a couple moments here. Get this set up. Just going to be seeing the couple Lings continue to chase. A couple probes are going to come by as well. It's just going to go straight through there. A couple workers already going down. Couple probes just dropping now. The Ling's going to turn back over as well. Try and put a little bit extra out. Like Depths is going to go back the other way, so just going to see that going back out in that direction as well. So we move back in that side for now. Just going to be seeing the oracles gathering up as well. We just continue to gather through for a couple of moments. So a little bit of movement over there, and they're settled. It's going to be seeing the Adepts trying to keep this pressure up initially from Geralt. Do I plan on expanding, sorry I didn't read this earlier, but do I plan on expanding slots or qualifiers destined exclusively to minor regions like LATAM, Oceania, or Sea? No, sadly just no. I don't have the resources to justify it, and unfortunately, as much as it sucks, it just dilutes the player pool of the main event. I can't really, and the problem is as well, when you start accompanying those other regions, it's like, it's extra. There's just a lot of reasons why it doesn't work on my end, like the time zones can be weird and so on, and then you're adding a lot more complication into the final event and so. Yeah, sadly, I'm not really the one in a position to do that. As much as I love to support as many regions as possible, my focus is on my own time slot and when I usually stream, and that's usually the European and Korean scenes. Which, you know, in general, I've just stopped doing kind of region-focused events. The only thing we really do within a year that's region-focused anymore is European League and Korean Royale. And even then, it's open to everyone. They're just server-based events, and that's the only thing that we do now. So, yeah, it's I'd love to see more regional stuff. I'm not the person to run it realistically. As y'all can see, our Stalkers getting involved for a couple of moments, fighting nicely here for the moment. Honestly, pretty good scrap that we got going on. A Queen in the back there, going to be in some trouble, taking some extra hits. The Oracle getting turned around once again, just going to get that pushed away. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers still gathering up. Oracle going to be right there to help us with this as well, and the Stalkers just don't think are going to do enough. The Hydra's in good numbers, and the Hydra's definitely holding on nicely at the moment as we continue to push those Stalkers back out over to the left-hand side for the moment. So Stalkers end up getting pushed away, getting bullied back. Again, +1 missiles, bailing speed, +skill augments all coming through. Again, the Lings and the Hydras continue to come up as well, as we just have the Hydras and the Lings gathering in together. +2 attack, charge on the way, Temple Archives in the gateway, building also. And yeah, we'll just have ourselves the Crypt Tumor there, being picked away at 2. Oracle does get a kill on the Spore already. He's just going to be able to pick that off. Oracle going down. And just have ourselves the rest of this army still coming about. A couple of Zars being picked away at. Again, Lingbane Hydra all coming through. Musket Augments is a part of this as well. We also have that +1 missiles building as we currently speak. Why exclude other regions? We don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm not going to specifically make qualifiers for specific regions. Nobody's excluded from any WardiTV event. Every WardiTV event is open. Like I say, the most constrained WardiTV events get is the European League, which is that event runs only on the European server. And then Korean Royale runs only on the Korean server. And the idea with those events is not to necessarily exclude people, but to maybe give some of the players who home on that server a bit of a better chance in a bigger event compared to it every single time the top 16 being the same top 16 across Korea and Europe, just combining because they're the best 16 or so. You know what I mean? Like, it just gives a few extra players a chance at a bigger event in on those two main servers, basically. And the moment you do something on the American server, everyone plays anyway, right? So it's less important. You know, everything else is already ran on that NA server, basically. So these Hydras are going to go down, but they've traded well. In fact, are they going to go down? Reinforcements are going to show up. These Hydras might hold on long enough to make this be okay. Just going to be seeing a few more Zealots in the Archon. Just hanging on in there. The Banes are going to roll into this mineral line. I think this one is been pretty doomed, unfortunately, for Geralt. GG gets called. Going to round that one up, and Solo going to take game 1. Who even are the best NA players these days? Trigger, Scarlet. I mean, Scarlet's been pretty good lately. I think Trigger's an obvious one. Estrella shows up and plays now and again, but he's not playing frequently as far as I'm aware. Yeah. NA kind of gets screwed because, like, if you host something on NA, everyone can play because NA is just the central server that we have, right? So hosting on NA is, hosting on NA does not exactly really help anyone, but then, like I say, the reason we do a European League and a Korean Royale is I do like the idea of having something that's like a little bit focused on certain regions to help, and they're just established events we've got at this point. We still make them open. If you want to play on the European server, anyone is allowed to play. And I think we had a cool kind of lineup for players in the European League, right? I think we had a cool lineup of players on the European League. I think we had a cool lineup of players in the Korean Royale, and yeah, okay, the Korean Royale may be a bit less so, but the idea is it just introduces this kind of the bottom layer of players as a bit more malleable, because it's not going to have as many of the crossover best players, right? So, and I thought European League was super fun this year. Like, we saw a lot of great players in it, a lot of cool games, so yeah. So that is the kind of logic behind it all. We'll just take a moment and get ready to jump into game 2 of this best of 3, guys. Alright, move people around. At the end of the day, regional events I think were very important in the past because it kept those regions competitive in what was a big kind of landscape of StarCraft 2. The problem is, we don't have that big landscape of StarCraft 2 anymore. Like, StarCraft 2 is scaling down, and unfortunately the first casualties in that scenario is regional stuff. At least regional stuff run by people outside of those regions, I guess. Yeah, it's rough. Alright, Solo's gonna say go and ready. Ready says Geralt, and we can kick off into Celestial Enclave here and get this up and running. Cool, game number 2. Solo versus Geralt, getting this on the way. And kicking off into more Group B of the WardiTV Winter Cup action. Right about 10 seconds from now. Boom, boom, bang. Let's do it. In the top right side, our blue Protoss is going to be Geralt. Taking on the red Zerg with a 1-point lead. In the bottom left, we have got, of course, the beautiful Solar. Let's up and run and see what's going to happen. Game 2 of this best of 3. Alrighty, so hatch coming up. 3 drones going to be mining away, so we take a couple seconds here to just get settled for a moment or two. I feel like we're all on the same page about regional events. Catching up on chat. 6 things on the way, bringing our link speed up as well. Let's take a couple moments to get properly underway initially here. It's just going to get that up and running. If you want to build a combined server where everyone can play, what's the ideal server location to reduce ping? It's just America, no? I think it would just be American servers that are just well placed. And more optimized. Like if you have good servers, you can probably reduce the ping to NA a lot. But Europe and for Korea, you have to make a guess. I had to make a guess. I think it's going to be continuing nibble here. This link flood is continuing as the cyber core saved by the force field. Battery going to help you keep that healthy as well. So that just about keeps you in a safe place here currently. And Blink coming through. Next is coming in. Getting a lot of that set up already right off the starting point here. Few seconds coming around as well. Just going to get that going. So we're just going to say GG because this did not work. And he's just going to rather go into a game 3. But that's brutal because that actually means that now this puts him in a very weird place because all of a sudden actually as Solar, what happens now is you're in this position where you're actually going to be in genuine trouble in this group because now you can't let this be a 3-way tiebreaker between yourself, herO, and QA. Otherwise this goes completely wrong. I now have to figure out what the last map is. Mothership, Winter, White Rabbit, Tydo, Ruby Rock, Tank A. White Winter, Mothership. Tourmaline, map 1. Tydo, Citadel, vetoed. Ruby Rock, vetoed. Old Republic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess. Old Republic coming up for map 3 here. Get us on the go and kick this off. Alright, game 3. Geralt gets a map on the day. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. Happy for him. Alright, readies and go-go's, let's kick this off as we start into action and build this into play. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. How many turns do I cast? Usually at least one a day. January turned out to be pretty busy because we obviously have these RongYI qualifiers as well. So what would have been just... I mean, this was meant to be a pretty chill week, right? Like 6 best of 3s, a couple days in a row. Pretty chill streams, and then the RongYI qualifiers show up, and all of a sudden we're casting 3 hours before we do our 6 best of 3s, so... All good, though. Been enjoying the streams. We've actually had some great viewership and stuff lately as well. It's been fun. Game 1 of this best of 3. Geralt in the upper right side, in the bottom left, Elazer is Solar. Get this up and running, and look to see what will happen. Match coming up. Drones on the way. Settle this into place right now. Okay, we're going through. And yeah, we get ready to rumble. On these early moments. Thanks for coming by. Catching the pool coming up. We got that ready to go. What was the tournament qualifier we casted? The RongYI. RongYI. It's a Chinese tournament and the offline. The grand finals will be offline, but the rest of it's online. The group stages for that start next Thursday. Unfortunately, I'm away Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. I might stream before I go away on Friday. And if I'm really feeling it, I might come home in time to stream on Sunday, but I'd have to wake up early. I'm definitely not going to stream on this Sunday. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That'd be kind of crazy. Probably just gonna enjoy my weekend. But the Friday I might stream before. It depends what the group looks like, honestly. It depends what the groups look like in general. Although we might just catch up, honestly, and just skip the days and so on and so forth. So yeah, we might just skip through to the yeah. We might just catch up on the replays. Might actually be a plan. Because yeah, I'm not going to be able to be here, like I said. Definitely not the Saturday. The Sunday is a very low maybe, and this Friday is a maybe. Kind of depends. Like I say, if the group's really good on Friday, I might do it and I just drive to where I'm going afterwards. Just not decided yet. Don't put ketchup on the replays. Ugh, that's my favorite part. Fine. Don't catch up replays. Yeah, I'm not really sure yet to what to do. But yeah, we'll not be here for the group stages. I will be here for the playoffs. But yeah, we'll figure that out. Basically, TLDR close to the time. Freaking look at me trying to have a life and going to places, and then the StarCraft events at the same time. Ay. Never lucky, guys. Never lucky. Do you have an English caster? If I'm not here, I would presume that Rotty and Steadfast people and Ducklings would probably cast, honestly. I'd be surprised if nobody else casted it. I'm honestly surprised no one else casted the qualifiers, actually. I presume that the usual other guys would all cast, honestly, but yeah. Roddy will go to China. Yeah, but this is after China. The group stages are like the group stages are next week, so he should be back from China, no? If I had to guess. I'll be here for the thing Roddy's going to China for. I presume if Roddy's going to China this weekend, then I will be here this weekend for this tournament. I'm talking about next weekend. So hopefully that clears up a bit. That's not good. Oracle goes down. Only 3 drones killed already. It's not ideal. Is it true already that there's no SCT on EWC? No. We don't know what EWC's final game is yet. I heard rumors that there was rumors going around that the final game was something that wasn't StarCraft, but then someone said that that's not true. So they anti-rumored the rumor and gave reason why we should believe that maybe it could be StarCraft, but that was also just a rumor. So no one has a clue. No one knows. Is the TLDR that I got from it all. Like, I'd love to finally have some actual proper behind-the-scenes info for you guys, but my behind-the-scenes info is less reliable than you guys throwing darts at a dartboard, and each number meaning a different outcome, honestly. Did anyone ever get the insight into what happened last year? Yeah, StarCraft wasn't going to happen last year, and then a game dropped out of EWC, and the StarCraft got approved afterwards because Blizzard gave in to force it. Because at that point it was too late to force EWC to fund the circuit. So then the whole thing was messed up last year as well because of ESL, though, because originally ESL were trying to figure out how to do ESL Pro Tour as well, and by the time they dropped out, it was then already very late as well. So from what I understand, ESL tried to make ESL Pro Tour happen. It didn't. Blizzard asked EWC to fund a circuit for StarCraft 2. They said no. EWC filled their games. A game got cancelled from EWC, and StarCraft 2 filled the gap from that game, because at that point Blizzard weren't expecting a circuit anymore, so they just took EWC and some EWC events that came along with it as if I remember somewhat correctly, it's something like that. I don't know exactly, but it was roughly like that. Who watches the games that are mobile games or turn-based games? Who watches that chess game, man? Freaking hell. You know, this is the craziest thing. You used to play that chess thing. That's not even a PC game, guys. They used to play this with, like, wooden pieces. It's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine that. I'm just gonna go snap some twigs off the tree outside and play StarCraft. Well, this twig's a ling, and it's gonna attack your nexus, this stone. Ha! Obviously, I'm just joking. Just memeing. There's 2 seasons GSL added. Yes, GSL was added as part of EWC. The GSL was added because EWC needed qualifiers. And so GSL got added in as the Korean qualifiers of EWC. Seven pros going down. Just gonna have ourselves these mutas putting some work in, getting some damage done. 8 workers continue to come about here. He's gonna fly through, looking for a chance to get across in toward that main base. I've got some options over there. Lings and mutas getting rid of a battery already. He's just gonna put some work in there as well for the moment. But let's set up. And as you see, the mutas are gonna do too much, and GG gets pulled. Solo takes it 2-1. So Solo drops the map. I still think that's important because I do think dropping the map alone is going to kind of put you in a little bit of a scary place as Solo. Because like I say, if everyone else ties up from here, you have a map disadvantage after the Geralt games. So there is definitely a factor to that. That's something to keep in mind. As yeah, we will hop on over to Korea for our next games, guys, which is going to be herO versus Solo. So we're going to hop on over to Korea and get that ready. I think I'm going to nip BRB a couple of seconds, guys. I'm going to come back and jump into more. So I will see you guys in just a couple moments. I'll be right back with you guys in just a few seconds. BRB. Alright guys, welcome back. Sorry, just grabbing a little snack. Oh, we got herO solo set up to play. Let's get in game. This PvZ. Bottom left, we're going to start off with our orange Zerg player. It is going to be solo as we scrap away to figure out who will take final slots here. Well, 2 slots available in Group B. We know it won't be Geralt, so it's between herO, Solo, and Cure. 2 will advance, 1 will fall. Let's get this figured out. Solo in the bottom left and herO in the upper right. Get ourselves underway. Yeah, nice and early. And do excuse me for one moment, I've got a bite of apple to finish, so I'm just going to do that very quickly, and we'll talk properly about the game. Three best of 3s remain, and they really will tell us a lot about how things are going to go here. I'm into, honestly. I'm very excited. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Should make for a fun matchup here as we get things underway in the next couple of moments. Probe moving around, getting settled in for a couple of seconds, get moving early. Going to see the few drones coming about as well, so just going to get those moving too. Yeah, Nexus, hatchery, all of that coming around, so just take a few moments, get this settled. And see where things go. So, game number 1, best of 3. Indy's... oh no, he is moving. Cool. Yeah, guys, just to finalize the EWC discussion, like, honestly, I don't know if there will be StarCraft EWC or not. If there is, there is, and if there isn't, there isn't. Honestly, I know it's an amazing thing and it helps. I genuinely think that whatever the situation ends up being, yeah, StarCraft may change, it may become a bit smaller, but at the same time, like, we still have a very passionate community. There's going to be a lot of people who probably step up to run events, like I imagine China will run events and so on, like, I really think, like, at the end of the day, even if there's no EWC, we'll still enjoy a bunch of StarCraft 2 this year. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be rough on the players. We might see a couple of players like, bow out, which obviously sucks, and that's never great, but at some point we are going to have a rescale of StarCraft 2 that accounts for the fact that we will not have a large-scale world championship. Like, that was it's never going to last forever, right? And every year it does last, that's great, but at some point we just have to, at some point we do have to move on from that. And I still honestly think we're in a pretty good position to move on from it if that's what we have to do, so... yeah. I'm excited because I'm finally getting paid for last EWC as well. It's been a whole ongoing thing. I had to get some special forms I've never needed before and stuff, and so on and so forth. And literally, like, I think it was yesterday, maybe it was 2 days ago. Actually, maybe it was before the weekend. Last couple of days, I finally got a message saying my invoice has been approved. I'm like, oh my god, payment! It's been so long coming. Am I really only getting paid a year later? It's not been a year, it was in August. But, and honestly, 90 days used to be the thing. I've actually never had issues getting paid by EWC/ESL. I just, for some reason this time, because they've changed their headquarters or something, I needed to provide proof of residency in the UK and that I was eligible to not pay tax on the Polish aspect of ESL and stuff, and it was just a whole thing. Which probably could have been resolved a lot easier if people just emailed me more easily or just actually talked to me, but that's difficult. So beyond that, all good, we got sorted. So, yeah. You seem to do all paperwork and taxes. I honestly don't even think it's paperwork and taxes. I literally just think people are terrible at emailing. My favorite part is, so I sent them the form I needed like a month ago, right? And it was like 8th of December or so. I finally got this form, I sent it to them. And someone replied to me saying, thanks, this is perfect, this is all we need, all good. I sent a reminder email like last week. I was like, hey, any update, and they were like, oh yeah, we can pass it on to be approved to be paid now. I'm like, why didn't we do that last month when you had everything you needed? No. That's basically been the process the whole way through. So yeah, very exciting, getting paid, guys, and that means we can run even more StarCraft. Incredible. Hydrogen coming up, hatch coming through, some lings and drones being built. Blink and that +1 coming up, gates are coming by. Let's talk some herO versus Solar in this PvZ. A couple overseers coming up, the Hydrogen is still on its way through. The oracles will activate, going after the queen for a few moments as well. So that queen will go down. Just going to see one oracle peeling away. The drone is going to get picked off as well. Again, blink and +1 all building through. The additional stalkers are on the way up as well, so bringing that straight into action here. Italian level chaos as organized and stuff. It was just a thing, honestly. Like, kind of dumb. Should never have taken so long, but it's whatever. My favorite part is I'm probably going to get paid, like, you know, this week, and then I have to pay taxes in like 2 weeks. No, my luck, it'll be like in the bank account and out the bank account. Ay. We just have our stalkers gonna put some pressure on here from herO. Lings and Hydras continue to come up. Again, a lot of this underway. Again, charging the Temple Archives coming through. Just the stalker poking away and the Overseer taking some damage. Hydras and Overlords continue to build through. The stalkers just blinking across, doing some more damage as well. I'm just gonna be taken out for a moment or so. We do have the stalkers retreating away over that right-hand side. So the stalkers retreating out of there. And just getting repositioned for a couple of moments. What's up, Angry Nickel? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Let's just take a second or two to get aggressive, because Solar is pushing right on up here. So again, right up in the face of the opposition and getting involved straight away. That is going to be a stays toward the catches. And it does okay for itself initially. Lots of those lings getting captured. It's going to slow Solar's aggression down. He has 63 drones, pure link Hydra producing through. Still waiting on Hydra speed. So he's obviously trying to attack pretty quickly in the grand scheme of things right now. It's going to be seeing the Hydras pulling back. The lings still setting up. The Stalker's going to fire once again. A bit more damage being done. I mean, let's see if we can deal with this. I mean, now we're going to have Storm. Solar's already decided to attack away from this infestation pit, so he's not going to continue for that attack. Tapping out of there for now. We are going to see that Lings and Hydra's going to turn back around onto this group of Stalkers. Get some damage done here. One Storm coming down. A few Lings taking damage already. Again, Storm doing a good amount of zoning for a moment or two. And just say that Hive coming up. The Lurker Den still building into place. +1 missile upgrade coming about alongside all those Lings, the drones, the Hive, the Lurker Den, like I say. All coming up for the moment. That's what's up. Comessator. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Wardy hypering it up. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you for priming. Thank you for supporting the StarCrafts. All the changing dropping out to the top. We do see Hive and the Lurker Den coming through. Lings and Hydras. The +1 missiles all building in. The +2 attack upgrade coming up on the side of herO. As we see the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon continue to come about as well. So continue to get that all on the go. Again, the Archon, the High Templar building through right now, so we've got a lot of that underway for the moment. Yeah, Hive building, Lurker Den about to be done. Naturally coming through. There's a couple extra Spine Crawlers also coming into play just for the moment. So Solar obviously transitioning away from basically what felt like fairly committed Ling Hydra. Like, it was 63 drones, but he could have droned more instead of sending those units for attacks, so yeah, he committed a little bit into this, and now we see the Stalkers showing up on the other side. They're going to put some damage out, and there's already going to be a lot of damage being taken right off the bat here for the next couple of moments. So you can already see that these units just show up, and Solar needs to figure out how he's going to fight this. He's going to come in from the top side as well, so the surround's definitely going to help, but is it going to be good enough? The way herO blinks is really nice because it moves him back away and kind of unsurrounds him from this position. Now he blinks in and he just wants to finish off the hatchery transfusions, keeping it alive a bit longer, make these Stalkers be committed longer than they expected to be when he blinked those in initially. 7 drones going down, still got the Lurkers, the Hydra, the Seismic Spines, and +1 missiles all building through. A couple Tempest and the Zealots building up as well. These Zealots charge forward. The High Templar going to be there, dropping a storm down onto the Lurkers and a few of the Hydras as well. So again, just chipping through for a little bit more damage where available at the moment. Again, those Tempests still building up. The cannon coming by. Mothership is going to start. I mean, you have the armor upgrade coming by with this as well. Still got ourselves Lings, Hydras, Lurkers, and the Seismic Spines continuing to come through. The Lurkers and the Hydras continue to come across already. Going to see a couple of these storms coming down. The Lurkers going to get hit and hit hard as the Hydra's taking damage as well. Another High Templar storm coming straight by for the moment. It's getting straight through with that. Another storm coming in again. Tempest still firing. Lurker still taking shots. Going to see these Zealot Stalker and the Archon combo going to start pushing through. Wings and the Hydras coming about as well. Another nice storm on the right-hand side, hitting those Hydras hard. A couple of these other Hydras taking some damage as well here. And yeah, and the Viper coming about. A couple Tempests still coming through. Taking a few more moments at this point in time. The storm comes out toward the Hydras. The Lurkers again still in position here, doing their thing. And the Stress Solar definitely has a moment, right, where Kira's not as well set up to deal with this overall, but I don't know how much I love the moment that's really presenting itself. I don't think it's really going to last very long at all because these Lurkers are going down and already taking damage across the map to the run-bys. She gets called, Solar has to tap out of here, and herO just has a little too much. And will take the opening game of this best of 3. herO looking good to get into a dominating position. I'm pretty sure with a 2-0 over Solar, hero's guaranteed through the group already. So that could be kind of wild as we get game 2 coming up in a second. White Rabbit going to be our map. This started momentarily. Everyone is readying up real quick right now, so moment or two, kick this off, guys. The YouTube ads up as well. PG go, herO ready, and run in the lobby. Let's do this. A White Rabbit. Our players selected for these tournaments. The WardiTV Winter Cup was there was an open qualifier where the top 8 qualified. And the other 8 players got invited. Some of those invites were based on players who couldn't play in the qualifier because they were at another event. Some of them were based on players who said they wanted to play. Some of them were based on players who played in the qualifier and didn't make it, but they played in the qualifier and expressed interest, so I invited them as well. So this tournament is half invite, half qualification. Pretty much everything this year that we do in WardiTV is going to be qualification based for the most part. I mean, there's always going to be some invites because I always want to reserve invites to the guys that don't want to play qualifiers who are going to bring in viewership. But one of my goals this year is to try and always make qualifiers worth playing in. So for example, the qualifier for this was like just an open cup with $200 prize pool. So not only do you get a chance to qualify, you also just get to win money. And I want to try and make that a bit more of a thing in the qualifiers this year, that it's always worth playing the qualifiers for most of the guys as well. And like I say, we already have a precedent set that we typically try to, invite people that play in the qualifiers. So if you play in the qualifier but you don't actually make it, that's okay. I will prioritize you for invites if you've played. Now obviously, if 7 Protoss players qualify and you didn't qualify as a Protoss, it's less likely you're going to get the invite. But generally speaking, you are going to stand more chance of an invite if you play the qualifier. Or reach out and say, hey look, I want to play but I can't play the qualifier. There's going to be more chance of an invite there than if not, basically. So, are open qualifiers open to everyone? Yes, absolutely anybody. Completely open, no restrictions. I'll stop reading chat long enough to actually set the score of this series to 1-0 in favor of herO. Just to begin with here, Magic Castle Pool coming up, Nexus and the Cybercore coming around as we get settled in for a few moments. Do. Adept and a Stargate on the way initially. No surprises really in the early few moments of what we're seeing here. You can see that Adept shading out onto the map. Queen and drone coming through. Again, the Stargate coming to be about halfway done. Got ourselves settled right now as a couple of probies and that Adept all coming online. Just going to get that building for a moment or two. Well, link speed coming up, you're just going to see the Adept is obviously poking around, trying to find some damage early, put some pressure on where possible. Link speed is about to complete, a few more links coming through. Queen in production, the Queens and the links together. Going to go chasing after the Adepts for a couple moments, so move straight across there, take a couple seconds. And again, just going to get that gateway coming down. So that gateway coming straight into position right now. And the lings are coming across the map, but we're droning behind this already, so some ling pressure that will lead us into the drones. And not much to be done there. We'll check the third base, not up yet. There is an Adept that can shade the main base maybe because the lings are across the map. And it did in fact commit to it, so one Adept is going to try and deal some damage. Goes after a drone, now gets two, and now the Oracle's going to show up. The Queens need to get onto that Oracle, but they need to finish the Adept off as well. So the Oracle diving in, knowing it can guarantee some extra kills. Going to get 7 kills here. Oracle obviously hurting, but still very much so alive and kicking and feeling good about it. And Ling's got into the other side though, so we're going to kill some probes here as well. And this actually gets very chaotic all of a sudden, as that's a pretty amazing turnaround, being able to get those Lings in and actually get some probes killed. Not going to kill too many, only a couple, but there is some lost mining time as well, so there's a couple bits that add up in your favor there. It's kind of crazy in the end, as herO is going to start from herO, so we are going to see him continuing to play the Adepts. He's still going to play a melee upgrade. He's got a single Evo chamber coming up right now. It feels like melee, and that obviously does not exactly bode well in the grand scheme of things here, because then you're playing a melee upgrade against Slaves, and you're most likely just going to have Lings. You pretty much need to get into a Baneling Nest at this point, otherwise you end up in a lot of trouble. So, kind of feeling like that's where we are heading to, and something we need to figure out in these next few moments as the Oracles show up. The Queen is going to be there pushing that Oracle combo away. Oracle's going to turn back around onto the Queen. The Queen will take some damage. Falls down already. Now the Queens continue over. Just going to continue through as a couple drones drop. And again, the melee upgrade and the Zerglings continue to come by as well for the moment. Oh, Lings are going to get in. That wall off is not complete as the Adept is just out of position. We surround the Adept to get the KO, and we see all the other Adepts as well. Now Solar realizing this starts the Baneling Nest. Forcing these Adepts to shade back is such a big deal because he was so unprepared to deal with this. Now he's genuinely going to get himself time to get a Baneling Nest at least online. I'm not going to say it's going to guarantee the defense, but you're going to have a chance now, whereas before, if these Adepts had arrived across the map, the preparation for Solo was nigh on 0. So that's going to be an absolutely incredible moment for Solar. What a great run by that was, and what a mistake from herO. If that Adept was just properly in position, this wouldn't have happened. He would have already been across the map. I mean, even now, you can see the Baneling Nest is almost finishing, but it's still not finished yet while these Adepts arrive. So you can see how much trouble he was going to be in terms of the timing of this. The Adepts do not want to commit to the shade, don't feel like they have a good enough position. The Lings are going to run onto those Adepts. I find that kind of wild, but they feel like they've got a good enough open area and a good enough surround. I don't really agree. Now the Adept's going to shade to the high ground. The Lings not in good enough numbers anymore to really stop this, and well, some Lings do break through on the other side at least. Extra Lings popping out. Melee upgrade is so close to being done, but just not ready yet. We'll start him off in a few Banelings. Soul's already losing a lot of mining time. He kills some probes. He's going to keep losing drones, though. Despite how well this went for Solar, in terms of just what happened over the last minute or two, it just doesn't matter because he's just that unprepared for the Adepts, and it really does come back to bite him and haunt him, and that's going to be GG. herO takes a 2-0. I'm pretty sure, like I said before, that probably puts herO into the playoffs already. So I'm pretty sure that puts herO into the playoffs because he's going to be 2-0-4. I don't think there's ever a way he falls behind Solar, so I'm pretty sure herO always advances. As we will go herO versus Kua up next, so we'll get that started in a second. And we'll get this ready to go. So Kua versus herO coming up, guys. And then after Kua herO, we will have ourselves Solar versus Cure to round out the day, and Solar Cure is obviously looking to be very important on the side of Solar right now. Oh. Alright. Gonna take a moment or two, guys, get this ready to rumble. And we are steaming through these games today compared to when we did Group A the other day, and it went on forever. A couple best of threes remaining, so it's going to be, like I say, herO versus Cure, and then Solar versus Cure to round out this Group B, and to see who will be advancing through. And then tomorrow we have Group C, Creator, Shameless, Gumiho, and Yakov. It's actually a very fun group. I actually think tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm actually really intrigued to see who advances through there, because I think that's a group that really is a little bit of a mix-up. Like, anyone could really come through there and I'd not be overly surprised, I suppose, so... Alright, let's get this going. Tourmaline gonna be map 1. Tourmaline, Tourmaline. Put the lobby link down, get everyone else a chance to get in here. Then we'll kick this off. Alright, give everyone a moment to. We're missing somebody at least, so trying to figure out who that is and get them in. That's a classic herO. Well, that was a classic herO wall. I was gonna say it's impressive that you managed to do herO walls so often, but like, there's really a reason they're known as herO walls, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, solo dropping the map to Geralt is basically means he can never finish above herO now. So herO is always going to advance, and obviously if Cure beats herO, that's pretty bad for Solo, but then Solo could beat Cure to try and give himself a chance still. So we will see. But there will never be a three-way tiebreaker because of the fact that we have the map win for Geralt against Solo, but not against anybody else. So three-way tiebreaker is off the table, I'm pretty sure. Now he has to count on herO winning. I mean, if Cure wins, then Cure is 2-0, 4-0. Oh, is that the same scenario? 2-0, 4-0? No, because Sola still controls his fate against Cure, right? Because say, for example... Well, actually, maybe, yes. Maybe if Cure 2-0's herO, Sola's just out. Because then he would be 2-0, 4-0. And then Cure could be 4-2. Yeah, maybe that doesn't matter. Damn. Maybe Sola could be out before him and Cure even play. Jeez. So then he needs at the very least herO to take a map, I think. Most likely. Well, let's see what happens. No point speculating, let's just see what happens. We're gonna get both games anyway. It'll be sad if Solo Cure does not have an impact on the group, but sometimes it be like that, guys. That's the downside of the round robin group, but the upside is we get 6 best of 3s instead of 5 best of 3s in the double elimination format, so... I always like that. I always like seeing the, no chance of a repeat matchup, seeing everyone play everyone. I went off this 4-player kind of round robin group stage for quite a while, but... happy to bring it back here and there for some of these smaller events. I actually kind of like it. We will have the Winter Championship next month, and that will have a bigger kind of feel to it with probably 5-player groups. I'm not sure exactly what our format's going to be for that, but probably 5-player groups. Some players advance in, and then we... yeah, some players advance in, we'll have a playoff bracket. Some players will be seeded there already and stuff, most likely. Something along those lines, I think. I don't remember what we did last time for the Winter Championship. It's a bit weird, but I usually try and keep my each tournament kind of to a similar kind of format it's had in the past. So I'm not sure what the win. I think the Winter Championship is usually groups into like a big double elim bracket. Is what we usually do, but not as big as like the championship bracket we just had last month. Might change it up, honestly. Not sure. I don't know. I don't know just yet what it's going to look like, but we'll make sure it's fun. That much I can promise you. Hellion, couple of Reapers coming through, Twilight Council and the Sentry building in. Gonna get a Stalker added onto that as well. Just have ourselves the Hallucination moving up to the top of the map. So just gonna come straight across the map with that for the moment, get that on the way. Take a couple of seconds here. Hellions and the Reapers going to come moving straight across as well. Just going to be seeing these Twilight Councilors gateways continue to build by, so we get a lot of that on the way. And just going to be seeing the Hellions and the Reapers continue to go down to the bottom left-hand side of the map right now. So they're just going to be cruising across for a couple of moments, get in position, see what we can do. Blinking that warp gate continuing through, the Reaper Hellion will gather together. Reaper Hellion will join together there, so just going to take a moment or so, just going to be seeing the blink coming by. Just scanning ourselves, the Reaper Hellion able to poke at the front, but not able to get access, which means you're not going to maybe find as much as you want to get here overall. See where we go from this point. See what happens next, as we do have that blink already. Chrono boosting along, about halfway done from from herO at the moment. The Reapers and the Hellions gather around. Stalkers come to the front. That blink's still coming over as well. Just going to get that in position already. Siege Tank, Marines, and the Raven building through. Hallucination just going to step about. Just going to be hitting that Raven for a few moments as well. Starport pulls over to the right-hand side. Just going to drop that back down in position. And again, that blink about to complete. Prism on the way. A few Marines are going to be there to chase the Hallucination around as well. It's going to be seeing the Siege Tank, the Marines, and the SCVs. The Barracks also coming up for a couple of moments. Again, the Temple Archives coming through. The Prism on the way. A lot of that just continue to come by over the next couple of moments here. Raven, going to take some shots. Actually, not going to be allowed access at all, so that's going to be a pretty quick shutdown on that. That goes absolutely nowhere. Again, the Temple Archives building up as we speak. Again, the Nexus and the Charge continue to build, and we do have the Prism just going to take a few units across the map for Stalkers. Try and get some harassment in. This one Hellion just looking for more info, and even just seeing the lack of the extra Stalkers there might give you a bit of info, though. We obviously know they could kind of be anywhere. We know they're in the Prism. Not sure if that's necessarily a call you can make as Cure, but still, information is information, and popping around and trying to get that information is typically going to be very good for you. And Stalkers gather, Prism going to be there, +1 Stim and Combat Shield all building up. Stalkers blink into the main base, Siege Tank going to be firing already. The Stalkers taking shots right off the bat. And we've seen the reactor cancelled, and the Starport just lifts off and moves over to the side as well for a few moments as you get reset at the moment and get back on track here. Storm, Charge, all coming through. Everything else coming by as well for a moment or so. The tank will help to push the units that pop out of that Prism just backing away nice and quickly there. It's just going to turn that away right off the bat. And again, +1, Combat Shield and Stim Pack. All the bio upgrades that will give herO a good chance to push forward. Coming online soon. We are seeing with herO going into the Storm. I love what we're seeing from herO this week. The last few days we've seen him start to really play Storm in this PvT matchup. That has not really been the case lately. He's been a big Robo player. He's been a big Colossus player. But him starting to go into Storm a little bit more frequently gets me very excited, because I feel like that's where we've seen Classic having a lot more success in the PvT. And it's good to see herO adapting into an answer for this, for this kind of PvT matchup that has sometimes been a little bit kind of haywire for him, a little bit offbeat. I like that we're getting that up and running. That's a nice Storm already to lead us into a bit of this fight. These tanks are going to get chased a little bit. Nice to pick up with the medevacs, but we're full on retreating. These units are already hurting as well. So that's not exactly going to bode well for you here as herO tries to fight. herO is going to counterattack in with a couple of early game units, and the Reaper Hellion will get rid of a few probes. We forced a Storm, or force a Warp in. It does take the Warp in and the units away from the other side of the map at least. And hey, the Reaper Hellion probably can't do much better than that at this stage of the game. 5 workers and forcing a Warp in at home and a defensive Storm. Honestly, genuinely is kind of very good for you. Like, it really does push you in a really good direction early on. Attack upgrade finishing. A few probes continuing out. Still got the attack there. The Observer coming online. a lot of the rest of this going through. Vikings, Marauders, and the Marine building as we speak. Just going to see the orbital is going to float over to the third base in these next couple of moments. So yeah, Marine, Marauder, Viking all coming online. The Ghost Academy is about to finish. The armor upgrades coming through. Robo Bay and our Nexus coming online as well as the Marines step forward. They pick off the Observer. Orbital going to land back down over on the third base, and Kuat can try and hold on to this. Boost the Colossus. A little bit of a fear into him, although we actually are going to go Colossus soon. It does absorb a Widowmine shot, which does help, right? It's a Widowmine that goes on cooldown that wouldn't have been on cooldown otherwise, so that does help a lot. Then we just have, again, Robo Bay, Robo Facility. Continue to come through. Next in the +1 attack upgrade coming up as well. The Bio does get rid of the Colossus already as well. Knocking that down for now. Yeah, everything joining up over on that right side. Moving around for the moment and seeing where we're going to go to. Stalkers going to blink across. Guardian Shield comes online. We do see one storm coming in toward the few Marauders over there. It's just going to push that back and away for a couple of moments as well. Extra Ghosts, extra Marines, the Armory and the Engineering Bay. Again, a bit of everything coming over. Armor upgrade coming through too. So again, we get a lot of that just on the way initially. As you see, our +2 attack, thermal lens, and the air weapons all building for now. Green Viking Ghost on the way up. The Engineering Bay and Armory all coming through as well. I mean, hero's just building everything. 2 Colossus coming up, Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. And Q has been scared to kind of really do much. So he's been cowering away on this third base at the moment, which does not exactly bode well for him, to say the least. It really does not bode well for you at all if you're having to hide away and be, like I say, a little bit afraid already. So, not loving that part of this as the Stalkers will get through. We will see a little cleanup on the Sense Tower for a moment or so. Everything regathering. Just going to be seeing the extra couple of bits and pieces being added on as well. Going to be seeing the 2-2 upgrade start from Kua. Just a Storm Drop from herO, and he's just going to try and get a few SCVs, but it does not go well. 2 SCVs, and he's going to find himself killed. Prism goes down. The Vikings were there to make sure we can get away to the right-hand side, and the Bio again underneath as well. So that part does not exactly go great, but we're on our way to carriers. Interesting we're going carriers, but Tempest has so much of the kind of the domination kind of factor in this matchup lately, but I mean, if you get to enough carriers, carriers are still very good, as long as you're denying the Vikings from doing too much as well, right? So, don't hate that part of the concept. There's the Marine, Marauder, Viking all coming online. +2/+2. Ship weapons coming up as well. And carriers, observers, building through. Mothership in production. A lot of the other bits and pieces just coming about right now. So again, getting a lot of that up and online and ready to resume. And grab that Zealot. We do see the Mothership and the upgrades still coming about. The Nexus and the Interceptors coming over. Again, 2 upgrades coming about for now. A lot of that coming into play. Kill a couple of Stalkers off. Sure. Those 2 upgrades come in. We are also seeing the Protoss Army still staying on the map. I mean, that's a nice storm, just a nice set of feedbacks as well. Have to back away. I mean, as herO plays very defensively as well, it's not easy for herO to attack in. We've seen that already today in earlier PvTs. And herO is very happy to sit back here and play a much longer game. We saw that against Showtime earlier. So it does get into this kind of interesting state right now. As I figure out kind of what comes through next. Another nice little EMP coming down already. It's going to land for the moment, and a couple of units will reposition here and there just to continue through for this. See where we end up going again. +3 attack coming up, +2 ship weapons coming online. 8 Vikings producing, the carriers all on the way. A lot of that coming in already. Say, getting everything set up and rolling here. Over these next few moments, the Bio Vikings all end up pulling back as well. You're doing the right thing in terms of expanding. What's interesting about this map, of course, is it's kind of like 7 bases each, so it's not the highest base count overall on the, in terms of maps. So there's a little bit of a factor there where you've got to be, not getting too far ahead of yourself and thinking, oh yeah, I can just expand. Like, you can, but there is that kind of case of like you hit a max amount of bases on this map. And especially if you consider the Terran getting towards like 6 bases probably eventually, there's only really 1 extra base you get that you can maybe take away from the Terran. It's going to be difficult to do. Like, you can see the 6 base setup of the Terran, but you're basically saying I'm going to eventually take both corner bases herO to make up for, bad trades and basically take a better amount of economy over the full course of the game. But both corner bases are very far away from each other, and that might be something that's just very tough to do. I love the pre-split on these units, as the High Templar are going to come in very pre-split. The Mothership now making it difficult to see what's going on with that cloaked initially, forcing the scan. Good time warp and good storms, and that's just going to zone you straight out of there. Not even a contest, as herO takes out that planetary fortress without a second thought. That goes down. We're just going to continue through. 12 SCVs already dead. herO might just be able to keep pushing right now. That was a great first start of the fight. He does have some storms still remaining. We do see EMPs trying to land, but unable to just yet. We want those EMPs to try and take those High Templar out of the way and take more of the storms out of the way. We do hit a feedback, and then we get EMP'd before we can do more. But we're on top of this base already, so there's next base along in trouble. More High Templar showing up, and again, we're going to keep trying to zone the army of herO away. herO's supply is going down, but mostly because he's not rebuilding much just yet. He doesn't want to build cheap or easy to build units. He wants to build big tech units. You can see carriers and colossus in production. He does add on some zealots, but that's why his supply is not going to grow super quickly, because he's going to be somewhat limited by the production he holds. And in this game, there is going to be a little bit of a production holdback for him. So something else to look at there as Bio steps over. Zealots are going to be in position, moving around, see what they can do as well. Going to get pushed back for the moment or so, and we do have, again, +3 attack, Vikings, Ghosts, all of that continuing into play. The command centers continue to come up as well, so again, a lot of that coming straight on through. Well, Zealots over the sides, getting picked away at also. Areas and everything else rejoining here for a few moments. And a lot of those carriers coming about right there. And again, the High Templars gathering up as well, so figuring out what exactly they might want to do. It's going to be seeing this position now from herO is so much worse, because now you're not on the extra bases. So now he doesn't really have a way to kind of build the economy that's going to keep him in this at all. He needs to fight through, and he needs to win this fight right here. He does have good army supply, and herO is up against a herO who doesn't exactly have a lot of army supply either, and those Vikings so far doing well. Good EMP on the High Templar. But it really is a case of you've got to win this fight, and boy, have we got to win this fight convincingly. Like, just full stop convincingly. There's no other way around it here. Like, that's just what we got to do right now, so yeah. See what comes out of this in the end is continuing through. Just going to be having a couple more shots coming around. Just going to see a few more hits coming in. The Archon there at the front going to end up in a little bit of trouble as well. It's going to get taken out. herO trying to reestablish this forward base, reestablish the economy to try and keep him alive in this game. 70 minutes on Tourmaline so far, and herO refusing to go down without swinging some punches toward herO. As I'll charge in on the right-hand side, trying to get in toward the bunker, and so now toward the mineral line, the bunker, and so we'll hold it off. Bio from the other side. I'm just going to see a few more of those zealots going down once again. Here come the carriers, here come the Archons, good EMPs. Archons getting swept away pretty quickly. herO taking a lot of damage quickly as those storms come down. That's something we're going to try and have to steer clear from as best as possible. More shots just coming through. The Vikings are firing up once again as well. Just going to see another storm coming down. Man, herO's army is absolutely battered and bruised. He is so desperate just to keep going and to keep dealing damage. He needs to get away. He needs to repair these Vikings. He needs to heal the bio units, and you can see at the very tail end of this, herO's supply really starts to fall off a little bit. I think he just knew or felt he was all in, and he probably was not wrong. as GG gets called, and herO will take himself a first game of this series. Alright, so best case now for herO. So say herO won, he would be 2-1, he would be 3-1. Sorry, he'd be 4-1. There's a pathway, so no matter what now, Sol is going to have a chance against herO. Because even if herO wins from here, Solo will be able to 2-0 herO for a chance at advancing, so yes. herO taking a map is good for us in terms of keeping this group exciting no matter what, pretty much. As we'll kick into Old Republic for map 2. Somehow I'm not even due to run ads, I must have really spammed them before we got into this series. Beautiful. Alright, perfect. That means we can just resume into this, guys, into Old Republic for this map 2. Get this started. Back our players around, and we'll be set in a moment. After this, again, herO versus herO will be followed by Solo versus herO as our last matchup of the day. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Viewership is through the roof again today, guys. What's going on? Like, 1,400 viewers again on Twitch, 400 on YouTube. We've just got so much viewership lately. It's amazing. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate it. Again, if you guys are enjoying the tournament, do not forget you can support us on the Patreon page as well. And yeah, patreon.com/WardiTV. But I'm just going to make sure we got our players ready. We do. Let's do this. But yeah, if you're enjoying the stream and you're enjoying the tournaments, do consider checking out the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. We are continuing to push the Patreon hard. The Patreon is our foundation for events. So, yeah. Where are we at on Patreon? How much are we at? We're at about 1,200 a month, which is actually insane. Our growth over the last year on Patreon has been absolutely through the roof. It really has been incredible, so thank you if you're a patron, and keep it coming, because like I say, it's an amazing way for us to keep on supporting these events. The more that we get on the Patreon, the more we can kind of start events off with, prize money-wise, and the more we can do for the players that continue to give us great games of StarCraft 2 day in and day out, so again, check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV. It's a reason I keep saying it a lot lately. We're pushing it to success. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is herO. And he takes on the red Protoss. On the top right, taking that first map in the end, it is herO. Able to win out in that longer game. Hoping that potential StarCraft related news at BlizzCon will give SE2 some additional eyes, even though there's very little chance it's RTS StarCraft news. Yeah. Honestly, even if there's a StarCraft game and it's a third-person shooter or whatever it's rumored to be, you guys realize that means we get StarCraft merch, right? Oh my god. Actual StarCraft merch. Hopefully. It's been so long. It's been so long since we got Blizzard StarCraft stuff. I could do a couple of cool t-shirts or something. In a while, man. Well, actually, the last thing I need is t-shirts, but, like, if they're cool and they're StarCraft related, I'm gonna buy the heck out of them no matter what. Can we get actual StarCraft support instead? Local tournaments, regional WCGs and stuff? The problem is that doesn't make money. Whereas a new StarCraft game, whatever it is, does make money. Unfortunately. Because at least they know StarCraft exists. We can work with that a little bit. Okay, coming about, getting settled in here. Stargate going to be the choice as herO goes into the factory. Get that beginning. Get sponsors, showcase ads on sites, makes money. I promise you, you do not make money with eSports. It just doesn't happen. Like, it's so expensive to run esports stuff. At the scale that you're asking them to do it at, it doesn't make money. Is the reality of the situation, sadly. Trust me, I would also love to tell you guys that they should be doing this, but it doesn't make money, so... what can you do? Adept, I'm going to shade down to that bottom left side. Let's see, cycling a couple of Marines coming through, so it's going to get that going. The few Adepts here trying to keep the pressure up as they push into this natural. I'm just going to be seeing the Phoenix coming in after the Oracle here. So the Phoenix following up the Oracle, cycling a couple of Marines added on. The Barracks is still building through. Another Phoenix building on the Stargate already, so bringing that straight up. Again, Twilight Council and Forge continue to build. That Nexus coming online. And this Oracle looking for a chance to maybe get down that left side. Try to get something done. Oracle drops the Revelation down. Just keeping an eye on things. So obviously, Stargate-based opener in general is kind of weird in this matchup. Well, I'm not too surprised to see herO doing it. I expected more in like a best of 5, but he won game 1. He's up a game right now. Why not do something that I still believe in this game 2? I'm all for it. I'd say sign me up. I'm already signed up, so I do not need to be signed up further. And the Phoenix is going to put some damage out, and we see another Phoenix coming around. Going to come across the map and try and continue to put some pressure in. Against Impact, Combat Shield +1, all of that goodness on the way through for the moment. Cyclone locks, Phoenix going to get pushed away once again. Still got the charge and the armor upgrade coming about as well. So again, we get all of that on the way now. Get this start through. So we've seen the Phoenix and Cyclone and the Marines all gathering about, moving around. Get some action in. And got those gates coming through. The Temple Archives coming online. Armor and the charge upgrade building as well. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue up as well. And Storm just building. Again, the armor, the charge, all of that continuing through right here. Stimpack and the combat and the +1 continue up as well. IO escapes up that left-hand side. The Templar continue to come through. A couple of moments. See our army coming through, a little bit of bio coming over. Just going to jump onto a cannon here now, jumping into this mineral line. A bunch of probes start going down. A couple of Phoenix going to get shot at. Widowmine's going down as well. Storm coming through, and we do see the medevac's going to lift up and go into the main base. So Kua with a dance, a stab on the third base, and a dive into the main. The Stalker's well set to try and clean this up. There's a medevac that's low that didn't even fully unload just yet. Stalkers do what they can, trying to get the cleanup necessary. Medevac's load up and we retreat away for the moment, but there's still a pretty good amount of damage done through and through. Now the Zealots keep chasing, the Bio keeps pulling back. The rest of the Marine Marauder medevac coming up as well here, as we just see the Oracle going to throw down a stasis on the other side. So just going to get that straight in position. Good. Sitting 115 supply right now. Pretty cozy, really. I mean, that was a really good attack. That was some good damage dealt. Vsauce's lost in his favor. Going to start. Going to continue to drop around. He's going to drop onto this base, force a recall. Kills the Oracle with the Widowmine as well, which is nice. best part of this overall, though, really is just the fact that you force a recall and that puts it on cooldown, so now you know you can't recall back into position for the next however long. And so you've got a set amount of time here where that's one big defensive cooldown that is recharging for the Protoss player, and that's what you want to see. That's exactly how you want this to be. And that blink and that +1 still coming through. The few zealots coming up as well. Fire coming up to the top side. Cyclone just going to be picking up Phoenix. Is just going to be having the... Yeah, I mean, army at least coming through here from herO and being strong enough to push this drop back. So chasing this away. Vikings and the Ghost still just gathering. Again, the armor upgrade coming through. 2-2 on the way online. The blink. Building as well. Can Kira continue with his own 2-2? And that blink coming by. The gates and the prism coming up. The Vikings and the Ghost still moving over that right side. It's going to be a little stimming from Kira. Just going to trade with a couple of the Zealots in the front. There's High Templars are going to come through, and they drop some feedbacks and the Storms. They are going to play with their life, though, and Kira will continue to march up the right side currently. Massive counterattack of herO on the left, so we are going to make this a little bit awkward as, like I say, Kira attacks up the right, herO attacks down the left. We move into some positions here. A couple Widow Mine shots off on the Zealots. We do see the Orbital Command lifting. A few SCVs keep going down. So, yeah, not really full base trade. Like, herO, well, maybe it is full base trade. herO just doesn't have a lot of army supply. I mean, we're going to lose this entire base over here. We're going to storm the mineral line. That means we're storming our own Zealots as they chase after these same SCVs. We're not going to be able to break into this main base in a moment or so. Like I say, is that going to be enough overall? Zealot Stalker still coming through. We're just taking a couple of moments to keep fighting in. The Bio continues to push over. That's going to come in as well. It's just going to chase straight by for the moment. Another storm coming down. A lot of those Zealots being cleaned up as well. And this is Kira at 140 to 90 supply. He's supply block, but he's going to supply block his opponent in return soon enough, almost no doubt. So, yeah, that part of this is definitely getting better and better. Cannon still firing away on a couple of the Vikings. A bit more damage being done there still. More coming out. Try and defend this now with an actual fight as herO. Kira in the end actually just lifts up and decides to get out of that. To be fair, he's got a bunch of units from the other side of the map that are going to start walking across, so that's only going to aid him here in the near future. As you do see probes, the Zealots continue to come out, and you see another Nexus thrown down here, trying to re-expand and re-establish some control in this game. Water Mines over here, just going to go bang bang for a couple of Zealots, and that's nice little set of pickoffs as the army of Kira rotates back around the left. He's down 10 workers, but up almost double army supply, so... I will shoot. A couple Stalkers going down. Liberator is continuing to siege. Still pushing up. The Orbital back down on the bottom, on that third base. And a couple depots coming over. Marines on the way. Liberator is going to be sieging once again. Bio keeps going through, and that those couple of pylons in some trouble also. So it's still chased up, force the Orbital to lift off, and the mules will continue to be chased down over the next few moments. I mean, we still need to deal with this Kira army, which, to be fair, herO's army supply is not as bad as it was, so there's more chance that this happens. It's not a terrible storm to start with, or Archon is probably just going to die. To be fair, we stand in the storm to clean up the Archon. The exact kind of thing herO needs to give him a shot at this, right? A bunch of splash damage actually just being allowed to come through. One more storm. At this point, you just don't let the storms land for that long, right? The longer you let that land for, the worse off this becomes. Until you don't really let that continue to happen. The army of herO that actually is left to fight the Zealot Archon is just rough. That said, this Bioforce is still kind of low HP, so every time we stim right now, it's kind of feeling expensive. If some Zealots get up in the front, we can get some shots off. We can get a couple of Archon hits on this army as well. That'd be amazing. Is there an opportunity? The probes tanking, the Zealots surrounding. Like I say, this army's low HP and Kira's supply is going down. herO is actually going to clean up this force. We've got enough Stalkers to chase after the Medivacs. Kira only has 16 workers at home, and now his army is gone. as eventually herO has cleaned it up. And by cleaning it up, he overcomes the advantage that KUA had. Like, KUA did not have an eco advantage or anything, right? Like, we lost that, but had that massive army to work with. Just a couple too many stims, Medivacs out of energy. Great usage of the High Templar feedbacking and storming to just keep on chipping through everything there. My goodness, that is an absolutely ridiculous hold from herO that obviously took a bunch of effort and a bunch of time. And, like I say, a real commitment right there. And KUA is nigh on dead now because his economy is terrible. He never really tried to reset up bases or anything because he just presumed his one army was going to get it done. And now herO, I mean, it's weird because herO's not exactly in a great position either. But he was just going to poke around. Stalkers, anything you kill with a Stalker right now is not completely irreplaceable, but it's close to it. herO on 2 bases. Has a little bit of mana left on his natural, as KUA does as well. Obviously, KUA does have mules. Mules are powerful in this scenario. We're building up more ghosts. That's why it's nice if the Stalkers can get a kill here and there. Try and keep a couple of these unit numbers down. Because keeping those unit numbers down is likely going to give you what you need. Just to, I guess we're going to throw a 3rd Nexus down, which makes a whole ton of sense. Because at this point, we are probably going to need another location to mine from eventually. Because I don't think that herO feels confident enough in just running into this natural and killing KUA completely, and understandably so. This state of this game was pretty rough for him just a couple of minutes back, so... Fire going to be there, a couple of Stalkers go the other way. So let's High Templar going about, the Medivac and the Ghost. The SCVs will continue to come through, just going to be seeing the army still in the center here from herO, continue to move down the bottom. Still trying to find, again, any bit of value right now. Every bit of value is going to count for a lot here, so can't leave anything to chance. Every Stalker blink counts. Every Stalker we kill while they try to blink counts as well. No, herO's actually going to go for this, so basically he just wanted KUA to move out into a more open space. KUA now pulls in behind the mineral line, or into the mineral line, which obviously closes the space up a bit, but then we storm. Now these Medivacs are super low. They start dropping. We blink on through, and herO is going to win game number 2. Because KUA is down to 15 army supply. He types GG, and man, that is going to be frustrating. Like, you just played one hell of a game, only for it to come to a horrible close in the end for you. I mean, just brutal stuff. I don't even know when I started to believe in herO. I actually don't think I believed in herO until I saw that army get cleaned up on the other side. I just don't think that moment was really coming otherwise. Wow, herO goes 3-0, 6-0 on the day. Easy advance for him into the top 8 of the WardiTV Winter Cup. I think you'll like that, because that obviously means you avoid Classic in the first round. Good seed moving through. And we like that, because it means KUA Solo is just straight up a series, and whoever wins is in. So no nonsense. No kind of map score shenanigans or anything like that. The winner advances through here. And, that's what we head into in just a couple of moments, guys. This Solar KUA best of 3 to wrap up today's action. Not going to be as long as the last couple of days, unless Solar KUA goes very long, maybe. But, that's okay. Beautiful stuff. I'll run some ads. We'll chill for a moment or two, guys, and we get, ready to start. 10,000 feet, Celestial Enclave, vetoed to begin with. Tourmaline. Vetoed. Taito vetoed. Both the T maps vetoed. As in maps that begin with the T. Yo, what's up, Basica? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 37-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. What a throw. Just ate a couple too many storms, didn't he? I'm gonna have to go back and look at that one in more detail later, because that was kind of a ridiculous outcome, I think, based on the situation. A bit overstimmed, a bit overstormed. Eventually that army just never got healed up. I actually think, I didn't see it, but I presume herO either medevacs were just drained from all the fighting, or the other thing that maybe could have happened possibly is that obviously the medevacs were just feedbacked, and if that was the case, that was going to be, there were some clutch feedbacks. As Old Republic going to be map one of this series. It's going to be Old Republic, Winter Madness, and another ship that remain. Alright, throw the lobby link down. Obviously the players are eager to go quickly, guys, as they video nice and quick, and we're happy to abide by that speed. As long as everyone's in this lobby, we can go. 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 Let's do it. Old Republic. Starting up right now. Get this ready to go. Hell yeah. One more best of 3 today, guys. Let's see who advances through between between Solar and Pure. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the orange Zerg player. This is going to be Solar, taking on the red Terran in the top right, repping Team Liquid. We've got Cure. Alright, winner advances in second place of this group. The loser is eliminated. It's as simple as that. So winner moves through. The loser is out. I'm gonna cheer on Solar a little bit. I'd like to see a Zerg in the round of 8 guaranteed. Rex, and who's the Zerg tomorrow? herO. Oh, Yakov. Rex and Yakov are Zergs that remain after this, so I don't think they can't get out. It just, they would be underdogs to get out, so yeah, I'm gonna cheer on Solar a little bit in this series, maybe, just to give us a Zerg in the playoffs. Solar's ZVT's been really good lately as well, to be fair, so I think I would put him as the favorite to get through here. I really feel like Cure could do with the win, though, man. Cure has been not great lately. He's obviously had a rough week trying to qualify for that Chinese event. So that's not exactly been going great for him. I feel like Cure could do with the win, so we shall see what comes about as we get game 1 of this best of 3 underway and started and ready to go. Last time these two played was in the WardiTV 2025 Championship in the upper bracket playoffs. Solar 3-0'd Cure there. A couple of 15-minute games, but pretty convincing through and through. Cure did 3-1 Solar earlier in December in a Picasso Cup, and yeah, they're kind of trading back and forth in general over the last few months. Cure had a streak which he was very good at, or good in versus Solar, but I do feel like more recently Solar has been kind of the hotter player between these two guys, so Link speed coming up. That Reaper just going to patrol up the front for a few moments here. As you have the couple command centers building through, that factory coming online. Again, link speed drone and the hatchery building at the moment, so we got a lot of that coming up and running. You see the Lings are going to be there. Reaper taking some damage. Again, link speed coming through. Queen and the drones all building by. Command center and the starport coming up and online as well. See this orbital continuing to build through for the moment. Queen's going to be there to dash the Reaper away, push that back for a couple seconds. We do have, again, the starport, command center, Hellions, and the SCVs producing by for the moment as well. A little grenade possibility on the Queens, but not going to get it. And just back away here is Cure. Solar We'll get the link speed and we'll obviously have a bit more map control of his own in the near future, so we'll be able to start looking to utilize that as Starport swaps across, goes over toward the tech lab. But love me a TVZ. Me too, man. We don't see enough TVZ, honestly. Mostly because there's never enough TVZ is the reality of this, but yeah. Can't get enough TVZ. Actually had a fair share of TVZs lately. It's been nice seeing some of the other Zergs playing again, and like Elazer and Scarlet, and so just giving a little bit more Zerg representation back into these events. It's nice. Very nice. Back to a couple of Queens, the Lings, and the drones all built through. Hellions and the Banshee coming up, the Cloaking's on the way. Two Queens are going to be there. Reaper and the Hellions get pushed back once again, so just going to chase out of there for a moment or two. And yeah, Marine on the way, Banshee on the way, a couple of SCVs added on just for the moment. Factory drops down, that reactor's going to come up. A couple of Marines are going to go in straight after this Overlord as well, so just put some damage out in the early stages. Still got the Lair, still got the Spores, still got the drones and the Lings. Continuing to build through for now. Again, Banshee Marine, Cloak and Stim. Continuing to come up right here. We'll just go through. That Banshee gets chased away. Again, Land being nest. Hatchery coming about. Drone still building. Got that stim pack coming up as well. Engine, I mean, very just normal, passive, standard TVZ. Still has a drone, a couple Lings, and an Overlord. It really could not be much more passive than this so far. So, continue to hang about for a few moments here and see where things will end up. One upgrades coming through, that stim pack coming by. Let's see, the Hellions actually going to be able to get a few shots off. A couple of those creep tumors going down as we speak. The Banshee is just going to step over there as well. And those melee upgrades coming up, that Bane speed coming through. It's going to be ready in a couple moments. Just see the few Zerglings trying and get across. The Hellions continue to get some damage done. A bit more being done already, so we continue to come straight through for now. And we do see that Banshee going down. The Queen's just going to be there, able to pick this off. Again, just see another Hellion getting picked away. Bane speed coming through. The melee and the Carapace upgrade both continuing into play right now. A lot of that coming straight through here as the Hellions get back up toward the top. Yeah, those melee upgrades just coming by, and that Bane speed going to be a part of this too. Get that Bane speed finished up in just a couple of moments. Get that back on track as, again, a couple of scans coming through. The Queen's still moving around. The Marines continue to push back a little bit for the moment as well. Continue to chase away with that one for now. Not in position with those tanks. We're going to get a few Lings towards the tanks, but then obviously the Hellions are there too. Makes it a lot more difficult to clean up. We will get everything, but obviously the Hellions obviously able to get a few kills as well, definitely helping. Pushing you kind of toward the right direction. This melee and Carapace upgrade still building as well, so just continue to bring that up for the moment, and again, Groove Spines coming through as we speak. Going to be seeing the Banes are going to try and roll on forward here, so they're going to keep on trying to move through. 2 upgrades coming up as well. That Drilling Claw is also still in production, about halfway done at the moment. +2 melee, +2 Carapace, continue to build out. Muscular Augments will be finishing very shortly. So again, bringing that through. The Bio going to get across. The Lings going to end up running the hell away from there as well. It's just going to try and get out of trouble on that one. He's coming back through once more, and we just have Well, those Banes going to get jumped on by some siege tank fire. The Banes roll in. We do clean up this portion of the push. 4th Command Center is going to be ready to go, moving into position now here as secure. However, Solar gets closer and closer to his dream state of this game, which is going to be Adrenal Glands and Lurkadan and Vipers, just all of this tech that really juices up this Zerg army beyond the initial Ling Bane phase of the game. Feelings begin to nibble over on the rocks, so we just get some damage done there straight away. So put some damage out initially. We've seen the Marines going to stem forward for a couple of Queens, but Kirktim is in some trouble as well. Going to be seeing the Marines is going to be getting grabbed, a bit more damage being done. Just going to be seeing the Medivacs. Be careful, Parasitic Bomb on them. We do split the hurting Medivac. It's going to have to start unloading because it will go down with 4 Marines still inside. The Marines that drop obviously get cleaned up as they go as well, so that is going to be a cleanup. The rest of this Ling Hydra coming over. The Marines getting jumped on. And it does feel like we are getting into a position here where, like I said, I mean, Solo loses the base, but then he's going to be able to replace that. And again, I think in the grand scheme of things right now, we end up in a pretty okay position here. On the side of, I think we end up in a pretty okay position here on the side of Solar, because he's now going to have a lot of his tech online, so that's going to help him out massively as well as we go through this. He sees that Seismic Spine still coming up, so look at it. I mean, they're not ready yet, and this is awkward because Solar's just getting a good attack across the map, and now Q is going to run straight forward, and Solar does not immediately have a really good answer to that either, so that's not great. The Ling Hydra Bane coming over. It's going to see the Hydra's getting underneath, the Parasitic Bomb going off on the Medivacs as well. A bit more cleanup being done. The 10 SCVs going down. The Hydra's still chasing. The Bio Army taking damage. All being dealt right there for the moment. As the Hydras and the Lings still gathering together here. Just going to come back through. Just going to see the +1 missile upgrade coming by. Everything else continue to come over. Mine is actually going to get quite a few drones at the very end of this, but Q has given up a lot of supply in the recent few moments of these fights, and that supply is obviously trailing and hurting. You see him 140 to the 196. The damage that Solar was able to do across the map is huge, and now 12 Lurkers morph in. I don't really think we're set to deal with 12 Lurkers at all. This Marine Marauder mine on the map, there is not a Ghost in sight. There's not even a Ghost Academy in the game either, so we're kind of screwed. I mean, maybe we could make some Liberators to try and help out initially, but it's a pretty rough position we find ourselves in. As Kyo gets towards maxing out, he's basically going on pure numbers more so than anything else right now. He is going to get a couple libs out. I mean, that's kind of necessary because fighting this with just Bio was not going to end well, so that at least is going to kind of push us in the right direction to maybe give us a chance to hang on in here. A little bit of that Ling Bane going to join up together there as well. So just going to join back up. Just going to be seeing the Lings still trying to move through for a couple moments. The Lurker's going to be there. We've seen Solo losing a lot of bases, but he'll hold on to this one. And again, with the Lurkers there, you just can't justify pushing into that. Fleet Beacon on the... Sorry, not Fleet Beacon. Fusion Core on the way. Different air tech structure. So Fusion Core on the way, and as that Fusion Core comes through, we're also going to be seeing the ability to go advanced ballistics with a Liberator range. I'm also still not convinced we're going to be able to see that be meaningful enough in time. So we'll have to see what exactly comes of that as we see the Ling Hydra Bane running around a little bit here. Just going to be seeing the 17, 19, 21 SCVs already going down as Solar just crashing through these bases. Lurkers on the high ground, they're going to be tough to get rid of. Lurkers on the left side just showing up and starting to flank in onto that army. Q's army is low on hit points and currently unable to really do much else right now. And yeah, Q's just going to say GG. He sees that this game is over. He sees that this is not going where he wants it to. He recognizes that this one has to go to a game number 2. And Solar will take the 1-0 advantage and is now simply a map away from advancing into the playoffs after that. It wasn't even a bad start from Solar, just the single map loss to Geralt did put him in a position where the tournament could have gotten out of his hands. After then, he obviously lost to herO as well. Map 2 here will be Mothership. So another map where actually it could go big and long. Let's see what we get. Throw our lobby link down and get ready to kick this off, guys. Just move us around and we should be good to go. Go, 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 go. Everyone's ready. Let's do this. Alright, let's kick this off, guys. Let's get this on the right way. Get ready to rumble. Game 2 of our TVZ. Heading into Mothership. In the upper right-hand side with the 1-0 lead. Actually, going to do the scores the other way around. In the upper right-hand side with the 1-0 lead will be our Orange Zerg Solar. Looking to take on the Red Terran in the top left corner of the map. Cure. Get this up and running and see what we are going to do for game 2. Cure, bring it back. Rax gas, hatching the drones, all coming through initially. Just going to get a little bit of the first bits of setup going here. Get this on the way. Nothing too crazy just yet, so things looking pretty regular there for the moment. Getting that on the way through. One second, guys. Just gonna have some slight FPS drops for a couple of moments while I sort something out quickly. Alright. Sorry about that. Alright, Reaper coming across and a couple Lings already taking some damage. So we're seeing the Lings be coming up, a couple drones and that hatch continue coming through, so a lot of that coming in just for a couple of moments here. Getting this underway. And now bringing this up, getting this going. Getting this started and seeing where we go. Hops to the high ground. We're going to hop back down. Coming through a couple of moments. What's up, Eeriness? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. As I hatch our drones, our Lings, all coming through as well. Everything looking pretty normal there for a couple of moments. And a lot of that set up early here. And seeing where we go. Bringing in a couple of Queens, the Lings all coming through. A hatchery building up as well. And those couple of Lings just gathering together as the Reaper gets chased out over here. And the Hellions are going to regroup for a couple of moments. So a lot of that coming straight by. Just going to have the couple of Hellions coming through, trying to get some damage done for a couple of moments as well. Trying to find something over here is try to deal some damage. I see those couple of Hellions going through, just going to continue to try and go in. There's 6 drones, 8 drones in the end. Not bad damage at all. Secure finds himself a good little start. Sol's still 6 workers ahead out of this. He only lost 4 Hellions though, so I feel like Hua's not in a bad spot. Now Banshee's going to start coming across the map as well as he looks to try and keep up the pressure, keep up the ante, and keep the damage going over the next few minutes. So definitely expecting that to be continuing through. And that Banshee and that Cloaking all coming up, so we just bring that into play. We do have, again, Lair, drones, Lings, Overlords. Little bits of everything all coming about. The Spoke Crawler's building as well. Just going to see that Banshee flying in, a couple of drones already taking damage. So yeah, coming straight across with that. The Hellions are going to shoot a couple of Lings. Going to go down right off the bat. And we do see the Hellions continue to come by there. The Queens and the Lings come over. Again, Cloaking coming up. That Stimpack coming through. Drones and the Extractors building as well. The Overseer morphing in overhead. And continue to get that going as well just for a moment or two. Oh, 1-1 upgrades, the Spire and so continue to come about as well, so keep bringing this through for the moment. Well, Lings is going to come over as well, so again, get set up for a couple of seconds and continue through with this. Just going to be seeing the Banshees putting damage out on that right side. We are going to get the Queens there to help against this though, so maybe that's good enough for now. And Bane that's coming up, that Spire halfway done. The Lings and the Overlords continue to come through as well, so we got a lot of that up and running here. We have our Lings again moving about where they can, but the main thing here is going to be the Spire is on the way. So Spire coming through, that's coming up in the next couple of moments. Bringing that into play in just a few seconds here, so getting all of that ready to go. Again, those Lings wrapping around the rocks. A few Banelings starting to morph in. We do have Mutalisks coming up as well. That Bane speed continue to produce through also. So bring a lot of that up and into play for now. Just for the moment, Greens get that. Overlord goes down already. Just going to see those Medivacs still gathering together also here for a moment. And the rest of that Ling Bane just gathering back through, so get that put in position again. Take a couple seconds. This is just going to dive through. A couple of SCVs are going to get jumped on. We are going to see the rest of those Marines coming over. The rest of the Ling Bane Queen gathering up as well and seeing just what we do next. Take a moment or so. Again, melee upgrade, supplier attack upgrade, Bane speed. All these bits and pieces continue to come by for the moment then. Marine's going to turn back around the other direction. Mutas dive in. Going to get a little extra done. Still got those melee upgrades coming through just for a second or so. So again, we bring that into play, get that up and online. Bring a lot of this through for the next couple of moments still. So yeah, a lot of that coming over right here. Again, the mutas are going to gather around. They're going to get set. Seeing the mutas pulling back up top. T2 upgrades on the way out as well. So again, bringing that over for now. Drilling claws coming online as well. A lot of that just still setting up for now as we continue on through. Yes, T2 upgrades coming about. Everything coming over for the moment or so here. So we'll be seeing this coming online. The few Marines are going to step forward as well. Novak's going to be right there with that to try and keep things healed up. The mutas cruise around the map and try and see what else they can do for a moment or so. Trying to get that underway. Marines going in after the Queens. Just going to continue to chase across for a couple of moments here. Just going to try and push through. We are going to be seeing a big Terran army setting up on this top side and definitely trying to use this to pressure into position. 2-2 melee upgrades coming about. The 2-2 engineering bay is about to finish up in the next few moments as well. Infestation pit is coming online. Additional Zerglings all coming through also. It's just a lot of that coming up. The Lingbane gathering. The Queens and the Overseer are going to be right there as well with this. Try and just get a little bit more going for the next few moments. Muta just runs straight across the map. Again, 3-3 coming about, getting all of that on the go. 2-2 upgrades and so continuing up as well. So again, we continue to get that on into play. Let's bring the rest of this up for the moment. Lings, Mutas, Marines, all coming around. You can see the rest of the Lingbane coming over there as well. Continue to rush through this. A couple of Thors going to try and sit and stand steady for the next few moments as well, so we continue to get that on the way just for now. Seeing what else we can do. Six drones going down. Solo still max Q on the 4 base behind all of this. And the Lingbane break down this army. Again, the Mutalisks are still 14 of them on the map. We're going to run into this. I was going to say there's a couple of mines that are off cooldown, so we've got to be very careful to not run too heavily in and to run ourselves into too much trouble there. That could have been an absolute disaster. Just that Lingbane still coming about. 3-3 upgrades coming through as well. I love the push on the bottom side here. Good split from Kieran. Is going to just take the attention of Solo away for a little while. That hatchery goes down already, so that's just going to straight up be a problem. And yeah, it's absolutely going to be an issue right there. Oh, the Muta's flying back over these Marines as well. I mean, we're clearing out a lot of this as Solo, but he's losing a lot in the process, and it's a very expensive set of trades, so things are not exactly looking great for him there. Again, the 3-3 still coming up. The Marines, the Mines, the Marauders all coming through also. The rest of these upgrades continue to come about over these next few moments. Adrenal Glands coming up. Ultra Cavern on the way. Ling Muta Bane trying to step forward as well right now. It's just coming across with everything else. The Bio Army continues to chase over for the moment. Scan coming down. A few group team is being picked away at. And again, just going to be seeing all these upgrades coming about. Ultra Cavern is about to be done. The Ling's running forward. The Bio is going to be there defensively. And again, just seeing the rest of the 33 upgrades still continuing through on the side of Cure. Concussive Shells coming up. The rest of this coming through. Nice counterattack from Soul. Is going to get rid of a few SCVs, but again, he's got to keep that pressure up. And again, the issue is going to be is that Q has so much money already to kind of rebuild with. Soul's got a long way to go, especially as he keeps losing bases, keeps losing position on the map. And I mean, like I say, the Mutas are going to cause chaos, but we got to clean out this army now. We are heading to Ultras. We're getting something here which is going to help us. Ultras are definitely going to push you in the right direction. Is it going to be enough? And is it going to be in time? Because right now we still have to figure this out in these next couple of moments, more so than anything else at this stage. Little mine shots coming through, the army coming across in general, the Thor at the front, taking some more damage. The Hatcher on that right side going to go down, so it will fall. A couple more Ultras still very much so being brought into the production tab right here. And like I say, we really need these Ultras as Solo. He's down to 3 bases, rebuilding a 4th to 12 o'clock, but he is desperate to get the Ultras out, because the Ultras are the one thing that may just about kind of keep you in this. He's going to say that's not going to be enough. GG's. Q gets game number 2, and we get tied up 1-1 in this best of 3. Alrighty, guys. We will take a second to go into game 3, which is going to be on Winter Madness. Let's get this going. Final map of the day coming up. Alright, just drag her into position. Ready, go, go. Let's do this. Game number 3, Winter Madness to decide it. Let's get this going. Alright, let's jump into this, guys. As we go into the top left-hand side, we are going to have the Orange Zerg player losing out in that second game, bringing us to a game 3. It is Solar in the upper left, while down in the bottom right, we've got Cure. Guys. Game 3 of this series, Winter Madness, as we get this up and running. We get this on the way. And we get very excited about what's going to happen next. Let's see what will happen. Whew. Winner advances through, loser goes out here. We have a hatchery. We have a gas, we have a pool, we have the bits and pieces that we expect to see so far. Nothing too crazy just yet. For the moment. Open that orbital coming through, a couple of drones are just going to build on by. And you have the hatch and the pool coming up, the Overlord moving across the map a moment or so. Taking a couple seconds as the SCV will be out and about and looking to try and get itself involved some action here. It actually finds a drone, so we're just going to delay that. Obviously, we're blocking one location with the SCV. We're blocking, and when we kill the drone, that tries to go to the other location, so just being an annoyance in the early stages with this harassing Reaper and SCV combo, so able to do well there initially. Once again, link speed, Queen, drones. All of that coming through, just going to drop a creep tumor down at the front, getting that straight into place. And again, the factory and the couple command centers continue to build up as well, so all of that coming through just for the moment. Link speed and the Queen continue to build by. A little grenade goes down, pushing the Queen back over to the sides for the moment. Oh, we can see the Reaper moving back down the bottom side, so again, trying to see what else is going on for a couple moments. Trying to get around and see what else is going to take place. Link speed just coming through. Starport, Command Center, the Hellions. continue to come about as well, so we just bring a lot of this up. Starport building into play as well. The Reaper's still coming online. We'll get this up and running for the moment as the Queens and so coming on through. Queens and the Reaper join together. Excuse me. As they move across for a couple moments. Going through. Queens and the Lings all coming up, so we take a couple seconds. See where we go. Drones producing through. The two Queens coming up. Queen's going to be there just to push the Reaper and the Hellions away. Some damage on that pretty much immediately as extra drones coming in. The Overlord and the Queens all producing for the moment, and the Hellions and the Reaper get back over that left-hand side to try and get in position. Try and possibly make something happen for a moment or two. Hellions going to catch. A couple of these Hellions getting caught. Again, they're building. 9 drones coming through. They're losing a bunch of those workers initially. Coming at the cost of, again, like the 4 Hellions. A bit of a repeat of the last game. Like 8-ish drones, a few Lings, and it's about 4 Hellions going down from Cure. So he already gets a pretty decent start to this. It's going to be important that we try and deny anything else from really going down here as Solar. Trying to maintain drone count at this point and trying not to let the Banshees do too much would be important at this stage. If we can manage that, that would be brilliant. And let's just have the 2 Hellions and the Banshees together. Going to go to that left-hand side. Hatchery will take some damage. 3 shots coming through. The Queens are going to step over. They're going to push straight into this as well. Again, the Banshees peel back away over that left-hand side, so they're just going to get out of there. Just going to resettle ourselves for a moment or two. Again, Stim, 1-1. The melee upgrades all coming by. The Overseer and company coming up on top of everything else, so again, we get that underway. Two workers going down, Solo trying to preserve, like I say, at this stage, he'll go Baneling Nest. Oh, sorry, Baneling Speed with the melee upgrades along with this, so getting that all underway. Just gonna see one Spore Crawler shot hits the Banshee. Again, the Queen on this left-hand side and this main base gonna come through as well. Gonna see the couple of Queens taking some damage. Some hits coming through. Yeah, melee upgrades and that Baneling Speed continue to come through. So a lot of that going on. The Queen and the Banshee are going to trade against each other. You see the Banshee goes down. The Queen just about surviving at the end of all that. So just about coming out on the right side of things there. As we do resettle into now this game 3 and see, well, with the cleanup made, both Banshees gone, 11 drones lost in total. Not great for Solo. Let's see how he does now. This attack's going to hit just before Solo has 1-1 in Bane speed, so this first few moments, it's going to be kind of a time-buying exercise. Can Solo buy himself a few moments here before he gets all the upgrades that are going to help him clean this up way more effectively? Because once you do start to clean this up way more effectively, then that could be absolutely huge. Let's see if we actually get to that sort of a stage, though. Like I say, I'm not convinced that that's going to be something that's easily found in the slightest at the moment. Straight in, as you can see, just going to be seeing the Lings are going to wrap around. We do get the Baneling Speed, which helps with this. Get rid of the tanks, and then it's just the Marines that get away. Solo going to be getting some Hydras up as well, as he'll start to do the thing that Solo does best, which is scrapping to stay alive. Unfortunately, so many of his ZVTs start like this. You take a bit of damage, then you're scrapping to stay alive. You're desperate to try and keep things going in your favor. And that feels like where we're going right now, as this state of the game definitely is going to take a few moments of intrigue. It's going to be having the Lings, the Banes coming over. This hatch goes down. The Queen's going to be there to put some more damage onto the Medivacs as well. Those Medivacs boosting in towards the main base for the next couple of moments too. And they're going to get turned around by another Queen. These Marines going to stem up once again. The Lings continue to come by. The Banes and the Hydras continue to come across. Hydra Ling all coming through. Groove Spine's coming up. Infestation Pit is building as well. to bring the rest of that into play just now. And those medevacs still up on the left-hand side. Full of Marines at the moment. Yet to really see what exactly they're going to do. The Marines here stepping forward as well. Just get rid of a couple more Crypt Tumors right off the bat, so a bit more damage done there immediately, as we just have, again, 2-2 upgrades, Drilling Claws on the way. The Marines and the medevacs all coming up as well. Another tank will siege. Pushing and shoving up on that top side. Again, only the +2 carapace on the way from Solar, actually. The 2-2 on the way for the Terran, but Solar's missing an attack upgrade, although that's a pretty good little jump forward. That part goes a little bit better for him for sure, so that part is nice. So it definitely goes a little bit better there for a moment or two, as we just have the rest of this continuing by still. The Lurker Den and company continue to come up for the moment. More Banes getting jumped on. The Marines are going to stem away. The Lings, the Hydras all continue to go across. Hive and the Lurker Den continue to come about as well. Can see a couple of those Marines getting straight through. The Hydra in some trouble. The Banes and the Lings continue to come about also. So again, we got a lot of that coming up already. Marines going to jump onto the hatchery. And you see the Marines unloading. The Lings already there. The Queen going to get jumped on too. I'm just going to see this getting picked away at. We are going to be seeing the Marines continue to fight. A lot of this continue to come by for the moment as the Lings chase across. The Lings going to load back into these medevacs. Hatchery on that left side gone, but this right side is going strong. Can we maintain that? Maybe our question at the moment. So far, yeah, we kind of are maintaining that as the missile upgrade and the seismic spines and so continue to come through. Adrenal Glands, Lurkers, and the Vipers all building up right now. The Marines stem forward, going to go after a couple of Creep Tumors to begin with. Still got the 3-3 upgrades on the way out as well. As we do see a bunch of units from Cure out over the far right-hand side. Just going to set up over there as see the Marines going to stem about. Widowmine shot goes off. Lings and the Banes chase through. The Hydras as well, pushing about there. Now we start to stem into the front. A couple Lurkers going to get burrowed. Bio stemming forward. Lurkers start to take a lot of damage. So do those Zerglings. A lot of cleanup being made. Another Baneling connecting through already. Well, Widowmine shots. The Overseer takes damage. Lurkers are going to continue through there as well. Just going to see a cancel on this left-hand side. So this hatchery gets picked away at. Got rid of an extractor on top of everything else. The rest of these Lings still chasing forward. Marines are going to be there to pick off the Viper. So that Viper goes down immediately. And now we have still the 3-3 upgrades coming through as well. Advanced Ballistics on the way. Liberators, Marines, Marauders, Widowmines, and the rest coming through as well. So we bring more and more of that online here. Units gathered together right now. Just going to be seeing the Bio taking the chance to jump onto and deny this hatchery. So once again, Solar not allowed a 5th base. Trailing a little bit supply-wise. Getting those Vipers out. Has the Lurkers online. Can he start to stabilize at this point? We do see 4 Liberators at a time right now from Cure, and that's going to be a big part of this, right? Being able to basically come up to the stage of saying, right, I'm going to have a lot of units that can actually at least help me to hold off those Lurkers. So that's definitely one big step in the right direction. And over here, for example, these Liberators siege up on top of those Lurkers. So has to pull back, pull away from those. Widowmine will get the Overseer. Queen goes down, still left in amongst those Liberator ranges. The Ling Bane just going to run through underneath those libs quickly. The Hydras now start to approach. A Parasitic Bomb to help clean out this out a little bit more quickly here as well. As Cure gets pushed away, but Solar loses a lot in the process. As hanging on to these Lurkers has just not been good enough, because at the end of this, he's still taking a whole bunch of damage just before he's ready to really play. Bio stemming through, the Lurkers go down. Queen on that side is going to get picked away at as well. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Lings, the Banes still trying to move through, trying to get toward everything else right now. Just going to have to load back up, escape away from this. And I do get the feeling that we're going to have ourselves a pretty rough closing kind of moment or two in this game, because I don't think Solar's going to stand back up, and GG has to be called. Cure is going to take it 2-1. He gets it done in the end. bringing it back from the 1-0 deficit and qualifying through to the playoffs. That's now 2 Protoss and 2 Terran in the playoffs. Cheering on Yakov and Rex over Group C indeed to try and advance through. So tomorrow, guys, we do not have a double stream. Tomorrow, the rest of the week, we don't have double streams, actually. So, or at least the next couple of days, I should say. So tomorrow, it's just going to be Group C, Creator, Shameless, Gumiho, and Yakov. And we'll be back to our normal stream starting time for that. And then on the next group from this is a couple of weeks from now, and that will lead into the playoffs after. So just letting you guys know of that. We will be back tomorrow with that, and then on Thursday it's OSC Championship, and Thursday and Friday is OSC Championship, I do believe. So Thursday and Friday, OSC Championship. Sunday is OSC as well, but then Saturday and Sunday, we're also here covering the Thunder S-Fire SC2 All-Star event, which also features some really cool players, such as Innovation, Sue, SOS, Scarlet, MMA, DRG, Rogue, and Oliveira. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And obviously, the 8 other players for the main event: Classic herO, Clem, Maru, Reynold, Serral, and Sola. So it's going to be some great matches. Looking forward to some great games in this one. That does start super early in the morning, so you can see the start time up here is like 3 days and 11 hours from now. So that's going to be early Saturday and early Sunday morning we show up to bring you guys coverage of the Thunderfire StarCraft 2 All-Star Invitationals. Just letting you guys know that will happen, and that we'll be here to bring you guys as much coverage of that as we can. And that's kind of our week. So yeah, next couple of days will be a bit more chilled out, no more early starts for a little bit, but then the weekend obviously gets a bit busier once again. So yeah, awesome. Yakov has a good shot in Group C. Yeah, I actually think Yakov has a shot as well, but I will say he's still the underdog, I think. That's definitely true. Alright, guys. Alright. Got a Twitch alert that you already follow me for 8 years. Nice. Twitch telling people how long they've been following me for now. Do you know you still follow this man? Am I saying you came to the very end? Yep, it's over for today. But if you want to check it all out, you can check out the YouTube channel. 100% of the video from today is on YouTube, so check it out. And subscribe over there if you want to subscribe over there. It's greatly appreciated. Helps us out a whole bunch too. Guys, that's it for me. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2 action. I will see you guys in just a few moments. Not a few moments. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Group C of the WardiTV Winter Cup. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll run some ads, and when we'll run those ads, we'll host someone up. See you guys later. Bye.